Is it Orlando?
Yes.
Let me just ask you point blank. Did you kill Tupac Shakur?
I didn't kill Tupac.
I just want to let everybody know, you know what I'm saying, I didn't do it.
You said the shots came from the back. Big Dre, Orlando. Who shot Tupac?
Pac not gonna tell the story. I ain't gonna tell the story, but I tell you this. It wasn't Anderson, so that's all I got to say about that part.
I mean, I've been thinking, you know, maybe I'm like scapegoat or something. I mean, I'm like a victim.
It was a prophecy.
Let the world know I plan to die. If I don't leave with what I came for, I'm be denied.
He said that. If I die tonight, he said that.
I've been shot and murdered. Can't tell you how it happened word for word. But best believe that niggas don't get what they deserve.
We are here today to announce the arrest of 60-year-old Dwayne Keith Davis, a.k.a. Keefe D, for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Hands on top of your head right now.
We're gonna take that male first.
Hands on top of your head.
How did you feel about that?
I'm like, damn.
On September 7th, 1996, rap icon Tupac Shakur was fatally wounded in a drive-by shooting in Las Vegas. The incident occurred at 11:15 p.m. when the black BMW carrying Tupac and the Death Row label boss Suge Knight stopped at a red light at East Flamingo Road and Koval. Pac was struck by 4 .40 caliber rounds fired from a Glock. 2 in his chest, 1 in the arm and 1 in the thigh. The shots came from the left back window of a white 4-door late model Cadillac with 4 passengers in it. All members of the Compton Southside Crips, the driver Terrence Brown, Dwayne Davis aka Keefe D, Deandre Smith in the back, and Keefe D's nephew Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, who Tupac and various people associated with the music label Death Row, to which Tupac was signed to at the time, got into a fight with hours before the shooting. Tupac died from his wounds 6 days later at the University Medical Center on September 13th. In this video, we will not only analyze the shooting itself, but also take a look at the motives of his assassins, to understand why it all happened, to see who was really behind it, while addressing all the rumors and breaking down the case from all angles. In order to do so, we have to go back a few years and take a look at the history and relationship between the key figures of this tragic incident. Only one of the 4 passengers of the white Cadillac is still alive today, and that person happens to be the leader of the group, the uncle of Orlando Anderson, Keefe D. For the past decade, he made some wild statements and accusations involving Sean Puffy Combs, label boss of New York record company Bad Boy Entertainment, which at the time of the shooting was Tupac's biggest enemy. Pac himself was signed to Death Row Records, which was owned by his friend Marion Suge Knight, who at first was the main target of the assassins. It wasn't just one little brawl at the casino. There was more to it. The shooting was the result of a chain of events that occurred months and even years before the Vegas incident. It all started before Tupac got involved, before he was released from jail. Pac had to pay the ultimate price for getting dragged into a war that people on his team had caused, which he took to the next level because of his sense of loyalty. Keefe D coming after Suge Knight was not a coincidence. It was the result of a sour-turned relationship between Suge Knight and Puffy Combs, who ended up taking advantage of the already existing friction between the Southside Crips and the mob Piru. Keefe D had known Suge since they were kids, as they were both born and raised in Compton, California. But they both ended up taking different paths in life. Keefe got involved with gangs and street life very early on, when he was between the age of 12 and 13. He became a respected member of the Southside Crips, while Suge was a good kid that grew up in the area that was ruled by Bloods. He didn't really claim any particular gang at the time. The guys he grew up with were mostly Bloods, but Keefe and Suge used to play football together, went swimming, ate hot dogs and chips, spent time together when they were teens. Suge became a great football player by the time he entered high school. From 1983 to 85, when Suge was between the age of 18 and 20, he attended and played football at El Camino College. In 1985, he transferred to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and played football there for 2 years. Vegas became his second home, and that's one of the reasons why he later ended up opening the 662 Club there, the place where Tupac was heading to the day he got shot. While Suge was studying at a university, Keefe D was already in the drug game. That's why Keefe D never really saw him as a street dude, didn't have that type of respect for him. Suge went undrafted in the 1987 NFL Draft, but was invited to the Los Angeles Rams training camp. He was then cut by the Rams during camp. So he came back to Compton, where he became part of the mob Piru set of the Piru Gang Alliance. He started dabbling into the music industry, and the people who grew up with him, which again were mostly Bloods, introduced him to gang and street life. He ended up hiring those people to work for him and his label. Keefe D around that time developed an interest in West Coast rap music. He was a friend of the Compton rap legend EAZY-E and started to go to all types of rap events and shows. In 1989, he even met Tupac at the Greek Theater, where Chuck D, Flavor Flav, and their crew Public Enemy performed along with Digital Underground. Tupac at the time was part of the Digital Underground crew, dancing on stage with a Tarzan diaper. Keefe D was sitting right in front of the stage, and Pac came out wearing a diaper, which he and his friend from Tragnew Park found amusing. They were laughing at him and found it odd for a grown man to wear a diaper. Keefe D's first impression of him was positive. Said he seemed like a cool and sympathetic guy. Months later, he heard about his childhood friend Suge wanting to create his own record company. According to Keefe D, him, his crew, and a kingpin called Pat Johnson helped Suge to fund the label Death Row Records in 1990, all through cocaine sales while Pat Johnson was locked up. The feds had taken him down, and with him around 41 people from his crew, confiscating 26 cars, 13 Harley-Davidson motorbikes, 4 businesses, 20-something houses, and $9 million in cash. Keefe D got told by his boss Pat Johnson to move the 300 kilos of cocaine that he still had and that the feds didn't get. He wanted to invest that money to start the record company Death Row Records. He was Suge's boss as well, according to Keefe D, and they all helped him with that label. Suge allegedly called him as he was trying to get in touch with EAZY-E, who, along with MC Ren, was from the neighboring Compton Crip set Kelly Park. EAZY-E used to sell dope with Keefe D's brother Kevin Davis, who was also there that night in Vegas when Tupac got shot. They would go out on tour with NWA. They used to cook dope at his mama's house. Suge and Keefe D both knew EAZY-E because of the dope game, and Suge tried to influence E to be on Death Row, but E was like, nah, I'm sticking with Ruthless, meaning his record company Ruthless Records. The day he got rejected, Suge called Keefe D for help to get Dr. Dre's number. Keefe D didn't know Dr. Dre personally, but he made a few calls and got the number for him. Next thing you know, Dr. Dre is convinced of coming to Death Row. Suge got close with Dre and the DOC, who were still signed to the label Ruthless Records, back when the group NWA was the biggest thing in hip-hop. The label and the group was run by EAZY-E. Dre and the DOC felt like they were underpaid and wanted to leave the label, but they couldn't, so they got help from Suge. Suge and his lawyer convinced them that their manager Jerry Heller and EAZY-E were dishonest. He approached Dre about forming their own label, away from Heller and EAZY-E. Suge was the one with the money and the power. That's how years later, in 1996, he could make Dre leave his own label, even though they were quote-unquote partners. In 1992, EAZY-E was trapped by Dr. Dre into meeting him at a hotel. E thought they were still cool at the time, so when he got the phone call, he just showed up all by himself, thinking him and Dre are going to speak about the contract. But when he got there, Dre was nowhere to be found. The one waiting for him was Suge. E was obviously surprised. Suge went and locked the door, and then all of a sudden several Mob Piru members came out of hiding, from under the bed, the closet and the bathroom, and they all had guns on them. Suge tried to bully and intimidate him, forcing E to sign the paperwork to release Dr. Dre, the DOC and Michelle A from their contracts. But he was smart enough to leave a fake signature. They then left without committing any form of violence. Now, the reason why this is relevant for our story is because EAZY-E was a Compton Crip, a hero of Compton, someone that the Crips really loved and respected. All the Crips from Compton supported, protected and defended EAZY-E, even the Southsiders, meaning people like Orlando Anderson and Keefe D. And with Suge being EAZY-E's mortal enemy, he became an enemy for the Compton Crips as well. They always held a grudge against him. In the beginning, Keefe D didn't even know that Suge had become a member of the Pirus. He said back then the Crips were so dangerous that Bloods couldn't even wear red around them, because they were their sworn rivals. Colors mattered more to them than quote-unquote the Union Blue and the Confederate Gray. If we saw somebody wearing reds, we would make a U-turn and get them. Keefe D said they would have approached Suge way sooner if something had happened to EAZY-E that day. The Southside Crips would have never allowed Suge to do him any kind of harm. Keefe D's nephew Orlando Anderson, who was the guy that Pac and several other Piru members beat up in Las Vegas in 1996, was BG Knockout's best friend, who on the other hand was EAZY-E's right-hand man, a nutty block Compton Crip. And he of course came back and told them about it. From that point on, the Compton Crips held a grudge against Suge and hated him, even before he got close with Tupac. EAZY-E himself wanted to kill Suge. He went and told Jerry Heller that he's going to shoot him, as he would become a huge problem in the future. But Jerry Heller convinced him not to do it. He himself got approached by Suge and 3 other Piru members. They ended up threatening him with lead pipes and baseball bats. Mob James also had a .25 automatic Colt pistol. They managed to release Dre, the DOC, and Michelle A from their contracts. The Piru ran into EAZY-E multiple times. A man named Kenny Tubbs allegedly ended up robbing him. EAZY-E never stopped hating Suge until the day he died. And from that point on, there was always a rivalry between the Piru and the Compton Crips. Keefe D at first tried to stay as neutral as possible, as Suge was his childhood friend. He tried to not get involved with the EAZY-E beef, as long as he doesn't get harmed. Suge's friendship with Keefe D was hard to describe. It was like a shaky, on-off type of relationship, where it only needed a small push to go bad, and for them to turn into enemies. After Keefe D learned about Suge being a Piru member, he only needed one little reason to go at him, and he would gladly throw their decade-long friendship away. But every time they met, Suge showed him love and respect, and that's why Keefe D did the same. His personal beef with the people from Death Row started at a video shoot for a group Suge was working with called the 69 Girls, which took place at a mansion in Hidden Hills. Sergeant Reynolds, who was a Compton police officer and the private security of the label Death Row, was in front of the gate of the mansion in Hidden Hills. When Keefe D and the Southsiders tried to get in, they weren't allowed to enter the property. Y'all ain't getting in. I don't know why the F y'all came all the way out here. Keefe D felt disrespected, and it almost came to a shooting. He had more than a dozen goons with him. Suge then came and tried to calm down the situation by letting them in. Later that day, he told Keefe D, "Man, if we ever hook up, we gonna be on top of the world." But Keefe felt like he was already on top. Didn't really want to get into the music business. When he walked up the stairs, he accidentally brushed up against the girls behind, and the girl then started yelling at him. "This is Death Row, mother F." And Keefe D said, "B, I don't give a F about none of that ish." Suge then told her to shut up and broke up the fight. Keefe D apparently lost his temper and was ready to shoot up the place that day. A couple months later, one night while Keefe D was hanging out with some Southsiders at the Luna Park Club on Robertson and Santa Monica Boulevard, they ran into that same girl who was chilling with her crew, the 69 Girls. Keefe D approached her and said, "You remember me, B? This is Death Row, mother F," making fun of the way she was acting. Keefe D and the Southsiders beat them all up that night. Not just the woman he bumped into, but everyone she was hanging out with that night. That same girl then went back to Suge and told him about it. So that's how the friction between Keefe D and the label Death Row started. Now, how did Puffy get involved? Puff's connection with Keefe D happened back in 1991, when they first met through a Harlem legend named Eric Martin, aka Von Zip, who was not only a baseball pitcher, but also a New York gangster, who had a lot of connections in the music scene. Zip knew Keefe through the drug game. They were business partners, with Keefe D supplying PCP and cocaine from the West Coast to Zip on the East Coast in New York. Zip had this pre-established relationship with Puffy Combs because of his friendship with Puffy's dad. So that's how that connection was made. Puff would ask Keefe for favors shortly after they met. At this point in time, Puffy was just a talent director at Uptown Records. Keefe D, on the other hand, was already rich, through the dope game. He was selling large amounts of cocaine all around the US. Puff got in touch with him in 1994 to rent one of Keefe D's 6'4" lowriders for one of Usher's first music videos called Can You Get With It. He had charged him $2,400 for a single day. Usher was dancing on the hood of the car and ruined the paint, so he charged an additional $4,400 to repaint the whole car. After that, they ran into each other multiple times and stayed in touch. Weren't really friends or anything, but still did business together. Their acquaintance Zip wasn't really involved too much in the beginning, as Puffy didn't really ask for much in the first few years they had known each other. Keefe saw Tupac again at a house party at the Valet, with a whole bunch of young celebrities like Will Smith, Jada Pinkett, Queen Latifah, MC Lyte, etc. Puffy and Tupac showed up at the party together, back when they were still cool with each other. This was in 1994. According to Keefe D, Pac and Puff were really close, almost like a couple. Puffy and Suge had a great relationship back then as well, with Suge helping him out wherever he could, as he was way more successful than him, at least in the beginning, with Death Row having multiple multi-platinum artists on the label with tons of hits and a large impact on the culture. Bad Boy was just getting started. Whenever Puff came out to California, Suge looked out for him and gave him protection for free, as he couldn't afford security at the time. But then on September 13th, 1994, Biggie released his debut album Ready to Die on Bad Boy Records, and it went to sell millions, dropping one hit after another. Multiple remixes, shows overseas, music videos, TV appearances. He was everywhere. Biggie made Bad Boy on the East Coast a direct competitor of Death Row Records on the West, in terms of success, sales, impact, and overall respect in the game. Now it was Puff's turn to shine. Suge already had his turn with Dre The Chronic in 1992, Snoop Doggy Style in 1993, and now in 94 it was Biggie who was on top. And Suge loved Biggie. He wanted Big to perform at a location that he was promoting. But Puffy wanted Suge to pay money for it, even though Suge had looked out for him for years, done everything for him for free. Puffy didn't care about that and refused to do it for free. In 1995, the Source magazine had crowned Biggie the King of New York, and the West Coast didn't really have a guy on his level at the time, in terms of rapping skills, sales, status, and impact. Big exceeded everyone, so Suge felt like Puff did him dirty, felt like he owed him something, was upset and mad about it. He knew that when it comes to rapping skills, Dre and Snoop were not on his level, so he got a little jealous and was looking for a rapper that could outperform Biggie and outshine Bad Boy, so that Suge can get his revenge and continue looking down on Puffy. It was all ego. The rapper Suge was looking for was Tupac, but he was currently in jail. The East Coast-West Coast rivalry was a thing even back then, and now Suge, as the owner of Death Row, which was the face of the West Coast at the time, felt like the little guy Puffy was looking down on him. And not just him, the entire West Coast. Suge wanted him to come down from his high horse and give him the respect he deserves as the guy who opened doors for him. He wanted to show the world that nobody can treat him like this. Thought of teaching Puffy a lesson. Suge was known as a tyrant and bully of the music industry. He had financed his label by bullying other artists and managers in the music scene, like Vanilla Ice for example. The story of him intimidating the rapper on a hotel balcony, making him sign over the rights to his song Ice Ice Baby, which was the first hip-hop single to top the Billboard Hot 100 charts. His album To the Extreme sold over 15 million copies worldwide, and Suge was getting paid for that, just by threatening him, and by quote-unquote hanging him upside down from a 15th floor hotel balcony. And now it was time to bully Puffy. He wanted to sign all the artists that Puffy worked with to Death Row. Jodeci, Mary J. Blige, and later on Biggie, when Suge wanted to expand Death Row by forming Death Row East, which was supposed to replace Bad Boy as the face of East Coast hip-hop. The plan was to sign all the talented R&B and rap artists on the East Coast so that Puffy had no future superstar to work with. That's why on the 95 Source Awards, which took place on August 3rd, Suge went on stage and dissed Puffy by inviting artists from all around the world to join his label, while saying that they don't have to tolerate a guy like Puffy dancing in their videos and ad-libbing every single one of their songs.
Any artists out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star, and don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the videos, all on the record, dancing, come to Death Row.
Puffy was sitting in the audience when Suge was making those comments about him. This was really the first time he made his beef with Puffy public, by ridiculing him on stage and taking the legendary Bad Boy and Death Row rivalry to the next level. He even shouted out Tupac, who they planned to get out of jail to destroy Puffy, Biggie, and their entire label. I couldn't believe what he said. I thought we was boys, Puffy said in an interview. He later came on stage and responded to those comments.
I'm the executive producer that a comment was made about a little bit earlier. But check this out, contrary to what other people may feel, I would like to say that I'm very proud of Dr. Dre, of Death Row, and Suge Knight for their accomplishments. And all this East and West that needs to stop.
Nonetheless, Suge's words spread like flu germs, reigniting ancient East-West hostilities. Puffy realized that it was too dangerous for him to come to LA. Not doing shows and promoting his music on the West Coast would slow down his money, and money was all he had in mind. So avoiding the West was not an option for him. He saw how Suge always had about 50 to 100 gang members with him everywhere he went, ready to go to war for him on his command, at least on the West Coast. Flying to LA with a security team of 50 men, 50 bodyguards wasn't an option for him, cause it was way too expensive. It wouldn't even be worth doing all the shows in LA if the costs are that high. One full-time bodyguard can cost around $1,000 to $2,000 a day. Then you have to buy the plane tickets, transportation, hotel rooms, and that for over 50 people. Cause you can't just show up with 5 to 10 bodyguards when the other side has 50 to 100 goons with them. So he was forced to do what Suge was doing the whole time. Get close with one of the biggest gangs in LA to get their support. That was the cheapest and most efficient option for him. He obviously couldn't get the support from the Piru, cause that was Suge's gang. So he tried to get close with the Crips, who at the time outnumbered the Bloods. There were around 3 to 4 times more Crips in Compton than Bloods. And everyone in Compton was afraid of them. The ones that weren't scared ended up becoming Pirus, who had a reputation for being ruthless, violent, and dangerous. So to many people it looked like the Bloods and Crips were equally strong and influential. But Puffy thought it was a smart move for him to get in touch with the Crips, especially with the Southsiders, who actually had a history with the mob Piru. They were enemies. The only person Puffy knew who could make that connection for him was his good friend Von Zip, who was already informed about his problem with Suge. Zip promised him that he can hook him up with some muscle in LA. People that can look out for him and protect him from Suge and the mob Piru. Dangerous people that can take matters into their own hands. Follow him to clubs, video shoots, shows, events, wherever he wants, without the restrictions that bodyguards have. He suggested to make that connection with Keefe D and the Southside Crips. Keefe D wouldn't have helped him if it wasn't for his business partner and friend Von Zip. Shortly after the Source Awards, Puffy once again called his friend Zip, who at the time was in his van with Keefe D, hanging out and smoking weed together. He wanted to ask about the support on the West Coast that Zip had promised. Zip answered the phone and said, "Hey, what's up, Puff? Yo, where's your boy Keefe? I need to talk to him. He's right here." Zip passed Keefe D the phone and said, "Puffy wants to talk to you." "What's up, dog?" Keefe D said. "Man, we're about to do the BET tour." Then he paused. "You think it's cool for us to come out there?" Meaning the West Coast. "Why wouldn't it be?" "Your boy, big CEO. He's tripping." Puff was talking about Suge. Keefe didn't know that the two fractions were having funk at the time. Puffy became so paranoid that he tried to associate himself with gangs to get extra protection, now that he had infuriated Suge Knight. He was worried about his image and the quote-unquote white folks slowing down his money if they find out that he's involved with any kind of gunplay or anything illegal. But he had no other choice now because he was fearing for his life. He was more or less gearing up for war and trying to make sure that he not only had bodyguards around him but also gang members. People who do the dirty work for him if necessary. By getting close with the Southsiders, he could also create a rift between the Bloods and the Crips, to play them against each other. Because he knew that a lot of the Crips in Compton hated Suge for what he did to EAZY-E. He had passed on March 26th that year. Everybody knew that Suge was his mortal enemy. Numerous people, including Jerry Heller, have said that EAZY-E wanted to kill him, surprise him with fully automatic weapons and shoot him in the middle of the night when he's sleeping. But Jerry Heller talked him out of it, as it wasn't worth throwing away millions to get rid of some quote-unquote bouncer. Years later, Jerry Heller revealed that he regrets his decision. I should have let him kill him. I would have done the world a favor. He would have done it, for sure. By himself. Puffy went and got support from people who were just itching to do something about Suge and his people. The animosity and hate the Compton Crips had for Suge didn't stop when EAZY-E passed. Crips like Gangsta Dresta and BG Knockout, who again were best friends with Orlando Anderson, the nephew of Keefe D, continued to verbally and physically attack several members of the Death Row family. In 1995, they had a fight with Nate Dogg and the Dog Pound at a golf course. Nate ended up hitting Dresta on the head with a golf club. Death Row was owned by a Piru member. Most of the people working for them were Bloods. But they also had tons of artists that were Crips, like Nate and Snoop Dogg, Daz Dillinger, Corrupt, and others. The Southsiders had a problem with them too. Some saw them as traitors, hated them just for being affiliated with Suge and the Ma Piru. Everyone close to that man became a target. Suge was showing up to every single one of Puff Daddy's concerts and shows, trying to intimidate him, provoking and humbling him in front of other people, forcing him to do something. It would get worse day by day. Even though Suge was Keefe D's childhood friend, he agreed to help Puff and tried to calm him down. Just send me 40 to 50 tickets and we'll be in there deep at all your concerts. Keefe D was convinced that Suge and the Ma Piru wouldn't dare to approach Puffy while having the Southsiders around. Puffy would reserve seats and prepare tickets for them, to let them come to all their shows on the West Coast. They would meet up with them at the hotel, get the tickets and follow them wherever they wanted to go. Puffy's bodyguard Gene Deal would always see Zip, Keefe D, D-Mac and a couple of other Crips hanging out and gambling at the hotel, shooting dice. Keefe D used to ride in the same van as him, went to all the shows but didn't get paid for it. Only thing the Crips got from Puffy were tickets. It would always look like they're all together, moving as a team, as if the Crips had his back, even though they were just chess pieces to him. He didn't even think of paying them, or giving them jobs, so to speak. While the Crips, on the other hand, tried to show Puff that they can be reliable, trustworthy and loyal, so that they can be his security. They were backstage deep at most of those shows, ready to protect him, thinking they will get paid for it, when really all they got was some free tickets. When Suge had everybody in the music industry intimidated, Keefe D was one of the few people that felt like he was soft and didn't have a heart. Because he knew him since he was a kid. Keefe D's people weren't scared or worried about him. To them they were quote-unquote Rudy Poos they had been fighting all their lives. Suge was in college hanging around rappers, punking rappers, CEOs and managers. But Keefe D felt like he couldn't punk real street dudes. He wasn't in the streets like that. He wasn't going to do what real street dudes would do. Keefe D and Puffy became very close. The Crips were always around him. Even when Puffy's mentor Andre Harrell was around. Hotel rooms full of Crips, drinking bottles, Puffy coming out the bathroom half naked, feeling comfortable around them, bending over in front of everyone with nothing but a towel on. For Keefe D, Puffy was just a clown that may get everybody some easy cash and maybe even open doors for them in the future so that they can become part of the music industry. Cause Keefe D slowly started to regret not getting into the music business himself. Puffy was so scared that he hired ex-Navy SEALs wearing earpieces like they worked for the CIA in the hotel room right next to his suite. Keefe D and the Crips were laughing at him, cause they felt like they could have easily killed him, as the security guy was quote-unquote playing by the books, while street cats don't. Puffy didn't want the gang members to hurt his public image and brand. Wanted them to operate in the background, while still looking professional to everyone else. Next time Puffy and Suge saw each other, was 10 days after the Source Awards on August 13th, 1995. Zip had invited Keefe D to the Beat Summer Jam show at Irvin Meadows and took him through the VIP entrance where all the talent entered. Tretch from Naughty by Nature, Jodeci, Mary J. Blige, Junior Mafia, Biggie, Puffy, Faith Evans, Craig Mack, etc. Keefe D had his crew with him. They were about 20 to 30 deep, all up on the stage wearing Dallas Cowboys gear, drinking bottles and smoking weed. Keefe D spotted Suge Knight standing over to one side of the stage. He was quote-unquote looking jealous. Biggie had just dropped his hit single One More Chance, which topped the Hot R&B Hip-Hop Songs chart and peaked at number 2 on Billboard Hot 100. At the same time, it was the highest debuting single in the history of the Hot 100, along with Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson's song Scream, when it entered the chart at number 5. So Big was clearly on top of the game at that time. The East Coast was back on top. When Keefe D saw Suge out the corner of his eye, Suge gestured for him to come over to speak with him. "Keefe D, let me holler at you." "What's up, dog?" "Man, how you know them?" "Homie, the same way I know you." "The dope game. That's how I know him." That's when Suge understood what Puffy was trying to do. Getting a rival gang as his backup to get him under control, and to potentially start a gang war between the Southsiders and the Ma Piru. But as mentioned earlier, Suge and Keefe D were childhood friends. They both tried to not get in each other's way. That being said, Suge wasn't done with Puffy yet. He still tried to bully him on every show, whether it's on the East Coast, West Coast, or in the South. The next big incident occurred on September 23rd, 1995, when Ma Piru member Big Jake from Campanella Park was gunned down after attending the Platinum City Club, which is a nightclub based in Atlanta. It was actually Jermaine Dupri's birthday party. Both Suge and Puff were invited. Jake was there as a bodyguard for Suge. The two were homies. And Suge was of course there to intimidate and bully people, especially Puffy. As mentioned earlier, he was always showing up to parties and clubs that Puff was attending, to make him uncomfortable and to humiliate him. Puff claims that prior to this incident, he had met Suge at a nightclub called The Tunnel in New York, when Suge didn't have his people with him. Puff allegedly confronted him about the things he said at the Source Awards, and Suge supposedly denied that he was sending shots at him. He apparently meant Jermaine Dupri when he was making fun of record executives appearing in music videos, dancing in the background, or ad-libbing the songs. But why would Suge even come to Dupri's party if he really had a problem with him? Dupri wasn't even aware that the two sides had beef. He invited both of them thinking everything is cool. And he himself said that it's very unlikely for Puff to approach a guy like Suge, saying that Puff most likely made the story up to make himself look more powerful and less like a weakling. Puff's side, on the other hand, claimed that Dupri actually got slapped at his own birthday party by Suge himself. And then you have other people saying that he tried to do the same to Puffy, who had his whole crew with him. Suge only had Big Jake on his side, but still had the courage to try to extort and humiliate him in front of everybody. They got into an argument and Puffy allegedly got slapped. Not only that, but Suge also performed the full Nelson on him, meaning he got behind Puffy and thrusted his arms under Puffy's arms, and clasped his hands behind Puffy's head. Held him like that for a few seconds to humiliate him in front of everybody. After the party was over, everyone left in peace, thinking Suge was just fooling around. But then they met again at the after party. According to Big Gipp from the rap group Goody Mob, Puffy and his crew were inside the building when Suge arrived. Suge and Jake parked their car in front of the building and stepped out the vehicle. They were there for trouble even though they were clearly outnumbered and had no weapons on them. According to the eyewitness Big Gipp, somebody from Diddy's camp said, "Yo, Suge pulled up." And everyone was surprised, saying, "Who?" And the guy then said, "Yeah, Suge pulled up. He's outside at the front door." Puffy and his entourage then immediately walked outside to see him, and what started as a friendly conversation developed into a huge argument with everybody yelling in the middle of the street late at night. Puffy then started drinking his champagne, and somebody whispered something in his ear. Next thing you know, Jake is on the ground shot. That's Gibb's side of the story. Puffy, on the other hand, told it differently. When he was asked in an interview about it, he seemed frustrated and confused. "Here's what happened," Puffy said. "I went to Atlanta with my son. At that time, there wasn't really no drama. I didn't even have bodyguards, so that's a lie that I did." Puffy is responding to the accusations that his bodyguards have shot Big Jake, saying that he didn't even have bodyguards with him that day in Atlanta. This can be easily disproven by the multiple eyewitnesses who have seen his bodyguards at the club. Jermaine Dupri, Jay Black, Suge, Big Gip, Wolf, they all said that Puffy's bodyguards were present that day. Maybe not bodyguards in a traditional sense, but street dudes from New York like Wolf who always kept an eye on him and protected him. According to Officer Greg Kading, there were also eyewitnesses that claimed to have seen the Southside Crip Orlando Anderson, wearing a blue powder jacket and standing there as additional security for Puffy. I mean, it wouldn't make sense for a guy like him to leave the city without anyone there to protect him. Even the people around him claimed that Puffy wasn't alone there. But let's continue with the statement. "I left the club and I'm waiting for my limo, talking to girls. I don't see Suge go into the club. We don't make contact or nothing like that." Bad Boy insider Jay Black, on the other hand, said that him and Puff weren't trying to leave. They had just arrived and were about to enter the club, talking in the limo when someone knocked on the door, informing them about a fight. "Yo, your man is in the club going crazy. Your man is in the club going crazy." So Jay Black and Puff jumped out the limo trying to get into the club. Suge then came out and they spoke to each other. He gets into a beef in the club with some people. I knew the majority of the club, but I don't know who he got into the beef with, what it was over, or nothing like that. All I heard is that he took beef at the bar. I see people coming out. I see a lot of people that I know. I see him. And I see everybody yelling and screaming and ish. I get out the limo and I go to him like, "What's up? You alright?" I'm trying to see if I can help him. That's my mother effing problem. I'm always trying to see if I can help somebody. Anyways, I get out facing him and I'm like, "What's going on? What's the problem?" Then I hear shots ringing out and we turn around and somebody's standing right behind me. His man, God bless the dead, gets shot and he's on the floor. My back was turned. I could have got shot and he could have got shot. But right then he was like, "I think you had something to do with this." I'm like, "What are you talking about? I was standing right here with you." I really felt sorry for him. The sense that if he felt that way, he was showing me his insecurity. According to Jay Black, Big Jake was laying on the ground, and Suge was then in Puff's face yelling at him, "I'm going to get you. I'm going to do everything in my power to get you." Puff was all humble, saying, "Why? I had nothing to do with this." Suge then went to check on Jake, started shaking him, saying, "Don't worry about it, you gon' be aight." Then he turned back to Puffy and continued yelling. The shooting happened right at the front entrance, so everyone that started panicking inside the building had to find a different exit to escape. Someone jumped out of a window on the side of the building, but most people tried to escape through the back entrance, cause again, the shooting happened at the front entrance. It was a melee, a lot of people were screaming and running, everything was out of control. Jay Black, the guy who came with Puffy, got locked up that night for stepping on the shell casings and for quote-unquote tampering with evidence. It is not clear who the shooter was, as nobody has been charged for the murder, and as there are conflicting statements by eyewitnesses. According to Suge's right-hand man, Mark James, Keefe D, Haitian Jack, and basically 99% of the people who have spoken on it, the person who shot Big Jake was a man named Anthony Jones, aka Wolf, who was one of Puffy's bodyguards from New York, his right-hand man and muscle, and Puffy was standing right there when it happened, denying that he had bodyguards. Suge was trying to push up on Puffy, but neither him nor Big Jake had guns on them. According to Dupri, they were inside at first, but got outside before things started to escalate. Puff and Suge, quote-unquote, got into a screaming match. Dupri said he saw Wolf shoot multiple times. A few seconds later, Jake was on the ground, and everybody scattered and left the party. He didn't say that Wolf was the one who actually killed him, only confirmed that Puffy's bodyguard was present. and that he was one of the people that reached for their guns to shoot. According to Puffy's bodyguard Gene Deal, it wasn't actually Wolf who shot and killed him. He did shoot, but he wasn't the one who killed him. He said the story was made up to make the East Coast-West Coast war bigger than it already was. Wolf himself allegedly denied being responsible for Big Jake's death, saying that he had no reason to do it. Deal said that the guy who actually killed him was a man named Jason from Brooklyn, who was one of Diddy's closest friends. He allegedly aimed at both Jake and Suge, but Suge got away. Wolf was apparently cool with Jason and Suge. Standing right next to them, Gene Deal called Jermaine Dupri a liar, who wasn't actually there when the shooting happened, cause Suge Knight had slapped him and Puffy at the same birthday party. So Dupri was upstairs with Dallas Austin and didn't come down to see Suge. But Gene Deal wasn't there either. He got his information from Wolf. He said Jason and Big Jake were arguing about a woman named Nicole, who was from the West Coast. Jake and Suge made fun of her and said, "Oh, you sucking them East Coast people's D's now?" They were talking crazy to her right next to her boyfriend Jason, who then got mad and waited for Jake to come outside. And that's when he supposedly shot him. Jake was conscious on his way to the hospital, but he unfortunately passed away a week later. Suge, members of Mob Piru, and everyone from Death Row blamed Puffy for it. After the shooting, people on both coasts began speculating. Would there be retribution? All-out war? According to a New York Times magazine cover story, Puffy sent Louis Farrakhan's son, Mustafa, to talk with Suge. "If there's anything you can do to put an end to this BS, I'm with it." Puffy later denied sending him. The Times reported that Suge refused to meet with Mustafa. Suge had declined to speak about his friend's murder. Less than 2 weeks later, when the How Can I Be Down rap conference in Miami took place, the heat was on. Suge, who has never concealed his past affiliations with LA's Notorious Bloods, was rumored to be coming with an army. Puffy was said to be bringing a massive group of New York thugs and drug lords. When the conference came and Puffy did not attend, Billboard reported that it was due to threats from Death Row. Then on October 12, 1995, which is less than 3 weeks after the shooting, Tupac, the guy who Suge wanted to bring back to destroy Puffy and the label Bad Boy, was released from the Clinton Correctional Facility in New York after serving 8 months in prison on abuse charges. Following the release, he signed to Suge's label Death Row Records and became heavily involved in the growing East Coast-West Coast hip-hop rivalry. Pac was already labeled a thug and gangster before his release from prison, but signing to Death Row amplified it to the point where everything got out of control. Pac and Death Row together were like fire and gasoline. He started dissing Puffy, the Notorious B.I.G., and everyone associated to the label Bad Boy Records, while outshining them success-wise, selling more records than any rapper on the East Coast. He became the #1 rap artist in the world after dethroning the quote-unquote King of New York, which was a title specifically created for the Notorious B.I.G., who had taken over the game while Tupac was in prison. I will cover their beef in detail in a separate video. Pac was just filled with rage, hate and anger due to the shooting on November 30th, 1994 at the Quad Studios in New York, where Tupac got shot 5 times by 3 assailants from Brooklyn. I covered this incident in detail and broke it down from all angles in my previous video called "The Reason Why Tupac Got Shot 5 Times." You should definitely check it out, because that shooting explains some of the decisions Tupac made after his release from prison. It explains why Tupac accused Biggie and Puffy of knowing the shooters, and them not wanting to reveal who's responsible even though they are friends. Especially after they purposefully released the song "Who Shot Ya" just a couple of months after the shooting. So for Tupac, it wasn't just a regular rap beef. He feared for his life and needed people like Suge and the Mob Piru around him to feel safe. But Suge also needed Pac to get Death Row back on top, so they both benefited from each other.
I could tell that Pac was down, but you could tell he never had no real love, like no real homie love. He never had no homies.
If it's really gonna be tight, you're gonna need a family. And at that point, we was a family.
"Why would I set a guy up to get shot?" Puffy said. "If I must set a guy up, which I would never do, I ain't gonna be in the country. I'ma be in Bolivia somewhere. He ain't mad at the people that shot him. He knows where they're at. He knows who shot him. If you ask me, he knows. And everybody in the street knows. And he's not stepping to them. Because he knows he's not gonna get away with that ish. To me, that's some real sucker ish. Be mad at everybody, man. Don't be using people as scapegoats. We know that he's a nice guy from New York. All ish aside, Tupac is a nice, good-hearted guy. Puffy basically admitted that he knows who shot him. Pac felt like the friends that were with him during the robbery stabbed him in the back, after allowing the 3 assailants to rob and shoot him. He didn't get any help from Puff and Big either. When he came to LA and joined Death Row, he found a new family to support and strengthen him. People that wouldn't, quote-unquote, drop like a sack of potatoes when he needs help. That's how he described the people that were with him during the shooting. Death Row and the mob Piru welcomed him with open arms, took him under their wing like a little brother, gave him support, protection, confidence, and everything he ever wanted from the thug life movement he had created years ago. He had already deaded that movement by the time he got out of jail. Started to surround himself with real gangsters and gang members, while going to war with the people who quote-unquote set him up or knew about the setup. Puffy, Biggie, Bad Boy Records, the people who shot him, those who plotted the shooting, and also the people involved in the assault case he had to deal with for the past few years. Cause he felt like everything was a setup. Pac came out on October 12th, and 6 days later, on October 18th, Faith Evans, the wife of the Notorious B.I.G., came to LA. She went out with some friends to the Hollywood Athletic Club and met Tupac and Treach from Naughty by Nature. Faith didn't know much about Pac at the time, didn't know that he had just signed to Death Row, didn't know about his beef with Biggie or who he was cool with. Soon as they greeted each other, a photographer came and took pictures. Tupac then went out to smoke and saw Faith leave the building. He then yelled across the parking lot, "Y'all leaving?" And Faith yelled back saying no. Pac then said, "Cause we about to go back to my hotel room. What y'all gonna do?" And Faith said, "We gonna follow you." That night, Faith went to Tupac's hotel room. The next day, on the 19th, they recorded the song Wonder Why They Call You B for Tupac's upcoming album with Faith on the hook. People saw Faith sit on Tupac's lap while they were spending time in the studio. Natasha Walker said she saw Faith's legs between Tupac's legs. And the night after the studio session, according to multiple people that were close to Tupac at the time, the two had sex together in Tupac's hotel room. There are witnesses like Drew Down, who was actually present at the hotel, and has seen them walk into the room. Drew Down actually opened the door for them. Faith, however, denies that any of this happened. What she did reveal in her book, however, was that Tupac more or less pressured her into performing oral sex on him to get paid for the song Wonder Why They Call You B. Cause Pac and Faith met again on November 14th, 1995 at the wedding to the Exhale soundtrack release party in LA, and that's when he supposedly pressured her. But people from Pac's camp denied that the two went home or to a hotel together that day. Pac also found a way to get back at Puffy by telling Suge Knight to do the same to Puffy's baby mama Misa Hylton, with whom Puffy had his first son Justin. Pac told Suge to sleep and take pictures with her, so that both Puffy and Biggie get ridiculed by the media and get hit where it hurts the most. Suge Knight and Misa Hylton had a relationship from October to November 95, and even after that he used to fly her out together with her son over to LA to humiliate Puffy. They slept together on numerous occasions, got seen together at the Parker Meridian Hotel in New York City. According to DJ Quick, Suge had Misa come over to his room. Quick asked him, "Suge, what are you doing? Like, what the F? That's Diddy's baby mama." They even did it at Tupac's house when Pac had Mary J. Blige with him, who, by the way, is another artist that worked closely with Puffy. Pac slept with Mary J. Blige in one room and Suge with Misa Hylton in the other, at the same time. They were seen together on numerous occasions. Pac later complained and joked about Mary's bad smell in the intimate area. Him and Suge were doing everything they could to emasculate and belittle Puffy and Biggie, rubbing it into their faces and showing them that they can get away with it. They were trying to drive them crazy and to provoke a response, which they ended up getting months later. Pac and Suge shared a common interest. They both wanted to confront him and find out if he's really involved with the shootings. The one at the Quad Studios and the one where Big Jake got murdered. Suge and the other mob Piru members indirectly held Puffy responsible for the murder. Tupac, on the other hand, accused Puffy of withholding information about the shooters and masterminds behind the Quad Studio incident, thinking he would have already told him about it if he wasn't cool with those people or wasn't part of the whole setup. So both Suge and Pac had a reason to hate him. The first time Pac got confronted by Keefe D and the Southsiders was around the time he released the song Califonia Love. Pac had a line on there that upset the Southsiders. He rapped, "Recognized from Long Beach to Rosecrans." Some of the Crips had a problem with that line because Pac was referring to the areas around Long Beach Boulevard and Rosecrans Avenue in Compton, which is the territory of the mob Piru, the gang that Suge and most people working for Death Row were affiliated with, rivals of the Southsiders and the people that Puffy wanted to keep in check. Some of the Southsiders were up at the House of Blues on Sunset, to which Tupac as well as Big Syke, aka Mussolini, and the Outlaws, which was Tupac's group at the time, were walking to. They walked through a path in the street that had both sides barricaded. You had Tupac fans standing on both sides yelling and hollering that they loved him. But there was a gang-affiliated woman who was cursing him. She said, "You ain't nothing. Get out of here, you mockbuster. You ain't nobody out here." Napoleon from the Outlaws, who was around 18 at the time, was upset about it and yelled back at her. "What? Pac, you not gonna say nothing?" Pac remained quiet and just ignored her. But Napoleon felt like he had to do something about it. So he started cursing back and making spitting gestures towards her. Then, according to Napoleon, two quote-unquote humongous black brothers came out of nowhere on both sides. They stood up, and to Napoleon it seemed like they just kept getting bigger and bigger. He himself was the shortest guy in Tupac's crew, so of course he felt intimidated. The two men looked like straight killers according to Napoleon. They then started walking towards them. Napoleon became scared cause they were both about twice his size. But he couldn't show fear in front of Tupac, especially after instigating the fight. Big Syke, who was one of the original members of Tupac's group Thug Life, then stepped in their way and held them back. He talked to them to calm down the situation. Syke was a member of the Imperial Village Crips in Inglewood, California. The Crips respected him, and that's why they could talk it out. Napoleon could see them talking and nodding. Syke kept pointing at him and the two kept staring. Tupac then told Napoleon that he should go easy on her because she's a woman. "Just follow my lead, player. Don't do nothing dumb like that again or you gon' get us killed out here. This the West Side, Moo. It ain't Irving." Moo is short for Mutar, Napoleon's real name. He understood that Pac really wanted the best for him, school him on things that weren't worth wasting energy on, and that being real doesn't mean being dumb. Big Syke then walked back to Pac and Napoleon kinda heated, looked at Napoleon and said to Pac, "You better control your little homie. Those were some big time rollin' 60s OG Crip killers, and that was their sister. Be careful who women you disrespect out here." But Keefe D, who claims to have been present that day, told the story differently, saying that it got physical before Syke could step in. And he also said that the Crips there were not rollin' 60s but Southsiders. He said his homie named Oldie went up and grabbed Tupac by the collar and pushed him against the wall, saying, "You know what that Long Beach and Rosecrans stands for? That's the wrong side, mother F," referring to the line on Califonia Love. And that's when Big Syke came in his account. He said, "Nah, homie, he's just rapping on a song, homie. He don't know what's going on out here in these neighborhoods." So they let him go. Pac always got protection from gang members around him, whether it was Bloods or Crips, cause he had friends from both gangs. According to Daz Dillinger, who was also signed to Death Row, Tupac claimed Crip when he was with Thug Life from 93 to 94. He had Rated R and Macadocious in his group, who were both rollin' 40s Crips, and also Big Syke, who like I mentioned earlier was a member of the Imperial Village Crips. He also was close with Warren G, Daz Dillinger, Nate, and Snoop Dogg, who were all rollin' 20s Crips. Also corrupt, rollin' 60s, the list goes on and on. Pac later had a falling out with almost everyone on this list, including Big Syke, who had kept an eye on him this whole time. Pac wanted to sign him to Machiavelli Records, and wanted him to stay away from Suge and Death Row, but instead he tried to get signed there, ignoring Tupac's offer, and that's why they had a falling out. Pac told his bodyguard Frank Alexander to not let him get near him. He refused to talk to him, and not just him, almost every Crip friend he had. Instead, he got closer and closer to the mob Piru, people like Trayvon Lane and Suge Knight, who wanted to make him an official member of the gang. Pac tattooed the acronym MOB on his inner right upper arm. The acronym stands for two things according to Tupac himself: money over B, and also money, organization, and business. He referenced it on numerous songs he recorded after coming out of jail, like for example on Blasphemy, Hit 'Em Up, Changed Man, Worldwide Mob Figures, MOB, the list goes on and on.
Pac wearing a red flag, you know what I'm saying, the right pocket, you know, so Pac was like, man, shit, I'm on some MOB shit, I'm on a red rag, so, bam, they put a red rag on Pac.
Who's that nigga in the G-Rod screaming out MOB, working, we ride.
So you say MOB, that's the mob.
Cause we mob on you tricks, and you know we keeping money over. MOB.
He banged that shit like you a bang a mother neighbors. Pac didn't put MOB and say money over this to be fashionable. Pac was really with that shit.
I'm slowly like Jodeci and stick me lean in my eye. I don't live and die for MOB. So catch it wicked worldwide. I my figure West Coast who ride.
I seen Biggie throwing up this. Biggie don't know nothing about no gang signs. Why that nigga keep throwing up gang signs?
People to this day are still unsure if MOB was more than just an acronym that Tupac created. Cause MOB or mob can also mean mafia, a criminal organization, an acronym for members of Bloods, a reference to the mob Piru. You can't make songs and call yourself mob or any other gang name without gang members confronting you about it. So the mob Piru members associated with Death Row knew what he was doing and were fine with it. Some say he got that tattoo to get the mob Piru on his side, basically as an army to ride with him in his wars. Cause Pac felt like the whole world was against him. He was in the middle of the East Coast-West Coast war. Suge, a mob Piru member, got him out of jail and basically gave him a second chance in life. Cause his career would have been over if he had spent 4.5 years in prison. So it could have also been loyalty towards Suge. While Tupac had the mob Piru around him as security, Puffy relied on the Southside Crips, meaning Keefe D and his people. Pac not only became part of Suge's bloody war with Puffy, in which close associates and mob Piru members like Big Jake got killed by one of Puffy's associates, which made them want to retaliate, but the Southsiders around Puff were also beefing with the Piru on the West Coast. So Pac was thrown into a war that he couldn't even understand or comprehend. He went from beefing with rappers and music executives to gang wars, living a life that he never lived. He didn't grow up in gangs and ended up making mistakes due to his inexperience. The wolves that Pac and Puffy had around them as security and backup were fighting a bloody war that Tupac couldn't get out of. He more or less got dragged into a gang war without being a real gang member. Things got worse day by day. It wasn't just a normal hip-hop rivalry anymore. On December 15th, just 3 months after Big Jake's murder, there was another incident that changed the relationship between Puffy and Suge forever. Death Row Records was having a Christmas party at home in the Hollywood Hills. And a record promoter from New York named Mark Anthony Bell, who went to high school with Puffy and was now an A&R on the East Coast, decided to attend the party. He had done work for Death Row approximately 30 times, so he already had a history with Suge and the label. One of Bell's friends had been hired as a photographer for the party, and Bell wanted to go there too, but he didn't have a ticket. So together with his friend, the photographer, they went up to the offices of Death Row during the afternoon of the party, and due to the fact that they had worked together about 30 times, Mark Bell was allowed to get in. On his previous visit to LA, just a few weeks after Big Jake's death, Mark Bell had been approached in the lobby of that same building, after meeting with Death Row to inquire about work. As he was leaving through the lobby, a Death Row employee handed him a type of written note asking him to reveal any information on Puffy, his family, or associates. He was instructed to reply on the note and then to simply drop it on the floor, and Bell apparently refused to do so. Now fast forward to the Death Row Christmas party on December 15th. Mark Bell and his friend arrived in front of the building at around 10:30 at night. His friend then went to take some pictures at the party. At around 2 a.m., Suge Knight arrived with his mob Piru entourage. Tupac and his mother Afeni Shakur were present that night as well. While Suge was making the rounds, he encountered Bell and asked him why he didn't cooperate previously, referring to the note that he ignored a month and a half ago. Suge then told him, "You didn't want to cooperate. I'm a man of my word, and I do what I say." Bell then told Suge that he didn't know anything, and that he didn't have any information on where Puffy stayed when he came to LA, cause Suge and his people wanted to pay Puffy a visit at his West Coast home, and approach him while he's in Suge's territory, so to speak. Mark Bell then told Suge that Puffy had an office in Manhattan, and that he could get the phone number from the phone company, and that anyone could call him directly. Suge then got annoyed and wanted to continue the conversation somewhere else, somewhere where there are no witnesses. He told him to come upstairs to the VIP room where they could finish their conversation, and Mark Bell made the mistake to follow him, not knowing what would await him there. He had no idea that Puffy and Suge were in the middle of a deadly war. The people in the VIP room supposedly included a photographer for the New York Times, someone from MTV, and various other media people, and also Bell's friend that he had arrived with, who immediately noticed that something was wrong, asking Bell if everything is alright, and Bell then said yes while giving him a bad look. Suge had his brother-in-law Norris Anderson throw everyone out the VIP room, and then stand outside the door. Left in the room with Mark Bell were allegedly Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, Dr. Dre, a man with gold teeth, and two other men which were all Mob Piru members. Suge pulled out a chair in the middle of the room and told Bell to have a seat. He then pulled up another chair and sat right in front of him. He then started questioning him about Puffy and why he didn't cooperate with him previously. Mark Bell again told him that he didn't want to get involved. Suge then asked him about Puffy's parents and where his mother lives, how he can find Puffy's office. Mark Bell claims that Tupac would whisper into Suge's ear, who then would ask more questions. The man with the gold teeth was acting hyper and would come up to Bell and hit him in the side of the face, while yelling, "This is for the person who died. We're going to kill you." He allegedly hit him 3 times. With the person who died, he obviously referred to Big Jake, whose death Suge and the Mob Piru blamed on Puffy. Mark Bell would constantly hear them saying, "That was our homie that died. He got beaten with fists and bottles that night." Suge told him that he's going to have to deliver Puffy. During the beating, Pac also said that Bell is lying about not knowing where Puffy is. One of Suge's men then said, "I could kill you now if Suge says so." Suge then went to the bathroom and returned with a glass of urine, which he tried to make Bell drink. He handed it over to Bell, who then held it in his hands, not knowing what to do, nervous and scared to death. The man with the gold teeth then hit him in his face again, which made him drop the glass of urine. He was in fear for his life and broke for the balcony, hoping he could jump to safety or maybe someone would see him. The whole group immediately chased and grabbed him at the guardrail before he could get over it. Suge was on his left side grabbing his shoulder and leg. Pac was on the right side and hitting him on his neck. The other people were hitting him from behind and trying to get him off the guardrail. Mark Bell held on for about 30 seconds before they finally pulled him off. But lucky for him, even though he didn't make it over the guardrail, the gambit worked because downstairs his friend the photographer saw him, quote unquote, spread out on the balcony, and he also saw Tupac making a stabbing motion at Bell, who later claimed that Pac was hitting him on his neck while they were trying to drag him back inside. Suge came back outside to make it seem like he's straightening out a Christmas tree. A second person then came to help him. The photographer understood that Bell's life was in danger. He left the party, took the car, and went down the hill. He stopped after seeing a police car, told the officers that his friend was at the death row party, and that Suge was trying to squeeze him for information. Interesting how he knew about Suge's motives, just by seeing him on the balcony. Him and Mark Bell had probably already talked about the incident that happened a month and a half ago. He also told the officers that they were stabbing him, told them that Bell was going to be killed. The cops then drove in the direction he came from. He didn't know where to take the car, but he made several phone calls to New York, informing people about what happened. Meanwhile, back in the VIP room, the altercation turns into a full-on beatdown. They drug him towards the door, where everyone was hitting and kicking him, and throwing things at him. Suge then said, "Body blows only." The man with the gold teeth then put Bell in a chokehold for approximately 2 minutes, saying, "This is for our friend that died." Bell apparently tried to jump off the balcony numerous times, but they pulled him back in and continued. At one point, while he was still in a chokehold, he almost passed out and decided to play dead. Someone removed his watch from his left wrist, and he also lost his gold chain, which was torn off. He also noticed that they stole his wallet and diamond earring. Altogether, about $30,000 worth of items and cash were taken off of him. They then backed off and allowed him to stand up. Suge suddenly acted like the beating never happened and offered him money, saying, "If you come over to our side, I'll make you rich. You can be a part of this team. I can make you rich. Do you want to make $500,000 or $1 million? Do you have friends that could deliver?" Meaning, do you know somebody that could tell us where we can find Puffy? Suge walked him to the bathroom and told him to clean himself up. Mark Bell then heard people talking on portable radios, meaning the cops had arrived. Suge then said, "If you want your jewelry back, call me tomorrow, and we'll talk about it." The man with the gold teeth then asked Suge, "Should I do him?" And Suge responded, "He's good." The man then came up to Bell and said, "You're lucky that he said you were good." Suge then told everyone to clean up the room. Bell washed his face, and Suge told his brother-in-law to not let him leave until he's cleaned up. Afterwards, Suge's people left one by one. When Bell was allowed to leave and came downstairs, he met a female police officer who said, "Are you Mark? Your friend was worried about your life, thinking something happened to you." Suge and his people were only 10 feet away, and he still feared for his safety. So he told the officer that everything is alright. She saw his bloody lip and the scratches on his neck, so she asked, "Did you fall down?" And he said yes, asking her if she can call a cab for him. All he wanted to do was to get away from the location. The cab arrived and he left. Everyone else continued partying. Bell then flew back to New York and received multiple calls on his pager with the code 187, which is the California Penal Code for murder. So he interpreted those calls as threats by Suge and his people. He provided a photo of one of his assailants taken at the party, on which he is throwing up gang signs. Mark Bell told everyone that the people who attacked him were members of the mob Piru. And so of course word got back to Puffy that Suge was taking those measures, going to that extreme, to try to find out where his home is. And that's of course gonna put you on your heels. No wonder Puffy became paranoid back then. The following day, on December 16th, 1995, Snoop Dogg and the Dogg Pound were in New York to shoot a music video for the song New York, New York, off the Dogg Pound's debut album Dog Food. The video set was fired upon after New Yorkers felt they were being disrespected. Like, why the hell are you coming to our city when you're dissing us? But the music video was originally going to be a dedication to New York prior to the shooting. They wanted to pay homage and make peace. The Notorious B.I.G. called up the Hot 97 radio station with Funkmaster Flex and instigated that incident. According to Snoop Dogg, Biggie was the one who called the shots on him, cause they went to see Funkmaster Flex earlier that day to show love and respect to New York and to say, "DPG, we're here shooting a video. We need all you New York rappers to come F with us, cause we love y'all. We're shooting a video at Times Square. We're shooting at Red Hook. Come get down with us." That's what Snoop and the Dogg Pound wanted to say on the radio, but Funkmaster Flex wouldn't let them in. They headed to the video shoot, and then Biggie called Hot 97 to speak to Flex and everyone listening. On air, he said, "There's a Tupac Dog Pound video in Red Hook, Brooklyn. Brooklyn, stand up. How dare they come out here and record a video dissing New York?" The situation between them was so heated at the time that he didn't care about the consequences of those comments, calling for action as the voice of Brooklyn while the entire city is listening. He might have done it out of anger towards Tupac, when he wasn't even there. But according to Death Row head of security Reggie Wright Jr., Biggie did that because he was mad at Snoop and the Dog Pound, after they quote-unquote stole the beat of a Sanites commercial and used it to create a West Coast classic.
I know you're thinking, well, goddamn, what he drinking? The cookie letter. No wonder beer feel better.
Snoop Dogg and the Dog Pound were shooting the video in the snow in front of the bricks, and by the time they got back to the trailer, someone was shooting at it. Luckily, none of them got hit. The Death Row bodyguard Frank Alexander got them out of there safe. Snoop and the Dog Pound were scared like quote-unquote little bees, according to Frank and Reggie Wright. Snoop said that him and the Dog Pound weren't really close with Suge and his entourage. They quote-unquote weren't really a part of all the gangster-ish that they were doing. And it makes sense as they were Crips, while Suge and his people were Mob Piru members. Tupac and Suge found out about the incidents and were now even more upset. Sending people to kill the artists on the other side is a line that they hadn't crossed yet. People on death row were using intimidation tactics. They never sent shooters. All they did was surprise them at shows, sleep with their baby mamas, and maybe slap a few people around. For them, Puffy was the evil guy. Accused them of knowing the people that shot Tupac, of killing Big Jake in Atlanta, and of sending people to kill Snoop and the Dog Pound. So it became more and more serious day by day. Both sides were now expecting their enemies to do it again. Catch the other side off guard, send people to attack their artists, or people associated with them, put out hits on people, ambush them the first chance they get. So the inhibition threshold reached a minimum on both sides. The question was, who will fold under the pressure and cross the line first? And how will the other side respond? Snoop and the Dog Pound didn't really see Bad Boy as their enemies. At least not to the same level as Suge and Pac. They did throw a few jabs here and there on songs, and in the music video for New York, New York for example, which they ended up completing over in LA, adding the scenes of them kicking over the buildings. But unlike Suge and Pac, they never wanted anyone to get hurt or harmed in any way. Cause 3 months after the shooting, Snoop actually met Biggie in Atlanta at a hotel. He went there with Daz Dillinger from the Dog Pound, was greeted by Lil C's, who then brought them to Biggie's hotel room after Snoop told him that he wants to holler at him. Big opened the door and gave them a hug. They smoked some weed together and Snoop confronted him about the shooting in Red Hook, Brooklyn. Big couldn't say anything to justify his actions. Snoop said, "I know you caught that shot on me. They missed. I forgive you." Snoop felt like no one got hit, so he let it go. They would have probably felt different about it if Snoop and the Dog Pound were actually Mob Piru members. Pac was all about that loyalty, so he basically absorbed and took everyone's beef onto himself. He was there when his Piru friends needed help, and he was also there for all the Crips on his team. The Crips on death row didn't really want to get involved. When Snoop went back to LA and told Tupac about it, he was confused on how he could forgive them like that. Cause remember, Pac thought Big and Puff knew who shot him, and didn't tell him on purpose. They blamed Big Jake's death on them as well. And they almost got Snoop and the Dog Pound killed. First thing Pac said to Snoop was, "F them people." Snoop felt like Pac had the right to say that. How the F you ain't trippin' when people try to kill you? You ain't trippin' when people try to shoot you? And they tried to do me. Homie, you went soft after that murder case. Referring to the murder case Snoop beat on February 21st, 1996. Pac wanted his revenge even more now. Snoop and the Dog Pound flew to New York in peace and got that type of treatment. So Pac and Suge wanted to return the favor and make it impossible for Puffy and Biggie to come to LA without getting in trouble. But before that, they actually met the guy who Puffy hired to keep them in check. Keefe D, member of the Southsiders. It was at the Mike Tyson Frank Bruno fight on March 16th, 1996. Pac, Suge, and the whole Death Row entourage went to Las Vegas to see the fight. According to Keefe D, he met Suge Knight right when he came out, said he was waiting for his car at the valet, and saw Suge, who jumped out his Rolls Royce to greet him. They shook hands and exchanged words. "What's up, big dog? What you doing?" Suge said. According to Keefe D, they had a friendly and peaceful conversation, as if they're friends. The next time they saw Biggie and Puffy was at the Soul Train Awards in LA on March 29th. This was Suge's territory, and they wanted Bad Boy to get a taste of their own medicine, after what happened to Snoop and the Dog Pound in New York.
Be careful, homie. All you fake friend ass niggas, you got to be careful because it's very dangerous out here. You could do that little set me up in the studio in New York, but in California, that's where the G's ride.
Suge bought 60 tickets for Mob Piru members to come to the show. Keefe D and the Southside Crips were there too, but they weren't sitting with any of the members from Bad Boy. None of the gang members were allowed to come on stage or accompany the artist on their way in or out that building through the back door. Keefe D didn't even see Puffy that day, cause they wouldn't even have allowed him to be on stage or to leave and enter the building through the back door where all the artists go through. So Puffy's plan was to go on stage, perform, get the awards and get out as fast as possible, cause his safety couldn't be guaranteed. It had gotten that serious. It was said that Biggie was in charge of opening up the show on stage. Suge and Pac got mad at that and wanted to open up the show themselves as they're from the West Coast, but they weren't allowed to do so. Suge wanted his 50 men to rush that stage and carry Biggie outside, but they were late and didn't actually see him on stage. They were on their way to the awards when Biggie was performing. After receiving the award for R&B Soul or Rap Song of the Year for his song One More Chance, Biggie and his team decided to leave the building for their own safety without any of the people from Death Row knowing, so that it wouldn't come to a confrontation once the awards are over and once everyone is leaving. So Puffy, Biggie and a small group of people are now trying to leave through the back door, but they're being held by security, which got bribed by the Death Row head of security, Reggie Wright Jr., who was notified that they're trying to leave. So the people from Death Row are now driving to the back door, so that they can block their way out and confront them. Keefe D and his people wouldn't have been able to help them even if they wanted to, because again, nobody was allowed to get 50 people through the back door. The people from Bad Boy had a flight to catch to North Carolina, where they had a show, so that's where they were heading to. Pac, Suge, the Outlaws, Reggie Wright Jr., bodyguard Frank Alexander, and a large group of Mob Piru members arrived at the back door where Biggie was just coming out. It was all set up, and possible thanks to the guy who ran the security at the awards. It was someone that grew up with Reggie and worked for the LAPD. Suge and his people had that much power, making cops hold them back until the people from Death Row had arrived. Due to them being late, their plan of attacking Biggie and Puffy on stage didn't work out. They resorted to plan B, to surprise them when they're trying to leave. Pac jumped out the Hummer and saw Biggie the moment he came out of that building. He immediately started yelling and insulting him. "You fat mother F, traitor, you on the west side now. Let's get this ish over with right here, right now." Biggie had Puffy, Lil C's, Lance on Rivera, C Gutter and one security guard with him. The two groups came face to face and started arguing. C Gutter from Biggie's camp then pulled out a gun. He just came out of jail and was a known gangster. Reggie Wright from Pac's camp then warned him, saying that he better lower the gun and not point it at him. It'll be over if he does. Cause Reggie had a gun too, pointing right back at them. Pac was yelling, "Give me the gun! Give me the gun! Shoot that mother F! Shoot him!" And Reggie was trying to calm him down while Pac was pulling him by his arm. Puffy panicked and jumped down the embankment, ran alongside the trucks, and according to Reggie Wright, he tried to hide under a car. He was scared to death. Biggie, on the other hand, stood there like a man, saying nothing, cool and relaxed. Lil C's, however, was quote-unquote pissy drunk and started to respond to the things Tupac was saying. "F you N-word, East Coast mother F." To which Pac responded, "We on the west side now, we gon' handle this ish." Aside from Puff, there were two more people that tried to run away. So the people from Death Row definitely had the advantage that day. Keefe D said if he was with Puffy that day, he would have shot and killed everybody, meaning Suge, Pac, Reggie and the rest of the Death Row entourage. But C, Gutta and Reggie thankfully didn't fire any bullets that day. The Fruit of Islam came and jumped in between the two groups, calming down the situation. Suge was talking to one of them, and after that both groups went their separate ways. Tupac and Suge went inside the auditorium and walked around as if they owned the building, signing autographs, taking pictures, posing, while he was supposed to be on stage and accept the award for Best Album of the Year, cause he had won with Me Against the World. But Pac didn't go on stage. He was just walking around the building full of adrenaline, as if he's looking for a fight. Puff Daddy had already reached the limo, as he ran away as fast as possible. His ex-bodyguard Gene Deal jumped in the car shortly after that. The rest of the bad boy camp was on their way to the airport. Puff tried to call Biggie, who was trying to catch his flight to North Carolina, but he didn't go on the phone because he was mad at Puffy for leaving him behind and escaping while he was there trapped, almost getting killed by gang members. Puff didn't come to North Carolina with them. Instead, he drove back to the house he was staying at in LA, the one that Suge and the mob Piru tried to find, back when they assaulted Mark Bell in December 95, just to squeeze some information out of him. Gene Deal then called Chaz Slim Williams, owner of Black Hand Entertainment, and told him what happened. He mentioned the fact that Puffy ran for his life, and Puff overheard the conversation while he was walking upstairs in the house he was staying at. Puffy yelled at him and said, "Why you telling him I ran? Why you ain't tell him I took a left?" Chaz and Gene Deal were both shocked. Puff was seated, came back downstairs to speak to Gene. He said, "Yo Gene, I got 126 employees, and these people depend on me for their livelihoods. If these white folks thought or would think that I had anything to do with any kind of gunplay, they wouldn't F with me, and they're not gonna F with me. I'm a businessman. I'm about making money. But something gotta change. I don't give a F if Pac gotta die, Big gotta die, or Suge Knight go to jail. Something has to change." And then he went back upstairs. Gene Deal and his friend, who was in the same room, couldn't believe what they just heard. The other man in the room said, "Yo, this guy said Big." And Gene said, "He sure did. Big gotta die? Yo, he said Big." The following week's Hollywood Reporter quoted an unnamed source saying that Pac waved a pistol at Big, adding more fuel to the fire. On April 28, 1996, Tupac and Snoop Dogg released the music video for Two of America's Most Wanted.
Pop, please don't kill me. It was Buff's idea. Oh, man, I'm just a rapper, man. Please don't take me out the game.
The intro features two characters named Biggie and Buffy, who, as you can guess, were supposed to depict Puffy and Biggie, sitting in the office bragging about having eliminated Tupac, and now having no obstacles on their way to the top. As in real life, Tupac survived the shooting, and in the video he's trying to find out if they were the ones who set him up. He surprises them and steps into the office like Tony Montana in the movie Scarface, trying to see their reactions after Biggie got a call from a guy who claims to be the hitman. Biggie's response and reaction confirmed Tupac's suspicions of them having something to do with it. He confronts the two and in the end tells his homie Big Syke to shoot them. Again, Big Syke was the guy that saved Tupac when the Southsiders approached him. This video could be interpreted as a threat to Biggie and Puffy, cause it came out right after the Soul Train Awards, where they drew guns on each other, and where Puffy ran for his life. So Puffy didn't see the video as just a funny Scarface parody, but more as a threat and something that may happen in the near future if he's uncareful or doesn't take the right measures. Seeing a music video of Pac letting people shoot him, especially after the Quad Studio robbery in New York and the incident with Snoop and the Dog Pound at the video shoot for New York, New York, definitely added a layer of fear and reasons to assume that they were really trying to hurt or even kill him for the things they blamed him for. But after the release of that video, it appeared as if Death Row is starting to chill. At a mid-May East-West rap summit in Philadelphia, set up by Dr. Benjamin Chavez to help defuse the situation, Suge avoided any negative comments about Puffy, who did not attend because he said there was too much hype around the event. There's nothing between Death Row and Bad Boy, or me and Puffy. Death Row sells volume, so how could Puffy be a threat to me, or Bad Boy be a threat to Death Row? A few weeks later, however, Death Row released a song that told a different tale. Tupac dropped his vicious diss track Hit 'Em Up on June 4th, 1996, which was aimed at Puffy, Biggie, and everyone associated to the label Bad Boy Records. He joked about them running at the Soul Train Awards and bragged about sleeping with Biggie's wife, while threatening to kill members of Bad Boy Records. The Southside Crips, according to Keefe D, took offense to one line in particular.
Bad Boy as a staff, record label, and as a motherfucking crew. And if you want to be down with Bad Boy, then fuck you too.
That made the Southsiders mad, even though none of them got mentioned by name. But they had Puffy's back and multiple encounters with Pac and his label, so they felt like Pac was speaking to them. And they weren't, of course, the only ones that had problems with that record. The ones who were upset about it the most were, of course, Biggie and Puffy. Diddy feared for his position in the rap game. Pac was harming his label and slowing down his money, while making him look like a joke to everyone in the industry. And of course, back then, nobody wanted to look like a weakling or a victim in the rap game. Pac and Suge were doing everything they could to make them look soft, which most likely would have ended their careers back then. Things escalated when Biggie saw the pictures of Tupac and his wife Faith Evans together, where she's holding up her hand, showing that she took off her wedding ring. At least that's what everyone was saying back then. People believe that she purposefully cheated on Biggie to make him jealous after he cheated on her multiple times, and their marriage ended up falling apart, with Biggie choking her and telling the Vibe magazine that their relationship dissolved and that they're nothing but friends now. His ego and confidence was crushed, just like Pac had planned it. The same happened with Puffy when he found out about his baby mama Misa and Suge Knight having a relationship. Wolf, the man who was accused of shooting Big Jake, showed Puffy pictures of Suge and Misa Hylton together, which were in a Death Row Artist Press magazine at the time. Suge had his arm around Misa, while she had Puffy's 2-year-old son Justin in her arm. The same son Puffy went to Jermaine Dupri's birthday party with, where Big Jake got shot. Not only was the photo itself disrespectful and threatening, but the caption made it even worse. The caption said, "What the East Coast won't take care of, the West Coast will." The ad, which was discussed on New York's Hot 97 by resident gossip Wendy Williams, never ran anywhere, but reps were tarnished nonetheless. Puffy was enraged and fuming when he saw those pictures. His ex-bodyguard Gene Deal said he saw a vein come out of Puffy's forehead out of anger, and also claimed that Puffy made a couple of phone calls later, yelling and cussing everybody out. "What the hell is Suge doing with my son? Is he trying to threaten me?" They stayed up until the next morning because the situation was heated. It was hard to calm him down. He tried calling Misa Hylton, but she didn't go on the phone. So he allegedly panicked, thinking Suge had kidnapped his baby mama and son. On June 30th, Puffy was rushed to the emergency room of St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital in Manhattan, where he was treated for a deep cut to his lower right arm. New York's Daily News called it a slit wrist, implying that it was more than just an accident, a possible suicide attempt. Puffy called the story nonsense. "I was playing with my girl and I reached for a champagne glass, and it broke on my bracelet, cutting my arm. I ain't trying to kill myself. I got problems, but it ain't that bad," Puffy said. Death Row head of security Reggie Wright claims that Puffy panicked when he saw those pictures, and when he heard of Suge taking Misa and her son Justin to LA. Puffy supposedly thought that Suge kidnapped them and tried to harm his son in retaliation for Big Jake's murder, to show him what real gangsters are capable of. Puffy's mother hysterically called the officers of Death Row to ask and beg them to return her grandson, meaning Puffy's firstborn, Justin Combs. She allegedly told them that Puffy tried to commit suicide by cutting his wrist while he was drunk. The Bad Boy camp later denied that the cuts came from a suicide attempt, saying that it was just an accident. Misa Hylton wasn't on good terms with Puffy at the time, so she allegedly laughed it off, saying, "This BAN word really tried to kill himself." While she was in LA, spending time with Suge. She was having a good time and sleeping around, while the father of her son had a mental breakdown and tried to take his own life. Misa then went back home after a week or two when Suge was done using her and the situation cooled down. But the damage was done, and Puffy hit a low point in terms of mental health and overall happiness.
Come on, now! I got holes! I think Biggie face! Biggie here, man. Biggie here. Okay, but I did you for you, but I did you. You told me Puffy, bitch, so I did it for you.
Pac and Suge were playing mind games, trying to drive him crazy, destroy him and everything he worked for. According to Gene Deal, that was the last straw and the point of no return for Puffy. When the legendary DJ Eric B wanted to have a meeting with Biggie in hope to help squash the East Coast-West Coast beef, Puffy didn't want any part of a truce meeting, even though months prior at the Source Awards he was saying that the East Coast-West Coast beef needs to stop.
I would like to say that I'm very proud of Dr. Dre, of Death Row, and Suge Knight for their accomplishments, and all this East and West that needs to stop.
In interviews he seemed exhausted and made it seem like he's ready to end the beef. "I'm ready for it to come to a head. However, it gotta go down," Puffy said. "I'm ready for it to be out of my life and be over with. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I just hope it can end quick and in a positive way, because it's gotten out of hand." Puffy wanted his revenge, but didn't know how to get it without potentially ruining his business and reputation as a serious and noble label boss. In interviews, he was all positive and peaceful, making it seem like he's ready to just shake hands and end the beef. But behind the scenes, he was pulling strings. While rejecting peacemaking efforts from people that are close to both sides, or from respected leaders like Farrakhan who are known to solve problems, squash beefs and make peace, it was important for him to look like a saint to the public. Him and Suge were very different individuals. Suge didn't care about getting labeled as a villain, bully, tyrant, terrorist, gang member or bad guy in general. Puffy, on the other hand, always wanted to look like the good guy, even though he did a lot of bad things behind the scenes. Overall, he cared more about his public image. But his hatred for Suge and Pac made him do the unthinkable. One night, Puffy invited Von Zip and Keefe D to come meet him at Greenblatt's Deli and Fine Wines on Sunset, which is in LA. This was around the time when Puffy was too scared to do shows in LA, thinking he might get ambushed or confronted by Piru members. He was really scared after that incident at the Soul Train Awards where he ran for his life. He saw how many people Suge had with him, and was intimidated by their presence. Puff wasn't used to seeing that many gang members on one spot. He had something like a culture shock when he came to the West Coast, cause he didn't know much about gang culture. That's again why Puffy went and reached out to the Southside Crips, to increase the friction between both camps. He also wanted the Crips to take care of Pac and Suge, according to Keefe D himself, who again was one of the people in the car when they shot Tupac in Vegas. And according to him, this meeting at Greenblatt's Deli and Fine Wines in LA was one of the key reasons why they came after them. The restaurant sat between a strip club and the Laugh Factory on Sunset Boulevard. Keefe D came in through the back entrance and started smoking weed on the back patio. Zip and Puffy were double dating that night. The two girls they were dating were cousins. The one that came as a tag-along for Puffy was from Keefe D's neighborhood, so all the Southside Crips knew her. She had a bad reputation of being loose, but Puffy didn't know that. Keefe D and the other Crips were laughing at him, because Puffy was all hugged up and kissing her, without even knowing what type of girl she was back in the hood. A few people from Keefe D's entourage went downstairs to place an order. Keefe D ordered a pastrami sandwich and added, "Give me a couple of those Tattinger Rosé." Puffy waved him over to step to the side with him. "I need to speak with you, big dog." They stepped off to the side where they were able to speak privately. According to Keefe D, he could smell and see Puffy's fear, like a lion on the Serengeti. "What's up?" he asked. "I have a couple of problems I need to be handled. Big CEO and Pac." Puffy was scared to death after Tupac made those threats on Hit 'Em Up, especially the part about him killing his kids.
Die slow, my fofo make sure all your kids don't grow.
He was worried about his safety and his business at the same time. because Pac was the biggest rapper on the planet at the time, crushing everything that Puff, Biggie and Bad Boy had built up since Pac got shot the first time in New York, and while he was serving time in prison. Biggie and Lil Cease had no clue that Puffy had this type of relationship with the Southsiders. According to Lil Cease at least. It was all Puffy. He just wanted someone to take care of them, after all he had to endure the past couple of months. "I want to get them dudes," Puffy said. "Man, we'll wipe their air out real quick. It's nothing. Consider that done." According to Keefe D, Puffy said he would offer them $1 million for getting it done. Keefe D looked him in his eyes and without hesitation responded, "That's not a problem. We can make that happen." The agreement was supposedly made that day. Puffy was known to put things into people's heads that appear like an agreement or a promise, manipulating you and convincing you to do work for him, even though in the end there's no benefit for you. He most likely never even planned on paying him for doing the job. He's very strategic and slick, knows how to manipulate people and make them do things for free, while making them believe that they'll get rewarded for it, planting seeds into people's heads and in the end saying, "I didn't do anything." For Keefe D it was nothing. Gang banging was all he did and knew. From this point on, he had Pac and Suge in the back of his mind, even though Suge was his childhood friend. He even said that he would kill them for only $50,000. They didn't shake hands on it, but according to Keefe D, there were multiple people present when that agreement was made. Namely Michael Reed Durrow, aka Lil Al, Corey Edwards, aka C-Ray, and also a guy with the nickname Dirt Rock. All of them will tell you. He said it in front of all them people. I couldn't believe it. A whole room full of Crips. Keefe D didn't know at the time that Puffy was just using him. He saw Puff as an equal, a business partner. For Diddy, Keefe D was just a tool to get things done. When he got what he wanted and had no more use for him, he threw him away and moved on. Keefe D tried to keep the promise and agreed to get things done, thinking both sides have an agreement and won't break their word. He didn't even think that Puffy would later distance himself from him while denying that the two had a conversation or even a relationship. He had made similar statements about him wanting Pac and Suge killed a few months prior when Puff and Keefe D went to a party at a hotel after a concert in Anaheim. So it wasn't the first time that he asked them to take them out. Puffy wanted them dead at all costs. Solicitation for murder is obviously a crime, and people have debated on whether Puffy's statements could be labeled as such, or if it's just him being scared, exaggerating and rambling about what they could do to escape a real life or death situation. Because it was that serious. People were getting shot and killed on both sides. Keefe D understood the conversation as solicitation, not as Puff joking around or exaggerating. According to Keefe D, both Tupac and Suge were on the hit list. Pac got added to the list due to all the jabs on Hit 'Em Up. The main target at first was Suge, who, like mentioned earlier, had tried to bully and intimidate him every chance he got. The whole thing with his baby mama, him slapping Puffy in front of others, the argument and shooting in Atlanta, the whole East-West rivalry, trying to destroy his label, making Puff too scared to come to LA. It was really about Suge. It was the people that Suge had around him that Puffy was afraid of. He had a long list of reasons to hate him. He was a threat on a street level, while Pac jeopardized their reputation in the rap industry, hurting their business on a rap level, and basically crushing the whole player, gangster and king image that Big had created. Puff was super nervous and worried. After their brief conversation, they went back upstairs and ate. Puff was at the table with Zip and the two ladies they invited for the double date, while Keefe D sat with his people. He didn't immediately tell them what him and Puffy had just discussed. He waited until they were in the car on their way home. This guy Puffy wanted us to take care of Big CEO and Tupac. I bet the guy would give us $1 million for their heads. A few days later, in July of '96, there was another turning point for the feud between the Southsiders and the mob Piru. An altercation took place in the Foot Locker store at the Lakewood Mall in Lakewood, California, which involved a group of Southside Crips and several mob Piru members, including Death Row associate Trayvon Lane, who got assaulted by the Crip Orlando Anderson. According to Orlando's uncle Keefe D, Trayvon Lane initiated the fight along with the two other people that were with him, which were Kevin Woods and Maurice Combs, aka Lil Mo, whose mom was actually from the neighborhood of the Southsiders, but her son later became a Blood. They supposedly approached Orlando, who was standing there alone, and they started to press and insult him, while he himself was looking for new shoes to buy. A few moments later, Orlando's homies came. He had around 8 Southside Crips with him. Trayvon and his friends got distracted by them coming in their direction, and them yelling from a distance. Orlando used this opportunity to sucker punch Trayvon, while he wasn't looking. Trayvon supposedly got knocked out. Orlando then tried to snatch Trayvon's death row chain off his neck. The chain broke and Orlando managed to take it, but during the squabble, Trayvon and his friends managed to get it back, at least according to Trayvon and a few other Ma Piru members. But the Southsiders told a different story, saying that all 3 got knocked out and that the chain got snatched. Keefe D said one of the guys that was with Trayvon got knocked out and flew against the shoe rack, making all the shoes fall down and creating a mess. Keefe D claims that the chain that Orlando brought home wasn't even worth $400, saying that it was too cheap to wear it around as a trophy. Orlando ended up giving the chain to a guy called Marcus, who is now dead. Keefe D doesn't know what happened to it, but Trayvon posted pictures of it on social media. He wrote, "Back in those death row days, taken from the mogul house that Trey and Neckbone was living in at the time. Can y'all tell me who chain that was?" Implying that it was his chain. Everyone on death row denied that Orlando managed to steal the chain. After that incident, Orlando came back and told his uncle Keefe D about it. They all laughed it off because according to Keefe D, they were the winners of the fights and managed to overpower them with ease. The death row medallion was a gift from Suge Knight, so things got heated after that incident. Suge and everyone associated with the label Death Row, including several Ma Piru members, were blaming Puffy and Bad Boy for it, cause there were rumors of $10,000 bounties placed on Death Row medallions by Sean Puffy Combs to use the friction between the Southsiders and the Ma Piru to his advantage by starting a gang war on the West Coast. So Puffy was pulling strings on the East Coast, making people fight on the other side of the country. All he had to do was sit back and enjoy the show, while Compton Crips were out hunting death row members, thinking they can get an easy $10,000 from Puffy, even though he most likely would have never paid them. Keefe D, on the other hand, said that he didn't even know about it. The cops were never able to find the source of those rumors, or anyone that was there when Puffy made that type of agreement, so they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't track it down and find a witness saying, "I was there when Puffy offered us this and that amount of money for getting one of those chains." But that was the understanding on the streets. The Bloods knew about it, including Pac, Suge, and everyone on death row. When Pac first heard it, he thought the beef had turned into a war now. It's not just about Bloods or Crips, Ma Piru or Southsiders, but his enemies were attacking his label and anyone associated with it. Everything he stood for. People got in danger just because he's on death row. At least that's what he thought to himself. He knew that there was no turning back now. After that chain snatching incident, there were several shootings between the Ma Piru and the Southsiders. The people from death row thought it was extremely disrespectful and provocative. To most people in the industry, it was just a regular rap beef. But the whole feud involved gang rivalries, multiple shootings, bounties put on people's heads, threats, verbal and physical assaults, things that are poorly documented and barely spoken about due to the code of the streets. They were playing mind games on each other, playing dirty, hitting people where it hurts the most, from every angle possible, and Puffy was the first to fold under the pressure. The first one who actually wished death on the other side, and supposedly put out a hit on the leaders of the opposite side. The people on death row were fully aware of that. Suge, Reggie Wright, and Mob James knew that bounty hunters from all around the US were coming for them. For death row and members of the Ma Piru gang, it was decided that the next time they see Orlando, that it was on. And unfortunately, the next time was in Vegas at the MGM Grand when Pac was present. Suge met Keefe D again before that happened, at the House of Blues, so Keefe didn't jump at him the first chance he got. Keefe D said his homeboys helped to put Suge in the game, and they always showed love to each other when they met. He said Puffy pitted Suge and him against each other, knowing that it's rather easy to start a conflict between the Crips and Bloods. He would have never went at Suge if Puffy hadn't asked him. There were also just too many witnesses when they saw each other. But there was a shooting that day that the people from Death Row were involved in. On August 11th, 1996, Tupac, the Outlaws, Suge, Reggie Wright, and several Piru members were at the House of Blues. Pac came there with his black Rolls Royce. Suge with the red one, Snoop with the white one, at least according to Keefe D. Suge and his homies were standing outside the building, while Pac and the Outlaws stayed inside and enjoyed the show. LL Cool J was there too that night performing. Also there was Melly Mel from the Furious Five, Nas, Outkast, Chuck G from Digital Underground, Kobe Bryant and Allen Iverson. Suge and his people wanted to leave and go to a club named Paradise. Right when Suge got to his red Rolls Royce, he saw Keefe D and about 40 Crips in the distance, most of them Southsiders. Pac didn't see any of them that day. He was inside the House of Blues speaking to Nas about the East Coast-West Coast war. When Suge saw Keefe D, who just wanted to get inside the House of Blues, he more or less stopped him by yelling and greeting him. "Keefe D, what's up, dog? What's crackin'?" The Crips there were making fun of Keefe D for being friends with Suge. "Oh look, it's Keefe's boy!" Suge then told him that it's dead in there, and to come hang out with him over at the Club Paradise in Hollywood, which is a few miles away from the House of Blues. God knows what would have happened that day if Keefe D and his people got inside. Cause Pac had numerous encounters with the Crips in the past, and it wouldn't have been the first time that he got approached by them. But on August 11th, Pac didn't really have that many people with him, so he would have been an easy target. Suge Knight might have actually saved them that day. They all jumped in their cars and followed Suge's Rolls Royce. So they all got there and Suge was now driving with Big D around the Club Paradise, talking about the East Coast-West Coast beef while sitting in the Rolls Royce. Big D wanted to set up a meeting with Puffy and Suge to squash the beef, which Puffy later declined. They then got out at a gas station next to the club. Suge, his homies Buntry, Neckbone and Trayvon Lane, along with Big West and Diamond, were now standing in a circle talking. And all of a sudden, two people walked right through them, right through the circle, instead of going around like everyone else would have done. Their intention might have been to start firing at them while they were in the middle of the circle. But Suge and his people immediately noticed that something was wrong and tried to make space, breaking up the circle. As soon as the two got 6 to 7 feet away from them, they turned around and started shooting. Around 5 bullets were fired and Diamond got hit in the leg. Head of security Reggie Wright wasn't standing in that circle but was close, so he started chasing the two by opening fire. Reggie Wright, Buntry and Neckbone chased them down the alley right behind the gas station and shot back. Reggie wasn't sure if they had killed somebody that day, cause they had fired a lot of bullets in their direction before they managed to escape. Suge also chased the two with his red Rolls Royce. According to Keefe D, Suge's car got shot up from both sides, but Reggie Wright denied it. Suge thought the attackers might have been Southsiders, and they also thought that the people working at Club Paradise might have had something to do with the shooting. The guy who ran the security there was a member of the Southside Crips. A month later, that same guy got targeted and killed by mob Piru members after the Vegas shooting. Suge and the Piru weren't afraid of them. They allegedly tried to add more fuel to the fire by intentionally getting close with the women in Keefe D's family. Suge Knight allegedly slept with Keefe D's wife, and Buntry did the same with Keefe D's sister-in-law, just to provoke Keefe D and to rub it in his face. Just like they did with Faith Evans and Misa Hylton to get at Biggie and Puffy. Keefe D at the time was married to a woman named Paula. He denied that they ever had that type of relationship with them. A few days after the shooting at the Paradise Club, Keefe D started to make plans to once again go to Vegas and see one of the greatest boxers of all time, who was supposed to fight on September 7th. Keefe D was talking to some homies at a car wash. He had contacted a Rollin' 60s Crip who used to sell scalp tickets. He was someone that Keefe had done some jail time with. They placed an order for some tickets with him. The car wash owner, who was also a Crip, came over when he heard them talk about the fight. He said, "Suge and them say they bought 100 tickets for the Tyson fight." Keefe D was glad that he got informed about it. The Crips didn't want them to get in the way of their plans to go down and enjoy the fight. As a Crip said, the Southsiders had been going to every big fight in Vegas since 1988. It had also become a tradition for the people from Death Row. So fast forward to the week of the fight. After attending the 1996 MTV Music Awards on September 4th in New York, where Pac once again clashed with Nas at the after party and told him to meet him in Vegas the following weekend, Pac, Snoop, and Suge stayed in New York the following day, where he got into a fight with basically everybody. Snoop did an interview with Angie Martinez on September 5th in New York. When asked how he feels about Biggie and Puffy, he said, "I'm cool with them. I wanna do some music with them. I wanna work with them." Snoop used to hang out with them, even after the shooting at the New York video set. And according to Reggie Wright, Snoop trying to be friends with the people from Bad Boy caused a label internal beef between him and Suge, meaning the Crip side and the Blood side. The Dog Pound and Pac were forced to pick sides. Snoop of course didn't want to be part of the whole Mob Piru and Southsiders war, as he was a member of the Rollin' 20s. And he didn't want to be part of the Death Row and Bad Boy beef either. Pac got mad at him for that and was extremely disappointed. According to Reggie Wright, he was ranting about it for hours. One of the security guards saw Pac hit the top of the limo saying, "I'm a dead man now, I'm a dead man now. They know we not family, they know we not one." When he arrived at the hotel and saw Suge, Pac told him what he's going to do with him when he sees him. He was furious. That same day, September 5th, Orlando Anderson and the Southsiders met up at Keefe D's house to talk about their plans for the weekend. And from there, everybody split up. It was tradition for Keefe D to go to Greenblatt's Deli and Fine Wine on Sunset before every fight to get some chilled bottles of champagne. There he met up with Von Zip, who came there from New York. They purchased 2 cases of Taddinger Rosé at $150 per bottle. They also picked up a few bottles of Dom Perignon Rosé. Once they stocked up on their cold bottles, they hit the road at around 1 p.m. Keefe D and his wife Paula were driving in a rented beige 1993 Buick Regal. His brother Kevin Davis, aka Lil Dog, was driving in a green van with Fat Man and Trey. Zip and the female rapper Foxy Brown, who was his girlfriend at the time, were in a black 500 series Benz. The 3 cars drove together to Vegas. At around 5 p.m., they arrived at the newly opened Caesars Palace Resort and Casino, which is located on the Las Vegas Strip, 1.5 miles away from the MGM Grand where the fight would take place in 2 days. The Caesars Palace was the hotel they stayed at, but for partying, kicking back and meeting up, they always got some rooms at the Carriage House, which is a 3-star hotel 0.3 miles away from the MGM Grand. Both hotels are less than a mile away from the place where Tupac got shot. The rest of the day, Keefe D, Zip and the Southsiders spent at the casino. They gambled and enjoyed themselves. That same night, Tupac, the Outlaws, Suge and the Death Row family went to a club in New York where they ended up playing Biggie's music, and Tupac allegedly approached their DJ, took the vinyl and broke it, starting a fight out of nowhere and yelling at the DJ for playing Biggie's music. In his own city. Tupac was super angry that day. Snoop was seen as a traitor, and the divide between the Crips and the Bloods on Death Row became public. They always had this image of Death Row being a family, them having each other's backs and moving as a unit. That image was crushed now, at least for Pac. He allegedly said that he wants to leave Death Row and cancel the whole trip to Vegas the following weekend, because at the time he also had issues with his family. His cousin Kenny Lassane in Atlanta was addicted to drugs and attempted to steal and sell Tupac's guns in hope that he can get more money to buy drugs. His aunt and other family members had called him and begged him to come help them. Pac didn't want to go to Vegas but instead wanted to fly to Atlanta to quote-unquote kick his cousin's butt and teach him a lesson. He didn't even want to appear to what ended up being Tupac's last recording sessions for the songs and music video he had planned that week in LA. He had a tight schedule but was ready to cancel everything. Plus the whole thing with Snoop. He was very confused and upset. Told Napoleon from the Outlaws to stay in LA. Him, Castro and Gaddafi were supposed to handle the issues within the family themselves. But Suge supposedly pressured him to come to Vegas to perform at the 662 Club, where they would hold a charitable event that raised money to keep children away from violence. There was also a boxing benefit for a retired professional boxer and police officer called Patrick Berry, to raise money for Berry's boxing gym on Vanessa Drive, which is in the southwest area of the city. Tupac, Run DMC, Craig Mack and Danny Boy were supposed to perform. Pac was supposed to get some community service time because of the incident with the Hughes brothers, after which he got charged with assault and battery in 1993. He had to get some credit for that, so that he doesn't have to work on freeways and pick up trash. Cause Pac was scheduled to do that, but Reggie Wright Jr. convinced them that as a superstar, Pac couldn't just work like everyone else, especially after the shooting in New York, cause he would have been an easy target for his enemies. So the people from Death Row ended up working it out for him, and Pac ended up choosing Vegas over his own family. On the following day, which was Friday, September 6th, they flew back to LA early in the morning. Pac and the people from Death Row didn't speak a word to Snoop, even though he tried to talk to them. Snoop went to sleep with a fork and a knife in his hands, thinking they might assault him. But nothing happened during the 6-hour flight. All three had Rolls Royces waiting for them at the airport in LA. They all went their separate ways. That same day, Terrence Brown, the guy who ended up driving the white Cadillac during the Vegas shooting, went to the car rental Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Carson, California, and rented a late model 1997 white Cadillac in the name of his mother-in-law. Together with Orlando Baby Lane Anderson and Deandre Smith, they drove to Vegas to meet up with Keefe D. The Crips were now about 18 deep. They rented 3 rooms on the same floor at Caesar's Palace, and were gambling and partying all day. That Friday, Tupac had a tight schedule. Tons of things he had to get done before his trip to Vegas. 4 days prior, they called Track Record Studios in North Hollywood, California, and told him that Tupac wants to record a song for Mike Tyson's upcoming fight with Bruce Seldon on September 7th. They called the studio again that Friday, September 6th, the morning they arrived in LA. Tupac came in shortly after the plane landed.
We got a call on a Monday, Tuesday, I think it was, that we were going to actually do a song for Mike Tyson. Tupac was going to come in, lay some lyrics down on a beat that we made, and we were going to ship it off to Vegas so that way they can play it during the fight. We came in for a couple of days, busted out the beat, got a call Friday morning saying Pac's going to show up, make sure we're on point.
The producer Scott Gutierrez had prepared a beat for him that week. Pac listened to it about 3 times and wrote the song Let's Get It On in just 15 minutes. After that, he told him he'll be back on Sunday to record more songs. That day, he also recorded the songs All Out and Hell for a Hustler. Afterwards, he met Risky Forever, who gave him the cover for the Machiavelli the Donk Illuminati 7 Day Theory album, which Pac also listened to for one last time to make sure that everything is alright. He was thinking of replacing or re-recording a couple of the songs, as he was dissing people that he made peace with that week, like Nas for example. In the evening, he also went to record the music video for the upcoming single Toss It Up, which ended up on that album. Tupac was late and they almost postponed the video shoot to another day, meaning we almost didn't get the video as it was the last chance for Tupac to record something. They were waiting for him since around 3 PM and he showed up at 9, meaning everybody on the set waited for 6 hours. Danny Boy, Casey and Jojo, everyone was mad at him. The video was set in a garage and features Tupac wearing safety goggles and using a blowtorch and baseball bat. It was the last music video he ever recorded. At around 11:30 PM, Pac left the street production studio in downtown LA, where he just finished recording the video. He then drove to his mansion in Calabasas, where he went to sleep for a couple of hours. Reggie Wright Jr. drove to Vegas that night to make some preparations for the upcoming event at the 662 Club. In the morning, Pac was reminded by his cousin Jamal Al-Hussein that they were leaving for Vegas in a few hours. They had big plans for that night. It was the evening of a championship boxing match between the heavyweights Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon. Pac and Mike were good friends. He had paid him a visit back in March when he fought Frank Bruno. So Pac wanted to attend the fight and then go perform at Suge's nightclub 662. Mike Tyson was invited too, so Pac was looking forward to it. He had a 5-hour ride ahead of him. A few days prior, rumors started circulating of the Southsiders wanting to come see the fight and afterwards pay them a visit at the 662 Club. So Suge, the people on Death Row and the Piru came prepared. They knew that the Southsiders were coming. That's why Reggie Wright and his people went there a day prior. That Saturday there were about 100 people from Death Row on their way to Vegas. Suge, artists like the Outlaws, Danny Boy, Pac of course, his cousin, girlfriend, loved ones, members of the label, security, and more Piru members. All sitting in luxury cars and vans. They stopped at Barstow in order to refuel. Pac went to the restroom, and now all of a sudden he's in the middle of an argument with members of the Long Beach Poly football team. They started yelling at each other, and once they got out the restroom, a fight broke out. In the end, the entire team got beaten up by the Death Row entourage. According to Danny Boy, they were all getting thrown around the parking lot. Afterwards, they all got back in their cars and drove off as if nothing happened. They didn't stop until they reached Las Vegas at around 3 p.m. After checking in at the Luxor Hotel, they spent some time at the Luxor Casino, where Pac met up with Frank Alexander, who was driven there by Reggie Wright Jr., with whom he just had a security meeting at the attorney's office. Frank went over to Pac, hugged and greeted him while he was gambling with the Outlaws. They wanted to check out the casino at the MGM Grand Hotel, which was the largest single hotel in the world with over 6,852 rooms. It was a spot where the fight would take place that night. He thought his girlfriend Kidada Jones and cousin Jamal Hussein wouldn't be interested in gambling, so he told them to stay at his suite. Frank, the Outlaws, and Tupac went to the MGM Grand by foot. It was about a half-a-mile distance. He promised the ladies that he will come get them before the fight begins, so that they can watch it together. But until then, they had more than 4 hours to waste. So they started spending time in the casino, gambling and losing thousands of dollars within just a couple of minutes. Pac wanted to waste all the money he had that day. So Pac was having a great time and was excited to see his friend Mike Tyson in the ring at around 8 p.m. But he wasn't the one that had the tickets. After gambling for about an hour and a half, Pac told Frank to go call Reggie Wright and ask him what time Suge wants to meet up so that they can go to the fight. Cause Suge and his people weren't actually with Pac. Frank didn't have a radio, so he had to find a landline phone to make that call, and that's when they got separated. After making that call and coming back, they were nowhere to be found. Turns out that Pac and the Outlaws went back to the Luxor Hotel without saying anything, and Frank had to look for them everywhere in the MGM Grand Casino. He went back to the landline phone and called the other bodyguard Michael Moore at the Luxor Hotel, who was actually told by Reggie Wright to go to the Club 662, where the other bodyguard Al Gittens was waiting for him. Michael Moore told Frank that he wasn't allowed to stay with Pac, cause he was supposed to work at the club. Frank Alexander was the only bodyguard assigned to Tupac that day. Pac was under the impression that Michael Moore would come with him, back to the MGM. But he was told by the head of security, Reggie Wright, that Frank Alexander is the only bodyguard that will stay with Pac. And Pac was pissed off. He went upstairs to his suite to get dressed, and told the Outlaws to do the same. He told them to meet him downstairs at the lobby in about an hour and a half, so that they can go together to the fight. Idi Amin, Castro, and Gaddafi went up, got ready, and waited for Pac, who actually took off with Frank Alexander about a half an hour later back to the MGM Grand without telling them. Either because he forgot about it, because of miscommunication, because he didn't want to let them down, or because of a change of plans after being informed by Suge's people that there are not enough tickets. To this day, the Outlaws have no clue why they were left behind. The second time they went to the MGM that day, Pac wanted to catch a cab instead of going by foot. They entered the building through the front entrance, where they were greeted by dozens of fans. He decided to spend more time at the casino, taking pictures with fans and walking around from table to table to check everything out. Him and bodyguard Frank Alexander were left alone in the casino. They were waiting for Suge and his people to come back. According to Reggie Wright Jr., there was supposed to be another bodyguard with Pac that night, but he didn't show up. His name was Kevin Hackey. Danny Boy had red stains on his pants that day, so he spent the whole night shopping and missed the fight. Frank Alexander wasn't allowed to carry weapons. Reggie Wright also forced the other bodyguard Michael Moore to wait at Club 662 instead of guarding Tupac. The bodyguards couldn't communicate with each other, as none of them were allowed to bring their radios. So Frank and Pac were in the casino all alone, waiting for Suge and his people to arrive with the tickets. There were around 18 Southside Crips in the building. They could have done something to him if they saw him, cause Pac was running around all alone, with his bodyguard trying to catch up. He even lost him at one point. But in the end they found each other and waited for Suge and his people at the entrance of the arena. Pac was real antsy, yelling, "Man, where the hell is Suge?" Suge coming late really ruined their plans that night. They had no time to go back and get the people that were waiting for him at the Luxor Hotel by the time Suge arrived, assuming that Pac really wanted to go back and get them. Cause it's also possible that he just tricked them, knowing that they can't come in the first place. So the outlaws and the ladies were waiting for nothing basically. Suge got there with his right-hand man Buntry Neckbone, who's another member of the mob Piru, and Trayvon Lane, the guy who got into a fight with Orlando Anderson at the Lakewood Mall back in July. Death Row had security and mob Piru members everywhere, at the 662 Club and also at the MGM. The Death Row capo Mob James was already at the club, and according to him, they were already informed that the Crips were coming. Tupac didn't really know much about Keefe D and the Southsiders, he just heard that they were coming for them. According to Keefe D, they were just there for the boxing match and to have a great weekend. They weren't even there to go after them, they were just there for fun. He said they all had tickets for the fights. Only problem was that the seats were spread out all around the arena, meaning Orlando Anderson and Keefe D got separated. So they decided to meet up at the cafe inside the MGM after the fight is over. The Tyson fight was supposed to begin at 8 p.m, but it started about 15 minutes late. Neckbone and Trayvon Lane were told to stay back and keep an eye out for the Southsiders, so they weren't allowed to watch the fight. They stayed at the entrance of the arena waiting for Pac, Suge, Frank and Buntry to come back, cause they were actually the only ones from Death Row that were able to see the fight. The four walked in right when they played the national anthem. The town was packed with boxing fans from all around the world, including wall-to-wall celebrities. Las Vegas nears peak capacity almost every weekend of the year, but this fight, a premier event, had sold out all the hotel and motel rooms in the region and gridlocked the entire Las Vegas Strip. It would end up being a deadly fight night. Tyson was expected to win back the heavyweight championship he had lost 6 years earlier to Buster Douglas in Tokyo. High rollers eagerly flocked to the desert at the invitation of the casinos to attend the fight as an opening act to a weekend of gambling and partying. That was the whole plan of the Southsiders that weekend. And Tupac, the highest selling rapper and one of the most respected people in hip-hop, was among the many celebrities who were expected to assemble at the MGM Grand. They had already done it 6 months prior in March 1996. Together with Suge, he had attended the Mike Tyson Frank Bruno fight at the MGM. Pac just loved seeing him in the ring and even recorded tribute songs for him, which they played before the fight when Tyson entered the ring. The song Pac recorded for the Frank Bruno fight was called Road to Glory, on which he dropped lines that fans connected to the Vegas shooting and interpreted as a prophecy of death.
Let the world know I plan to die. If I don't leave with what I came for and be denied.
This caused a lot of confusion, controversy, discussion and speculation. Pac fans have always said that he predicted his future in his music and interviews, that he prophesied his own death. Some even say that the Vegas shooting was staged and planned days, weeks or even months in advance. There are thousands of conspiracy theories surrounding this incident that people still believe in to this day. Pac had numerous lines on the Tyson tribute Road to Glory, on which he stated that he planned his own death. Lines that people used to back up their claims and theories of him having faked his own death and escaped to a different country. As mentioned earlier, a day prior to the Vegas shooting, Pac recorded another song for Tyson, this time for the Bruce Seldon fight. The song is called Let's Get It On and was played when Tyson stepped into the ring.
So we gonna watch him beat this boy silly. And then we gonna all go party at 662's mob style.
Mentioning the 662 Club, which again was a nightclub in Las Vegas owned by Death Row CEO Suge Knight. It was the place Pac and everyone else wanted to go before the shooting. Some of the Southside Crips sitting in the arena heard those lyrics and learned about Tupac's plans. Tupac watched the fight next to Suge Knight. They were sitting in section 4, row E, $1,000 seats, some of the best in the house. Even though Death Row had earlier purchased 12 tickets for the fight, which included seats for the record label's bodyguards, only 4 tickets were used. Frank Alexander sat in seat 1, Pac in seat number 2, Suge in 3, and Buntry in seat number 4. The remaining 8 seats were empty, even though they were reserved for Danny Boy, Trayvon Lane, Neckbone, Pac's girlfriend Kidada Jones, Pac's cousin Jamal Hussein, Castro, Idi Amin, and Gaddafi from the Outlaws. Pac had told the Outlaws and the 2 ladies to stay at the Luxor Hotel until he comes and gets them to see the fight. But Suge and his people didn't come in time, and Pac, for whatever reason, took off on his own. They would have missed the fight if they had gone back to the Luxor Hotel to get them. Danny Boy couldn't come because he was still shopping. Everyone tried to dress accordingly for the event. That's why Tupac and the Outlaws went back to the Luxor Hotel to change outfits. At first, Tupac was wearing something more comfortable. Trayvon Lane and Neckbone were told to wait outside the arena, so that's why only 4 of them could watch the fight. The Outlaws speculated if they only had 4 tickets that night, and that they were lied to by Tupac, in order for them to not be disappointed, meaning that they can keep the excitement until the last moment, instead of being disappointed and waiting in the hotel room all sad and miserable. Pac was also waiting for Suge the whole time. It's still unclear why Suge came so late, and more or less ruined their plans. Things would have definitely been different that night if the ladies and the Outlaws were with them. But Pac had already forgotten about them. He was filled with excitement and pride as his good friend Mike walked into the ring and his own lyrics pounded the arena. In town for the Tyson Seldon matchup besides Tupac were rappers like MC Hammer, Too Short, and the group Run DMC. They, along with 16,000 speculators in the arena and millions more sitting glued to their pay-per-view cable channel, watched as Tyson dismantled Seldon in exactly 109 seconds. Just like Pac predicted on the song dedicated to Tyson.
Let's get it on. Alright, this ain't gonna last long. Y'all know how Tyson do it.
The spectators barely had time to settle into their seats before they found themselves getting up again and filing out of the arena. Tyson easily defeated Seldon by first round knockout at around 8:39 p.m. in one of the shortest heavyweight championship fights in boxing history, lasting just 1 minute and 49 seconds. Tupac was hyped, excited, and rejoiced. Couldn't believe what he had just seen, feeling very proud of his friend. The fight somehow boosted his own confidence and ego. He was a lot more energetic after the fight. Pac was screaming, "Did y'all see that? 50 punches. I counted. 50 punches. I knew he was gonna take him down. We bad like that. Come out of prison and now we running-ish."
After the fight, Tupac was still in that mode.
Hey. When Tyson get in the ring, he knocked motherfuckers out. Well, that's what Tupac gonna do.
He was still charged up.
At around 8:45 p.m., they left the arena and entered the lobby of the MGM Grand. On their way out, they were getting interviewed and Pac was screaming around. He was super excited and happy, telling the reporters what he had just seen. Neckbone and Trayvon Lane were waiting for them outside the arena, and coincidentally spotted 21-year-old Southside Compton Crip, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, standing there all by himself in front of the entrance of the arena. It was never explained why Orlando stood there after the fight. Some say he was after the gaudy golden diamond death row necklace, the one that he quote-unquote couldn't get the last time. Although Keefe D said that he actually managed to snatch it at the mall. He also said that they weren't even after their chains that day. Him and Orlando were supposed to meet up at the food court and cafe after watching the fight. So he wasn't supposed to stand there and wait for nothing, cause all the people he was waiting for were already at the cafe. Orlando might have just been confused that day. Trayvon Lane went to the death row entourage and told them that Orlando was the one responsible for the fight 2 months prior at the Foot Locker store at the Lakewood Mall in July 1996. Some people, including Frank Alexander, Mark James, and Buntry, said that Trayvon informed Tupac about it directly by whispering into his ear. But according to Trayvon himself, he didn't actually talk with him. He supposedly only spoke to the other Piru members, which were Neckbone, Buntry, and Suge. cause it was a conflict between the Southside Crips and the Piru. A beef that Pac technically wasn't involved in, as he wasn't an official member of the gang. According to Trayvon Lane, he just happened to overhear them, and immediately took it onto himself to retaliate as they were his homies. He was a ride or die type of guy. He didn't even know who Orlando Anderson was. Didn't care about the consequences. Orlando was a known killer. A highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Many people say that Pac wasn't part of any gang, but Marb James, whose brother Buntry was actually there that day, claims that Trayvon tried to make Pac an official member of the Mob Piru, meaning the enemies of the Southsiders, and that Pac wanted to prove them his loyalty. Like explained earlier, he made songs about MOB, which could not only be an acronym for money over bees, like he himself explained, but also a reference to the gang he supposedly wanted to be a part of. He even tattooed MOB on the back of his right arm, screamed MOB on shows and interviews. So who knows? Maybe he was indeed part of that gang.
You can try to play that gangster shit, but we MOB for motherfucking real. You think you mob, we the motherfucking mob. Now who won? Get your cash on MOB. That's money over just because they breed envy. The niggas don't know they gangbang in LA. They love fighting.
Tupac also had Puffy and the whole beef with Bad Boy in mind, thinking Biggie and Puffy want Death Row chains in their music videos to ridicule and taunt them. Heard the rumors of them putting a $10,000 bounty on those medallions. So he was triggered when he found out that those weren't just silly rumors that somebody made up. They were now fully convinced that there are indeed people out there that are trying to knock out or even kill members of Death Row just to get one of their chains. He thought Puffy is really trying to humiliate him. Pac felt responsible for Trayvon Lane getting knocked out at the Lakewood Mall by Anderson, thinking Orlando wouldn't have gone for his chain if him and Puffy weren't beefing. He thought his friends wouldn't be in danger, and there wouldn't be a bounty on those chains if Pac never came to Death Row and started dissing them. So he thought it's partly his fault. Puff is doing this because of me. I have to make things right. I'm going to handle it myself. That's what Pac was thinking. For him, it was all part of the rap beef, part of the war he had declared on the Bad Boy camp. On top of that, he was thrilled, excited, and filled with adrenaline because of the Tyson fight he had just seen.
Everybody that go to jail come out, they got good luck.
That's very addictive.
When niggas come against me, I'ma knock they punks ass out.
If he didn't have anybody to fight, he'll find somebody to fight.
According to Napoleon from the Outlaws, the only person who was able to hold him back during these type of situations where Tupac started fights with everyone, including gang members, was his homie Big Syke, a Crip, who always kept an eye on him. He was the type to de-escalate problems instead of letting it go there, unlike Suge's homeboys, for example, who had a bad influence on him. Syke was always in Pac's ear, like back when they approached him at the House of Blues, and Syke prevented the Crips from shooting him. But the two had a falling out in summer '96, and now Tupac didn't have a homie like that to calm him down. All the people around him were troublemakers and out of control. Some say the Bloods around Pac and Suge were the reason why Syke and Pac had a falling out. Everyone Pac had around him now was hot-headed just like him. So, without a second thought, at 8:45 p.m., he rushed to the lobby of the hotel where Orlando was standing, leaning against the wall watching people come out the arena. This was near the food court and near a bank of elevators. And again, the reason why Orlando was alone was because their seats were spread out all around the arena, and the Crips Orlando was waiting for at the entrance had already left the arena and were now waiting for him at the cafe where they were supposed to meet up. Orlando must have forgot, but the people from Death Row were thinking he was looking for them. Pac can be seen on the footage of the MGM security cameras running over to Orlando with the rest of his entourage behind him. The scuffle became enormously significant in light of the events that followed. Tupac, according to the account of the Compton Police Department, looked at Orlando and asked, "You from the South?" Then lunged at Orlando, dropping him with a left-right combo. Then others in Tupac's group joined in. Once they had Orlando on the ground, they started kicking and stomping on him. MGM security video caught the incident on tape. Orlando then suffered a rather severe beatdown, as he was essentially jumped by 5 men. Tupac, who can be seen in the footage right here, throwing the first 2 punches, sending Orlando to the ground. Trayvon Lane, who was closely behind, running at Orlando trying to get a kick in, but losing his balance in the process, and accidentally shoving Tupac away. Them two being right next to each other might be an indicator for Trayvon Lane standing next to Pac when he informed everyone, cause he was the second one who got there. The third guy from death row who can be seen on the footage is Suge Knight, falling over the security guard, trying to get up and get a kick in. Then we have Neckbone and Black trying to push Pac and Trayvon away, so that he can get closer to Orlando. He was bigger than the others, so it's only natural to let the big guys finish him off. Just like Suge, he got a few kicks in as well. And the last guy attacking him was Buntry, dressed in white with a black hat, just like Trayvon Lane, but with white pants instead of black. He can be seen kicking Orlando aggressively, probably dealt the most damage to him. Him and Neckbone were strong fighters, some of Suge's toughest homies. That's why instead of relying on a security guard like Frank Alexander, Suge brought Buntry with him as his security, even though he wasn't a trained bodyguard, just a Piru goon. Speaking of Frank Alexander, he can be seen in the back rushing to Pac. He neither punched nor kicked Orlando, actually tried to get Tupac away from the fight by pulling him. And that's the key difference between a trained bodyguard and a guy from the streets. While Tupac's security was trying to de-escalate, Suge's security tried to deal as much damage as possible. Orlando had none of his homies there to help him. Only people helping him were hotel security guards who were trying to break up the tussle, throwing themselves over Orlando to block the kicks and punches in hope that they would stop, which they eventually did. Orlando managed to escape the worst of the beating by covering his face. Suge Knight would later receive a 9-year prison sentence for kicking him, of which he only served 5. According to Buntry's brother Mark James, Orlando yelled, "F you and your money," to Suge right when he got jumped. Bodyguard Frank Alexander said he tried to break up the fight by shoving Tupac against the wall. Orlando was just standing there, Frank said. According to his side of the story, Orlando was standing near a hotel security guard. So Tupac attacked him in front of the security, knowing that it would immediately get reported to the police and could potentially get him back in jail, even though Orlando later told the security guards and the police that he doesn't want to press charges. At 8:55 p.m., Tupac and the death row entourage stormed out of the casino before the police could arrive. The most famous rapper in the world is now running through the casino, followed by a large crowd. A lot of people recognized him and decided to follow him through the casino. Pac was pumped up because of the Tyson fight and full of adrenaline, especially after beating up Orlando. Over 100 people were now following him out the casino. They walked out of the MGM Grand and ran into the Outlaws, who actually came back from the Luxor Hotel after finding out that Pac and Frank had gone to the fight without them. So they rushed back to the MGM, thinking they're going to miss the Tyson fight they had been looking forward to, but they had already missed it as it only lasted a few seconds. Pac, Suge and everyone else were already leaving, and they came face to face with the Outlaws at the entrance of the MGM. Tupac then told them that they had missed the Tyson fight and also the one he just had with Orlando. They then walked back to the Luxor Hotel and Casino, which was the place where Tupac was staying. It's a little more than half a mile away from the MGM. Takes about 11 minutes by foot. Tupac then returned to the suite he shared with his fiancée Kidada Jones, daughter of the music impresario Quincy Jones and sister of QD3, the producer of several tracks on the Donk Illuminati album. Kidada was serving as Tupac's concert for the Vegas weekend, and she listened as Tupac bragged about the trashing he had just given Orlando. "Some people started a fight with me for nothing. Something's up, you stay here." Kidada, instinctively wary of potential blowback from the beating, agreed to not accompany him, telling him that she'll stay at the suite. According to her, he was upset that the Outlaws missed the fight. He also took his time to change his clothes, had decided to go casual, picking out a dark green Nike tank top, baggy blue jeans, and of course a gold death row necklace. Conspicuously absent in Tupac's attire was the bulletproof vest he wore as protection against the many enemies he had accumulated on his rise to the top. Back when they were packing for the trip, he told her that he didn't need it. Some say it was Suge Knight who convinced him to not bring a bulletproof vest, but Pac himself didn't want to wear it. After all, Vegas was hot and dry. The flak jacket would be uncomfortable and noticeably bulky. Pac believed Vegas was far removed from gang violence, and the last thing he wanted was to create the impression that he had something to fear. Even his bodyguard Frank Alexander said that he had trouble getting Tupac to wear his vest, and that he wouldn't wear it very often. According to Frank, he only wore his vest in 1 out of 10 cases. Leaving Kidada to make her own plans for the evening, Tupac descended to the Luxor sweeping driveway, where the evening's convoy had already arrived. His entourage was a standard assortment of flags, flunkies and hanger-ons, as well as a hefty security presence, including Tupac's bodyguard for the event, Frank Alexander, one-time bodybuilder and former reserve deputy for the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Frank Alexander had his hand on the back door of the BMW and was ready to get in. But Tupac stopped him and told him to drive Kidada's Lexus together with the outlaws. He gave him the keys when they were at the valet of the Luxor Hotel, and told him that the outlaws will be drinking and partying at the club, and that he will be their designated driver afterwards. Pac wanted them to have a good time after they missed the fight, but some people suggest that it was Suge's idea to get him out of that vehicle, so that he can talk to Pac in private. Inside the Lexus, Gaddafi sat in the front seat, Idi Amin directly behind him, and behind the driver's seat was Castro. The rest of the security were mob Piru members and not trained bodyguards. Since they were in Las Vegas, they legally couldn't carry guns, but guns were brought along anyways, with the only exception being bodyguard Frank Alexander, who forgot to bring his weapon, which was still in his car parked on the opposite side of the building. He wasn't allowed to carry it with him while he was at the MGM Grand, so hours earlier he was told by Reggie Wright to just leave it in the car, and now they were in a hurry, so they had no time to get it. He didn't want to lose his job after him and Michael Moore argued with Reggie Wright Jr. about bringing their guns. This was the first time Reggie had told him to guard Tupac unarmed, so that's why his weapons stayed in his car the whole day, on the other side of the valet, and Frank couldn't get it. And the whole time Frank was feeling uncomfortable and overwhelmed by responsibilities. Things would have been different if Frank was in the BMW with a gun. He had a bad feeling about it. The half a dozen vehicles with Suge and Tupac in the lead in a brand new black 1996 BMW 750 IL sedan made their way over to the prestigious Paradise Valley Township on the city's outskirts where Suge had a mansion. They were in party mood as the caravan of luxury cars, a Lexus, a BMW wagon, a Mazda Miata, a Toyota Supra and a Mercedes-Benz carrying friends and security, followed closely behind. Pac and Suge disappeared into the mansion while the others waited outside. Suge wanted to change clothes for the evening, and they had a little conversation in private. Back at the MGM Grand, Keefe D and Von Zip were still sitting at the cafe and waiting for Orlando to arrive. They had been waiting for over 20 minutes and he hadn't showed up yet, even though that was the plan. Then some 118 East Coast Crips came and told them that some people from Death Row jumped on Orlando near the casino. Keefe D asked, "Who?" And he responded, "Them Death Row guys." Keefe D didn't believe it at first, but then they rushed out of the cafe and went to find Orlando, who was still at the lobby talking to the MGM security and the police. At that time, Orlando's identity wasn't established. He didn't tell them his name. The cops offered to take the unnamed victim to the MGM Grand's basement security office to fill out a police incident report and sign a complaint. But Orlando said no. He told them that he was okay and that he didn't want to press charges. The officers let him go without even asking for his name or writing down what happened. Von Zip sent one of his people from New York to go get him out of there and to bring him to the lobby bar where Keefe D, Von Zip, Deandre Smith, Terrence Brown and a bunch of other Crips were waiting. They all sat in the corner of that bar. When his nephew arrived, Keefe D asked him if he's alright, to which he responded, "My shoulder's kinda effed up." They had kicked his shoulder during that fight. Keefe D was even angrier than Orlando. He was then told that the same guy from the Lakewood Mall incident, where Orlando got into a fight, had jumped him in retaliation with 4 other people. Orlando said, "Them death row guys rushed me. One of them guys from the Lakewood Mall was running with that boy that started that ish," referring to Trayvon Lane and Tupac. So according to Orlando, the two were running towards him together, which again can be seen as indication for Trayvon Lane not speaking with Suge and his homies in private, and Tupac coincidentally overhearing them like Trayvon claims, but him informing them standing right next to Pac, meaning him whispering in Tupac's ear and informing him about Orlando could have been indeed the case, or at least he said it right next to him, so that they were able to rush Orlando together, cause Trayvon Lane is trying to shift the blame away from himself, saying that he wasn't even speaking in front of Tupac. A witness heard Orlando say, "F that ish. What Tupac think this is? We gangbang out here." According to Keefe D, both him and Orlando were huge fans of Tupac back then. The Crip, Corey Edwards aka C-Ray, was at the bar with 2 of his friends. According to him, he wasn't there with the Southsiders. One of them recognized him and came over to him, told him that Orlando got jumped. "Hey man, they just jumped on nephew over there." C-Ray had just bought some drinks, turned around and saw Orlando stand up by the pole. According to him, he didn't appear to be injured. C-Ray went over there and talked to him. "Dog, what's up? You alright?" To which Orlando responded, "Yeah, I'm good." C-Ray then asked what happened. "Them death row guys tried to jump on me. Man, I want a fair one," meaning a fair one-on-one fist fight between him and Pac. "They jumped on me. Now I want a fair fight." C-Ray then said, "Man, look, we can catch up with all this when we get back to Compton, you know?" To which Orlando responded, "Dog, if it was you, you wouldn't want to wait till we get home." To which C-Ray agreed and said, "You're right." They felt like they couldn't let no quote-unquote record company studio gangsters do them like that. They got that term from EAZY-E, who called everybody from Death Row studio gangsters, and the Compton Crips ran with it.
Death Row is looked upon as the studio gangsters of the 90s.
Have they lost their effing rapping minds? Keefe D said. Puffy had already talked to me about helping him out with the problem he was having with them people. That was a double whammy. Then you add on top of that the fact that we helped Suge with the money to get his record business going. And the man gone bite the hands that fed him? Add insult to injury cause Suge still hasn't paid Pat Johnson his money back. Got too big for his britches and stopped taking Pat Johnson's calls. Strike 3, homie. You're out. They were both major players in the same game, and according to Keefe D, they both had the same boss, Pat Johnson. So he was caught by surprise when he found out about it. Keefe D felt like if Suge and the Piru had beef with them, Suge should have said something the last time they met, which was at the House of Blues. But instead, him and his people quote-unquote committed the ultimate disrespect by kicking and beating down his nephew Orlando in a video that can be seen all around the world. They were now thinking of a way to get back at them. Felt like they had to do something about it. Orlando wanted to retaliate to save his reputation on the streets. This is your perfect opportunity, baby, Von Zip said to Keefe D, referring to the offer that Puffy had made him. Von Zip and a few East Coast Crips asked if they need help, and if they shall come with them. He said, "We got artillery out here." "Nah, we good. We'll handle it, but good looking out." He appreciated his offer, but this was a matter they had to handle themselves. Keefe D had people in Vegas who were selling cocaine. They informed him about Tupac's plans that day. "Man, we know where them guys will be. They're gonna be at the 662 Club. They've been advertising this all week. Them people been on the radio out here for weeks, talking about a death row after-fight party at the Club 662. That guy Park's supposed to be there too." "Aight, homies," Keefe D commanded. "That's where we're going then. Club 662. According to Keefe D, the conversation about the $1 million bounty was just a business opportunity that was offered to him. He was still on the fence on whether he should do it or not, cause Keefe D was already making a lot of money from drug sales. He didn't need to go after his childhood friends, but after they had jumped on his nephew, it became ominously personal. Keefe D and the Southsiders left the MGM Grand and were now waiting for the valet to bring out their cars. Von Zip's Benz had arrived first, as he had left the building while the Southsiders were still formulating a strategy. He then called Keefe D over to his Benz. As he walked up to the driver's side window, he noticed the rapper Foxy Brown in the car with Zip, who then instructed her to step out the car so that Keefe D can jump in. Zip had a hidden compartment that he opened up. He reached in and pulled out a black 40 Glock. Zip turned to Keefe D and said, "It's time to get the money," alluding to the conversation with Puffy about the $1 million bounty. Killing two birds with one stone, taking out Suge and Pac so that Orlando can get his revenge, and in the process collecting Puffy's $1 million bounty. Puffy had previously asked Von Zip if Keefe D and the Southsiders were reliable, and if they would accept the offer to get the job done. Without Zip, he would have never made that kind of offer. He was the middleman between the two, and made everything possible. That's why Zip wanted a share of the money too. And now he's handing Keefe D the 17-shot pistol, which Keefe promptly put down the back waist of his pants. "It's the perfect timing," Zip said. Keefe then hopped out the car while holding the door open for Foxy Brown to get back in, closed the door for her, and Zip pulled off right when the vehicles of the Southsiders arrived. "Get in the car you came in. Let's roll." Terrence Brown jumped in the white Cadillac his mother-in-law had rented for him, together with Deandre Smith and Orlando Anderson. There were two more vehicles according to Keefe D. Him and his brother Kevin Davis, aka Little Dog, jumped in a rented van together with C-Ray, who was one of his top salesmen and later became the first one to snitch, Trey, who's C-Ray's cousin, Wendell Prince, and BMF's Big Meech out of Detroit, who was actually cool with Puffy and always around him, but he got into a shootout 7 years later with Anthony Wolf Jones, the guy who allegedly killed the Piru Big Jake. Wolf ended up losing his life during the shootout with the BMF guys. Keefe D never spoke on the passengers of the third car, only said that the vehicles had between 3 to 4 passengers each, which is kinda weird because the van, as described by Keefe D, had 6 passengers, 2 of which he didn't mention in most of his accounts, namely Wendell Prince and his brother Kevin Davis. It's possible that the 2 were in car number 3, and that Keefe D lied about them being in the van to hide the identity of the remaining passengers in that vehicle, which would make the statement of coming with 3 vehicles, which had 3 to 4 passengers each, more accurate, cause the van with the 6 passengers was only mentioned in the interview with Officer Greg Kading, in which he said that there were only 2 vehicles, the white Cadillac and the van.
"I didn't see any white Cadillac, and nor do I know who was in the car with him. It was 2 or 3 different cars, so you know what I mean? I don't know who all rode with who."
C-Ray said that there were 2 to 3 cars, and in every other version of the story Keefe D told, there was always a mention of 3 vehicles. Maybe they counted Von Zip's Mercedes-Benz as the third vehicle, or are trying to keep the identity of the passengers in the third vehicle a secret, cause it's kinda odd that both of them are unsure and made conflicting statements about the amount of cars they had that night. Anyway, Keefe D and his people left immediately from the MGM parking lot and headed directly to the 662 Club. Orlando was wearing a white jersey with the Dolphins logo and the number 13 both on the chest and the shoulders. Keefe D was dressed in his Ray Luca Crime Story suit. He made some conflicting statements about their objectives that night. In most of the interviews he said that the goal was to kill them, but in the most recent account he said that he wanted to confront them. Talk to them. "Hey man, why the F y'all jump on my nephew?" He only wanted Orlando and Pac to have a fair one-on-one, thinking Orlando would easily beat him in a fight as he was around 6'1" and well known in the hood for knocking people out. So the most recent version of his story is they only wanted a fair fight, but I personally believe that Keefe D made that part up. For Orlando it didn't matter who Tupac was, he wouldn't have cared if he was the president. even though later in an interview he revealed that he was a fan of him. Orlando just wanted to catch him slipping and show everybody that you can't just jump him, humiliate him and get away with it. Cause Orlando was a cold-blooded killer. Gangbanging was all he did. And now it seemed like somebody from the opposite side, from a rival gang, tried to test him and more or less declare war on them. Cause he knew that the people who jumped him were Mob Piru members. Plus Tupac asking, "You from the South?" right before throwing the first punch was another reason for him to assume that the rival gang was trying to test him and show that they don't respect him, his reputation and the Southside Crips in general. So it was provocation on numerous levels. To somebody who's been doing nothing else his whole life but gangbanging. Somebody who had a reputation on the streets that he had to protect. He felt like he had to prove everybody that him and his gang aren't to mess with. I mean, that's the case with gang members in general. And if somebody tries to mess with you, especially when it's a rival gang, then there's always going to be payback. People who live that type of lifestyle feel like they have to do it to stay respected and to more or less scare away the wolves, to not become an easy target or somebody who drags down the reputation of his gang. Especially when people like Tupac, that don't really have that type of reputation in the streets, try to test and humiliate them. Southside Crips didn't even respect Tupac like that. People to this day, especially Crips, deny that Tupac was a gangster. So for Orlando, it wasn't really a good look. People from the hood would have stepped to him and questioned his credibility if he didn't retaliate and just kept it moving. They wouldn't want a guy like that to represent their hood and their gang. You don't let your enemy do that to you. You have to get your get back and your retaliation. That's what they got taught growing up, and that's the life they lived. It took some time for the Southsiders to get to the club because of the traffic congestion. They pulled into the back parking lot of the 662 Club, where the talent and VIP entered. That's Keefe D's side of the story. But according to Mob James, the parking lot of the 662 Club was filled with Bloods. He said they couldn't have parked there. He saw the white Cadillac parked in the parking lot of the building right next to the club. And he claims that there weren't any other vehicles aside from the Cadillac. Keefe D, however, said that the Southsiders had 2 more cars. He himself was in the van and Orlando was in the Cadillac. Said he saw a long line of excited and drunk people waiting to enter the club. So Mob James says they were all the way in the back, while Keefe D says they were near the club, waiting for Tupac to arrive. In case Keefe D's quote-unquote diplomatic approach to resolve the issue didn't work, they had 3 vehicles with Crips ready to shoot. Keefe D said the people in those cars were all young stone-cold killers, who all had been shot at least once. With solemn faces, they waited in complete silence for more than an hour. Inside the vehicles, nobody took a drink. There was no weed, no music, not a peep. They were, quote-unquote, as grave as a heart attack. The only thing audible was people breathing and tense, throbbing heartbeats. There was no need for words. They all understood why they were there. Back at the mansion, Suge spoke with Pac about the person he had just beaten up. Told him that they might be out for revenge, and that he made himself a target, even though he's not part of the ongoing beef between the Southsiders and the Piru. Suge told him that there were 2 guns in the stash box of the BMW, in case that they need them. Again, the security guards were told by Suge to not carry guns. Frank Alexander and the other bodyguard called Michael Moore had a problem with that, but weren't allowed to speak up. Reggie Wright told them to just do what they're told. Michael Moore wanted to stay with Pac, but was forced to wait at the 662 Club. Frank Alexander had no idea that everybody brought their guns. He didn't know that there were guns in the BMW. It's possible that they didn't trust Frank, and feared that he would report the guns to the police. That's why they decided to put him in a car that had no guns inside. They spent around 30 minutes at Suge's mansion. In front of the gates were around 20 cars waiting, but only the 6 cars of the death row entourage drove inside. The remaining ones were associates and hanger-ons. After Suge got dressed, him and Pac came out the mansion and everyone got back in their cars to drive to the 662 Club. Tupac, Suge and the rest of the death row entourage headed out again at around 10 PM, heading for the 662 Club, which was located about 10 blocks east of the Las Vegas Strip at 1700 East Flamingo Road. Everybody knew that they were heading there. There were flyers and announcements on the radio. Mark James saw the white Cadillac and told his homies that the Southsiders had arrived. He called his little brother Buntry, who at this point in time was in the black Toyota Supra on the way to the 662 Club, just 2 cars behind Tupac and Suge. They got informed that Keefe D and the Southsiders were there. The mob Piru members at the club pulled out their guns and waited for them to make a move. But according to Mark James, they drove off after just 5 minutes, cause Pac and Suge didn't show up. Keefe D, on the other hand, said that they waited for more than an hour and a half, which for them felt more like 4 hours. Keefe D was just tired of waiting, so he decided to leave. Called his homies on their phones and said, "They're taking too damn long. Let's get effed up. Let's go get high. Move out." One by one, the drivers started their engines and slowly crept out of the parking lot. Keefe D said Suge was lucky that they never showed up, because it, quote-unquote, would have been like Al Capone's Valentine's Day massacre, which is kinda contradictory to his most recent account, cause he tried to make us believe that they were only there to talk to them and to arrange a fair fight between Orlando and Tupac. I think he just had regrets and told us what he wished went down that night. Cause it doesn't even make sense for them to just settle it with one simple fight. Beating up Tupac after getting jumped by 5 people wouldn't make anybody happy and wouldn't solve anything. What are the other 4 that beat him up supposed to do there? Just stand there and watch? And afterwards everything is cool? Doesn't make much sense to me. Keefe D just tries to look more humane and make it seem like he had no other choice, that he tried to solve it diplomatically, which he didn't. That was never his goal, no matter what he says. They had no remorse and didn't care about anyone's life. They were actually partying after that shooting as if nothing happened. That's what the plan for that whole weekend was. Keefe D didn't want Suge and Pac to ruin their plans by making them spend the whole night waiting in the car. They had been looking forward to the fight and the parties at the hotel. Waiting so long was stopping them from doing what they had gone to Vegas to do in the first place. Have a good time. Their next destination was the Carriage House, a Las Vegas hotel where they had rented a few rooms as a kickback spot. On their way to the hotel, they stopped by the liquor barn to buy some bottles of Dom Perignon Rosé, and Cristal. As they were loading up to leave the liquor barn, Keefe D took advantage of the chance to get away from the people he was sitting with in the van. He thought that they were cowards and was put off by them crying and nagging on their way to the liquor barn. He began to lose his nerve. They were worried that Suge would, quote-unquote, get some of his police hitmen to come back and try to kill them if the Crips went after them. "The police do hits for that guy," one of them said. The whole time Keefe D was thinking, "Y'all shouldn't have jumped your punk ass in here if you're scared. Y'all know what we came here to do." Keefe D once again confirming that their intention was to kill them the moment they stepped out of the MGM. Instead of getting back into the van, Keefe D jumped in the front passenger seat of the Cadillac, which was driven by Terrence Brown. Behind the driver in the rear passenger seat, we had Deandre Smith, and Orlando Anderson was right next to him, sitting right behind his uncle. After the pit stop at the liquor barn, they continued towards the Carriage House. As they were driving, the 2 vehicles that were with them got caught at a traffic light, but the Cadillac kept rolling. It took Suge and the death row entourage the better part of an hour to reach the south end of the strip through bumper-to-bumper traffic and the fast-gathering crowd along the sidewalks, clamoring for pictures and autographs. At approximately 10:55 p.m., when the BMW stopped at a red light, Tupac rolled down the passenger side window to allow a man named Leonard Jefferson to take a picture. The two had a brief conversation. "Yo, what's up, Pac?" Tupac looked at him for a few seconds, then recognized him and said, "Yeah, what's up, man?" They had seen each other before, and Pac remembered him. Leonard asked him where they were heading, and Pac said they were going to the 662 Club. Invited him to come over. Leonard said, "Alright, cool. Hey, let me grab a picture real quick." His camera was in the center console, so he just grabbed it and snapped the picture, which is actually the last photo of Tupac ever taken. One of the most iconic pictures in hip-hop history, with Suge Knight focused on the road and Tupac looking slightly nervous and worried. Right after taking the pic, the light changed green and they pulled off. Just after 11 p.m., Suge was halted on Las Vegas Boulevard, pulled over by a LVMPD officer on a bicycle. The brand new car displayed no temporary plates. The cop also informed him that the volume on the stereo was too loud. Suge and Pac had turned up the volume so loud that everyone on the streets could hear it. The plates were found in the trunk of the car. After a brief conversation with the officer, Suge was let go without being ticketed. During that moment, some girls who were in Vegas for the weekends recognized Suge standing in front of the car. They decided to join the caravan. Pac was all hyped up and full of energy, yelling, "Come on, come go with me, come with us," told the girls to follow them to the 662 Club. So they drove off and the girls were right behind them, accidentally cutting off the security. The caravan continued down Las Vegas Boulevard until they reached Flamingo, where they turned towards the club, which was about 2.5 miles away on the same road. Both Suge's BMW and Keefe D's Cadillac were now on the East Flamingo Road driving in opposite directions. Keefe D driving west, ready to turn left, and Suge driving east towards the 662 Club, both on the same road. Keefe D was sitting at the light, just about to turn left onto Las Vegas Boulevard, where the Death Row entourage came from. He was talking to Zip and a guy named Lil Daddy on the phone, explaining him that he couldn't find Pac and Suge, telling him that they're now on the way back to the hotel. It was at that moment when they saw Tupac on the other side of the road, standing in the sunroof of the BMW, talking to the girls behind him, who were all screaming Tupac's name. According to Keefe D, the Death Row caravan just came around the corner, meaning they turned off Las Vegas Boulevard onto Flamingo, right in front of them. The Cadillac was now close to the BMW, but on the other side of the road. Keefe D said if Pac hadn't been out the window, they would have never seen him. For him, it looked like he was at a parade, with half his body out the window, arms in the air, waving at fans and dancing. People on the streets were screaming, "Tupac, Tupac, we love you." Everybody in the Cadillac turned their heads and saw the entire caravan. Keefe D then yelled, "There, the mother effers go right there! Buster you, Buster you!" Terrence Brown then did a U-turn to get on the other side of the road, to drive in the same direction as Suge and the Death Row entourage, meaning back to the 662 Club. The Crips were in 3 cars, but due to the other 2 missing the lights and the Cadillac doing a U-turn out of nowhere, they got separated. The 2 cars continued driving to the Carriage Hotel. Keefe D was still on the phone with Zip and Lil Daddy and allegedly told them, "Yo, we'll see y'all back at the hotel. I'ma go talk to these people." As they reached the intersection of East Flamingo Road and Koval Lane, the girls in the Chrysler Sebring decide to get out of the caravan to go to the club ahead of them by switching lanes. It's a 6-lane road, 2 lanes that turn left, 3 lanes that go straight ahead, and 1 lane that turns right. According to Keefe D, there were around 15 to 17 cars that waited for the lights to turn green. Suge's BMW and most of the cars of the Death Row caravan were on the 4th lane, which is the one in the middle of the 3 lanes that go straight ahead. They were surrounded by 3 vehicles of the Death Row entourage. Trayvon's Mercedes-Benz was in front of Suge's BMW. He was in it with Kevin Woods, aka K-Dub, one of the 2 people who were present at the Lakewood Mall with Trayvon Lane when they fought Orlando Anderson and the Southsiders. K-Dub was driving and Trey was in the passenger seat. There were guns in that vehicle. Suge felt safe having shooters around him. Buntry and Neckbone's Black Toyota Supra was on the left, meaning on the 3rd lane, and Frank Alexander's Lexus was directly behind Suge. The rest of the Death Row entourage was on the 4th lane. The 2 ladies had switched to the 5th lane, meaning the one on the right of the BMW, to get out of the caravan. The lane was free and also going straight ahead, in the direction of the 662 Club. The 2 ladies used this opportunity to leave Suge's BMW behind them. As soon as the girls went past them, a white late model Cadillac eased up on the right side of Tupac's BMW. It had slowly rolled past the long line of luxury cars. They were looking into each one until they pulled up to the front vehicle and found who they were seeking. Frank Alexander and the Outlaws noticed how it was relatively close to the BMW. Like two rams locking horns, Suge and Keefe D looked each other dead in the eye. According to Keefe D, Suge had a terrified expression on his face. No words were exchanged. The time for talking had passed. Tupac supposedly made an erratic move and began to reach down beneath his seat. It was the first and only time in my life that I could relate to the police commands, "Keep your hands where I can see them." Instead, Pac pulled out a strap, and that's when the fireworks started. And at 11:15 p.m., 13 shots were fired at the BMW. 3 bullets into the rear and 5 bullets into the front door. 4 bullets into the front passenger window, and 1 bullet into the windshield. The first to get hit, according to Keefe D, was Suge, who was grazed by a bullet on the right side of his back head. Suge bellowed after being clipped in the head and neck with shrapnel and glass fragments. He then ducked and Keefe D thought that he was dead. Pac, on the other hand, wasn't ducking. Keefe D even joked about it and said Pac was trying to breakdance in the car. He also added that him and Terrence Brown were ducking, thinking Pac would shoot back. K-Dub, who was sitting in front of Suge's BMW, looked through the rearview mirror and saw Tupac trying to jump in the back seat while they were getting shot at. He also saw Suge bleeding from the head.
Pac stood up to try to get in the back seat to get out the way of the shots. That's how he got shot in his hip, which hit one of the bones, the doctor said, and traveled to hit his lung. When he stood up, I grabbed him and said, "Get down," and covered him. When I pulled him down, that's when I got shot in my head. I got shot in the head, got grazed some other places, but I still got the bullet in my head. It's still there. I got a deep slash with a bullet grazed the back of my neck, which if it had went another inch, it'd hit my spine and paralyzed me. I'd have gave my life for him, without a question.
Directly in the withering line of fire, Tupac desperately tried to scramble out of the way, in hope that he can jump in the back seat. But he didn't manage to do so. He exposed his torso and was immediately struck in the chest, as well as his right hip, arm and hand. 4 hits at close range, all in quick succession. "Get down!" Suge yelled. Some people accused Suge of using Tupac as a shield, but Keefe D denied it. Officer Chris Carrol, who was there that night, said that it's very unlikely for Tupac to have tried to jump in the back seat, as he had no bullet wounds on his back. All the wounds he received were on the right side of his body. One of the bullets went into Tupac's right lung. They had guns in the stash box inside the car, and some sources suggest that Tupac didn't actually try to jump in the back seat, but tried to turn to get one of the guns that were hidden in the car, which would confirm Keefe D's statements about Tupac pulling out a gun. But he could also have tried to make it look like self-defense. The guns were still in the stash box when the cops searched it. They didn't know how to open it without damaging the car, so they never found them. According to Keefe D, they shot in self-defense, thinking that Pac would shoot back at them. In a more recent account, he said that Tupac actually shot back. So we once again have conflicting statements and don't know what to believe. Keefe D himself changed the story numerous times over the years. The part about self-defense was added recently. Frank Alexander and the Outlaws said that the shooting happened immediately after the cars were next to each other. And if you look at the bullet holes on the BMW, you can see that the first 3 holes can be found in the rear door. Why would you shoot bullets into the rear door if the vehicles stand right next to each other, and if you're trying to shoot Tupac after seeing that he quote-unquote reached for a gun, and if you had enough time to do a stare down? Just from the bullet holes alone, you can tell that the Cadillac was moving the second they started shooting. And from the looks of it, the shooter fired the first bullets too early, before he could get a clear view of the passengers of the BMW. The guy in the back window started firing when he was behind Tupac, and stopped after he was in front of him, when Pac was out of sight. The last bullet that hit the BMW went through the right side of the front shield window. So by that time, the trunk of the Cadillac had to have been near the front door of the BMW. In order for that to be possible, the Sebring of the ladies in front of the Cadillac would have had to drive off first. The women in the car said they drove off shortly after hearing the shots, and the Cadillac almost crashed them while turning right and trying to overtake the Sebring. So all evidence points to them shooting on sight, without the Cadillac holding next to it to have a stare down or an analysis of Tupac's movements. The Cadillac had to drive very slowly so that the shooter could fire 9 bullets into the front door and window.
As they got closer to the BMW, the arm came out and the gun just started firing.
The shots came either from the front or the back window on the left side of the Cadillac. In the interviews with the detectives, all 3 witnesses, namely Frank Alexander, Yaki Gaddafi and Idi Amin, have said that the shots came from the front window. But months later, they all said that the shots came from the back. So they have all changed their stories over time. During the witness interviews hours after the shooting, all witnesses were convinced that even though the shots came from the front window, that the shooter wasn't actually the driver, but the person sitting behind him. Meaning a guy that's sitting exactly where Deandre Smith was sitting. Which is weird because the first 3 bullets went through the back window of the BMW. So how in the world were Keefe D and Suge Knight able to make eye contact before the shooting? Assuming that the cars were standing parallel to each other like Keefe D claims. Only way for that to be possible would be the shooter firing the first 3 bullets from the back window and then using the front window after realizing that he missed the target. But that way the bullets would be flying diagonally, but Tupac's bullet wounds can be found on his side. And the bullets went straight through him as if the arm of the shooter was in line with Tupac. All the bullets went in horizontally, while Tupac was facing the front shield window. Only way for him to shoot that many bullets vertically without a single bullet going diagonally would be for the shooter to use the back window without moving around, while holding his arm straight. Years later, you didn't hear a single account where the shots came from the driver's window. Keefe D himself said that the shots came from the back window without being 100% sure who pulled the trigger. He just said it came from one of the rear passengers. He did later say that it was Orlando, but he didn't see him shoot. He just said when he tried to give Deandre Smith the gun, he got cold feet and panicked, saying, "No, no, 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 no," while pushing the gun away from him. And Orlando was supposedly so enraged and full of adrenaline that he grabbed the gun without hesitation. Orlando's ego and pride got the best of him. Keefe D wants us to believe that Orlando Anderson leaned over a 350-pound heavy Deandre Smith and opened fire with a semi-automatic handgun while getting a clear view of his targets and getting clear shots as if there's no obstacle in the way, spraying the right side of the BMW, riddling the door and shattering the heavily tinted windows. Every time Keefe D was asked if Deandre was the shooter, he didn't want to answer. In some of his accounts, he even said that he only threw the gun into the back seat without handing it over to anyone, meaning the whole part of Deandre getting cold feet might have never happened. In another interview, he denied that Deandre was scared. Keefe D could have also just made up that part about Deandre getting cold feet to make it look like Orlando got his revenge in the end. Puffy's ex-bodyguard Gene Deal also said that Keefe D wouldn't have allowed anyone in his car who's scared and doesn't want to be a part of the whole operation, because it's usually those type of people who fold under pressure and end up getting the whole team locked up. A guy who didn't really want to be involved. That's why he left the van, to only be around people who are actually willing to do what they came for. Why would you have him as a witness sitting in your car doing nothing? According to Compton police, both Orlando and Deandre Smith had shot and killed people before the Vegas shooting, so they weren't the type to get cold feet like Keefe D claims. They were totally used to it. The two actually had quite a bit of history together, and killed people for each other, to help each other out. It makes sense that they both were in charge of shooting, not just Orlando, cause Terrence Brown was the driver who had to keep an eye on the road. Keefe D was too far away from them to shoot. The remaining two in the back were the youngsters, so it makes sense to put them in charge. They were most likely supposed to hand over the gun in case the target ends up on their side. There was no other reason for Deandre to be in the car. He was supposed to shoot if Tupac's BMW was on his side, meaning on the left side of the Cadillac, and Orlando was supposed to shoot if Pac was on the right side. Why would you let a 350-pound heavy man block one of the windows and make it difficult for Orlando to hit the target? Why was he even in the car in the first place? There were also eyewitnesses like Idi Amin, who claimed that the arm and the hand of the shooter was big and bulky, and that it couldn't have been Orlando's. Keefe D was confronted about it in interviews, to which he responded that he didn't actually see the shooter as he was ducking and had his back turned. This makes you wonder why in previous interviews he was so convinced that Orlando is the shooter, and that Deandre is innocent. But then you could make that argument that it wouldn't make sense for Orlando to let Deandre shoot him, because it was him who got jumped and his pride hurt. He felt like he had to prove himself, so that he doesn't come back to the hood as a victim or a loser who got beaten up by a non-gangster and needed the help of someone else to get his revenge. His reputation as a cold-blooded killer was on the line. At least that's how he felt. It makes sense to assume that he wanted to prove himself. Alright, you jumped me, but look what I did to you afterwards. Most of the time, you don't really want anybody to take your revenge for you if you can do it yourself. It would make you look weak in the type of environments Orlando grew up in. One of the Southsiders who was living with Deandre Smith at the time, but was in jail when Tupac got shot, told the grand jury that Deandre was the shooter and that he never took credit for it. Instead, he let his friend Orlando take the credit so that his reputation on the streets could be saved, cause that was the whole reason why they came after them. The witness said that Deandre was someone that did a lot of dirt for everyone, a killer that tried to stay low profile, which contradicts Keefe D's remarks about Deandre getting cold feet, cause apparently Deandre was used to these type of situations. It was later revealed that Deandre always got away with killing people. The witness also explained why Orlando stood there in front of the elevators. He said Orlando was on his way to the bathroom. After the fight at the MGM, he supposedly had a dislocated shoulder. And that's why, quote-unquote, he couldn't have possibly shot Tupac. He not only had a 6'6", 350 to 400 pound heavy Deandre Smith in his way, which prevented him from having a clear shot, but also had an injured shoulder that didn't allow him to lean over Deandre and shoot. He didn't have a clear shot, and the shells would be flying in Deandre's face if Orlando really had leaned over him. He was just too big to get out of the way, or to make space. Andre supposedly told him, "Give me the pistol," and shot Pac. That would explain why all the eyewitnesses said that the arm was big, dark and bulky, even though detectives are convinced that it was Orlando. Dre was just in a better position to do it. If Orlando was on the left side, he would have done it himself. He said he saw Orlando in an arm sling shortly after. In one of the interviews, Keefe D said that Orlando went to a hospital a day after the shooting, because of the shoulder injury. Everything that Keefe D said and everything I presented in this video about Von Zip, Keefe D and Puffy, everything aside from his statements about the identity of the shooter, was confirmed by the Southside Crip that lived with Deandre. The statements made by eyewitnesses seem to be in line with the recent witness testimony in front of the grand jury. Yaki Gaddafi, who was one of the members of the Outlaws, was sitting in the black Lexus right behind Tupac and claimed to have seen the driver and the arm of the shooter. Just like Frank Alexander and Idi Amin, he said that the shots came from the front window. The arm was supposedly dark, but the driver was brown, meaning that it wasn't actually the driver who shot out the window. He might have made a mistake about where the shots came from, but more important than that is the part where he said the shooter is dark-skinned. The only dark-skinned person in the car was Deandre Smith. Orlando Anderson's skin color was the lightest in that vehicle. Gaddafi denied that the arm was fair-skinned. He said that the shooter's arm looked dark. Both Keefe D and Terrence Brown had darker skin than Orlando, and they were described by Gaddafi as brown or light-skinned. The arm of the shooter, however, was dark-skinned. They all said the same thing. Both Frank and Idi Amin, who are all in the same vehicle. Frank, the driver of the Lexus, said that the arm of the shooter was as black as the gun itself. Deandre Smith was the only person in that vehicle that fits the description. The detective even asked him again to clarify, and Frank repeated it, denying that he was fair-skinned. Said he was dark black. Not just black, dark black. Years later he added, "All I saw was the position of the shooter. He was in the back seat. I saw the arm of the shooter come out. I saw a silhouette of him, which was a black person wearing a skull cap and a beanie cap. Orlando Anderson did not wear a cap that day. and his arm did not have the same color as a gun. Right next to the driver Frank, we had Yaki Gaddafi. The front passenger seat was the place where you could see the shooter the best, and he said the same thing as Frank. The shooter was dark-skinned, darker than the driver. Behind Gaddafi we had Idi Amin, who at first told the cops that he could identify the shooter, but then later he denied that he was able to. I saw 4 black males in a white Cadillac as it rolled by our car, just before Tupac got shot. I couldn't see which of those 4 pulled the trigger, but I saw the gun come from the back seat out through the driver's window, and I saw the driver. I did see all 4 faces for a few split seconds before the shooting though, and I told the police that. I can't promise you I could identify them, but nobody has ever even asked me to try. He also said that the arm of the shooter was dark-skinned, and that it came out the front window, but by the person sitting behind the driver, which was Deandre Smith. To Idi Amin's left we had Castro, another member of the Outlaws. He couldn't see the shooting as well as the others. He sat the farthest from the Cadillac. Napoleon from the Outlaws, who stayed in LA that weekend, was told that the shooter was not actually Orlando Anderson but somebody else. Trayvon Lane, on the other hand, was allegedly the first to tell people that it was Orlando. And as previously mentioned, Trayvon Lane was the person who had the fight with him at the mall. Trayvon might have been able to see the shooter as he was in the front passenger seat of the vehicle in front of the BMW, and the Cadillac rolled right past them when they were trying to escape. Trayvon and K-Dub accidentally prevented the BMW from escaping, cause Suge could have just driven off the moment they started shooting. Trayvon might have actually spoken to Officer Greg Kading in private and informed him about Orlando being the shooter, since the officer is fully convinced that it was him. But then you have people in DeAndre's neighborhood saying that he bragged about shooting Tupac while having Orlando with him. But to be fair, Orlando is said to have done the same, meaning they both wanted credit for killing Tupac. According to Low MB from the group OFTB, who was actually one of the people who were on their way to the 662 Club, Yaki Gaddafi later on at the hospital told him that the shooter was light-skinned, looking like him, which is the complete opposite of what he told the police. So it's not just outsiders that spread false information about the case, but even the people that were present at the crime scene. The eyewitnesses weren't telling the truth, and were making things difficult for the police to solve. This whole case is a convoluted mess. You have multiple accounts from both the victim and the perpetrator side that have changed over time and contradict each other.
Pac not gonna tell the story. I ain't gonna tell the story, but I tell you this, it wasn't Anderson, so that's all I got to say about that part.
During a recent interview, Suge Knight said that neither Keefe D nor Orlando was the shooter, going as far as to say that Orlando was a good kid, and that they should free Keefe D after his recent arrest. But most people, including Las Vegas detectives who have addressed these statements, take them with a grain of salt, and don't see him as a reliable source, as he has lied about the identity of the shooter in the past, going as far as to accuse his ex-wife of having orchestrated the shooting. He also paid Orlando $60,000 to testify for him in court a few weeks after the shooting, which he also named as one of the reasons why he wouldn't testify against Keefe D. The other reasons being their friendship, which, like explained earlier, goes all the way back to their childhoods, and Orlando, quote-unquote, not being the shooter. It's not clear if he was trying to imply that it was DeAndre, or if he's just trying to prevent Keefe D from going to jail.
Who want to see? I wouldn't wish somebody going to prison on my worst enemy. Free Keefe D.
If it does somehow turn out that DeAndre was the shooter, then Keefe D's proffer agreement, which he made in 2009 in exchange for the police dropping an indictment involving a drug ring, would be violated, as he himself admitted that Orlando was the shooter. That's why detectives assumed that it was Orlando, since it wouldn't make sense for him to lie about it, as it would get him locked up for the rest of his life. Everything you say during a proffer agreement must be truthful, and only then they can't use it against you, unless you speak about the case outside the agreements. More on that later. Orlando himself of course denied being the shooter, while lying and slipping up in interviews multiple times to the point that his attorney was forced to tell him to not answer the questions.
And I heard that Tupac was shot when I was at home.
Matter of fact, I was at home, like.
No, okay.
He said he was at home when the shooting happened, and then got cut off by his attorney, because there are obviously videotapes of him at the MGM that night, and not in Compton. After shooting 13 rounds into the BMW, the Cadillac drove off, following the ladies who were trying to escape in panic by turning right, even though they were in the wrong lane. While trying to switch lanes, the Cadillac almost collided with the car of the ladies. The ladies tried to turn right from the 5th lane, while the people in the Cadillac tried to overtake them by using the 6th lane. They both turned right onto Koval Lane, but the Cadillac was able to pass them. As soon as the ladies and the Southsiders drove off, Buntry and Neckbone tried to chase the Cadillac with the black Toyota Supra. They were on the 3rd lane right next to Suge's BMW. The women in the white Chrysler Sebring didn't know where the shots came from and were blindly trying to get away from the shooting as fast as possible, not knowing that they were doing a race with the shooters. The Sebring of the ladies was in between the Cadillac and the Supra. So it was a high-speed chase with Buntry and Neckbone trying to pass the Sebring to get closer to the Cadillac, and the Cadillac trying to escape. Once the Supra came close enough, they started shooting at each other. They might have recognized Orlando in that vehicle since the Supra was on the right lane, and the Cadillac on the left, but it's rather unlikely. The black Toyota Supra had one bullet hole on the left front fender, meaning Neckbone and Buntry must have came close enough to get hit there, on the side and not the front of the car. For that to be possible, the Supra must have at least reached the back door of the Cadillac, maybe even the front door, somewhere in between. Only people who could have done it were Keefe D and Orlando, since they were the ones on the right side, but Keefe D said that he didn't even notice them. Terrence Brown made a right turn onto East Harmon Avenue, and that's when they lost him, according to the Southsider I previously mentioned, the one that testified in front of the grand jury. The front window of the Chrysler Sebring got shot out, and the women stopped following them, realizing that they've been following the assailants the whole time. Keefe D thought that the girls were trying to chase them, that's why they shot at them to make them stop. The Southsiders managed to disappear into the night without Buntry or the girls knowing where they went. Knowing that Von Zip's gun had 17 bullets and that 13 of them went through the BMW, they must have been out of ammo or had multiple guns with them. The Supra had one bullet hole, same with the Sebring. According to Keefe D, there were a lot of shots led in both directions. He was under the impression that Tupac actually shot back at them, cause the Cadillac supposedly ended up having multiple bullet holes. Keefe D never mentioned a Supra coming after them, even though Reggie Wright confirmed that they shot back. The interesting thing to me was, with all them rough A people they were supposed to have with them, none of them did a damn thing and tried to come after us. There were a lot of shots let off in both directions. I don't know why the Vegas police didn't check Tupac's hands for powder burns to see if he was shooting, because the car we were in was shot the F up. I don't understand why people act like Tupac was an angel. The guy had busted on some off-duty cops in Atlanta a few years earlier, so he wasn't scared to bust. When the shots settled, a couple of people in our car had fragments and glass in their hair, but none of us had been hit, Keefe D said. Immediately after the assailants stopped firing, bodyguard Frank Alexander jumped out the Lexus and ran to the BMW thinking that both Suge and Pac are dead. K-Dub, who was sitting in the vehicle in front of Suge's BMW, supposedly got out as well to check on them. He saw blood shooting out of Suge's head, and Pac looking at him in shock. He asked if Suge was alright, but Suge was holding onto the steering wheel in total shock. They then said, "Come on man, let's get out of here," and everyone jumped back in their cars. K-Dub's statements contradict Frank Alexander's side of the story, cause K-Dub made it seem like they had enough time to talk and check on Suge and Pac to see if they're alive. Frank, on the other hand, said that they didn't even have time to check on them. Right when he reached the trunk of the BMW, Suge drove off and did a U-turn to drive back where he came from. He was in panic mode and couldn't think clearly. He wanted to get away from there as fast as possible. Suge was splattered with both Pac's and his own blood. Pac's breathing was labored and shallow, but his eyes were open and he was alert. There was a flip Motorola cell phone resting on the sedan's console, but Suge didn't use it to call 911 for help. didn't try to drive to the hospital either. He was actually going in the opposite direction.
But for his trying to get him to the hospital didn't make me realize that I was shot. Because usually when you get shot in the head, the first thing the person do is panic. You know, bam, I'm shot in the head, I'm about to die. And once you do that, you can't drive nowhere. And there was blood coming everywhere. My concern was him. I said, you hit? He said, I'm hitting. So I said, I'm gonna get you to a hospital right now. So I'm driving like a madman, trying to, get help to help him. And the first thing he said, laughingly, jokingly, loudly, is, I need a hospital? You the one shot in the head. Don't you think you need a hospital? And we laughed the whole time going to find our way to the hospital. That's the conversation we had. It wasn't, Pac was a man the whole time. It wasn't that he was like, oh, I'm shot. He cracking jokes. He like, yeah, they shot me. He said, but you shot in your head. Look at your head bleed. Look how much it's bleed. That was Pac. And I'm like, man, shut up, I'm gonna get you to the doctor.
Suge sped back down Flamingo Road and supposedly told Tupac that he was going to get him to a hospital. The U-turn was questionable because the Desert Springs Hospital is located at 2075 East Flamingo Road, not far from the 662 Club. Suge knew the area well as he used to play for the UNLV Rebels, but he was in panic mode and didn't know what to do. Frank ran back to the Lexus and did a U-turn as well, just like the other cars from the entourage. 3 cars in total followed Suge down East Flamingo Road. Suge got caught up in traffic, went up over a median, ran a red light and popped a couple tires on the center divider. He ran the red light at Harmon Avenue and then got stuck on the median with 4 flat tires. Despite Suge's injuries and his vehicle having flat tires, he was able to drive Pac and himself a mile from the site to Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon Avenue. The sedan had a powerful 4.4-liter V8 engine, so Suge floored it and got out of there even with flat tires.
I didn't know what to think. It was a fog. It was a haze.
After hearing the gunshots, 2 biked cops came out of the parking garage of the Maxim Hotel, which was right next to the spot where Tupac got shot. They then informed their colleagues through the radio, while alerting paramedics. The cops were pedaling fast. They turned and followed Suge down the road instead of securing the crime scene. As a result, the scene and evidence was ran over and dispersed through the traffic. Suge lost control over his BMW, and the vehicle did a 360-degree spin. It was right at the intersection of East Harmon Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard. That's where the BMW came to a stop. Suge drove all the way back from East Flamingo Road, turned left onto Las Vegas Boulevard, and stopped right when turning left onto East Harmon Avenue. That's also where the cars of the Death Row entourage came to a stop, and people started to jump out of their vehicles in order to rush to Tupac. The cops had followed them on their bikes, which they threw down once the BMW came to a stop. They drew their guns on Suge and everyone who was coming out of the vehicles, telling them to get on the ground. Some of them listened, but the officer Chris Carrol was under the impression that they didn't want to comply, and that it's going to be a shootout, so he was nervous as well. The officer didn't know if they're the victims or the attackers. Suge came out of the vehicle looking hysteric but also menacing. Officer Chris Carrol thought he had no backup while being surrounded by at least 12 people. He pointed his gun at Suge, who was running around, even though he was covered in blood from scalp and neck wounds. Suge started yelling, "My man Pac is shot! Pac is shot!" He was repeatedly told to get on the ground. At around 11:20, meaning 5 minutes after the shooting, about 20 police officers had arrived at the scene. They put up crime scene tape around the car and put everyone from Death Row out of their cars and face down on the sidewalk. "The police shoved guns in our faces and threatened us," Edie said. "They made us lay face down in the middle of the street. Even after they realized we were telling the truth, they never apologized." Officer Chris Carrol then saw Pac, who was still in the car, even though they had told everybody to get out of the vehicles. He went around the car and aimed his gun at the passenger side, where Tupac was sitting, saw the bullet holes and understood that they were indeed the victims. The passenger window was shot and broken. He couldn't open the door because the bullets had damaged the mechanism for the door latch. Frank Alexander then told one of the cops that he's the bodyguard of Tupac Shakur, and he was then allowed to come in. He got up under the tape and saw Suge laying on the ground like everyone else. Frank told the cops that Suge is the boss of the record company, and that Tupac is still in the car. They then let Suge come up off the ground, and that's when him and Frank ran to the BMW to check on Tupac. Chris Carrol still wasn't able to open the door, and then started pointing the gun at Suge, telling him to back off as he felt intimidated by him. He then tried to open the passenger door again, but then Suge said, "It's my car, I know how to open it." Pac was leaning against the door, so when Suge opened it, he almost fell out the car, while he was still covered in blood. According to Chris Carrol, he carried him out with his left hand while having the gun in his right hand. Suge was still in panic mode, and Chris was afraid that he might do something while he's busy helping Pac. He thought that if Suge jumped on his back, it would have been over for him, cause he was huge. He managed to carry him out and put him on the ground.
And he's like, he's trying to breathe. And then he goes, I can't breathe.
He was in terrible shape, had blood coming out of his nose, had so much blood on his body that the officer didn't even understand where he was shot. The seat, his clothes, the jewelry, everything was covered in blood. Frank and Suge were both yelling and asking him if he's alright. Pac then tried yelling back, but didn't have enough energy and breath. Chris Carrol thought that Pac didn't have much time, but that he still could make a dying declaration to help the police to find the assailants. He then asked him, "Who shot you? What happened? Who did it?" Pac was ignoring him at first, making eye contact here and there, but he wanted to speak with Suge instead. The police officer kept asking, "Who did this? Who shot you?" And Pac kept ignoring him. And then all of a sudden, his mood and attitude changed. He went from fighting, yelling, and trying to get Suge's attention to totally peaceful, lying there still with his arms on his body, as if he's trying to save his remaining energy. The officer thought that he physically gave up. Suge was bleeding heavily from his head, but he was running around as if nothing happened. Pac then looked at the police officer, right in his eyes, stared at him. That's when the officer asked him one last time, "Who shot you?" Pac looked at him and took a deep breath to get the words out. He opened his mouth and the officer thought he's going to cooperate.
He looked at me and I could tell he was getting a breath together to tell me, and he looked me right in the eyes and we looked at each other and he said, "Fuck you." And he said it just like that with the emphasis on that F.
After that, he started gurgling and slipping out of consciousness. Confident that the death row crew and the police would be looking for the vehicle they were driving, the Crips tried to abandon it and get away from it as far as possible. They parked the Cadillac on the other side of the Las Vegas Boulevard Street, meaning after they drove down Covell Lane, they headed into the same direction as Suge went. Drove down Covell Lane, turned right onto East Harmon Avenue, then turned right onto Audrey Street, left onto Paris Drive, and then crossed the Las Vegas Boulevard Street to find a parking lot. That area is now filled with hotels. Back then, in 1996, the Bellagio Hotel and Casino was still under construction, just like most of the other hotels in that area. Only things you could find there were dunes, construction areas, and parking lots. They must have found a good hiding place for the Cadillac, cause the cops never found it, even though there were bicycle cops everywhere. It's also a miracle that nobody saw them, even though the traffic was heavy. It took them at least 10 minutes to get there. By the time the BMW came to a halt, they were still driving. Keefe D thought that Suge would drive to the hospital, and didn't expect him to come back down Las Vegas Boulevard, the same street that Keefe D came back to. On the other side of the road, they found a parking lot where they could hide the car. It was now 11:30. 15 minutes had passed since the shooting happened. 2 ambulances showed up and Tupac went into unconsciousness. The response team opened a gurney and wheeled Tupac's limp body into one of the ambulances. They put tubes down his throat to try to get an airway going. With 2 officers and the injured Suge Knight taking a seat in the other ambulance, the 2 emergency vehicles sped off with sirens blaring, driving north Las Vegas Boulevard Street. heading for the University Medical Center some 3 miles away. In the meantime, the Crips got out of the Cadillac and Orlando put the gun on one of the tires. They took their bottles of liquor and were on their way to the Carriage Hotel, for which they once again had to cross the Las Vegas Boulevard, but this time by foot. They crossed the road, but the light changed to red when they reached the middle divider, so they had to wait at the median, and according to Keefe D, that's when 2 ambulances passed right in front of where they were standing. According to Keefe D, the ambulances were carrying Pac and Suge. That ish was funny as a motherfucker, Keefe D said. But Keefe D told a different story in his proffer deal confession, which Officer Greg Kading secretly recorded and leaked in books and TV shows. He told him that they parked the Cadillac in a parking lot right across the street from the carriage house, meaning on East Harmon Avenue right after they turned right from Covell Lane, so they didn't cross Las Vegas Boulevard again. He said that the ambulance with Tupac and Suge drove right past them when they were trying to cross East Harmon Avenue Street, so they saw the ambulance on a different street. But the emergency team didn't even drive that way. They didn't drive east. In order to get to the hospital, they drove north, using the Las Vegas Boulevard street. So this version of the story he told doesn't add up. He told Greg Kading that they were on their way to party in their rooms at the MGM Grand, but they weren't even staying there. At the MGM, there were cameras everywhere. There is no footage of those 4 at the MGM after the shooting, and no rooms were booked under their names. It also wouldn't make sense for them to go back there after that fight with Orlando and the Death Row entourage. Keefe D himself said that the things he told Greg Kading were inaccurate, and Greg Kading supposedly fabricated a lot of the stories for his TV show Unsolved and his book Murder Rap. The only way for the Crips to have seen the ambulance drive to the hospital would have been for them to have parked the Cadillac on the west side of the street Las Vegas Boulevard. Cause again, the emergency team had to drive north to reach the hospital as fast as possible. It also wouldn't make sense for them to park the car in a parking lot near Covell Lane, cause that's part of the escape route that the cops were informed about. All they knew is that they drove down Covell Lane, so it wouldn't make sense for them to park it there, especially when your hotel, the carriage house, is on the other side of the street. It makes more sense to hide the vehicle somewhere the cops wouldn't expect it. Just before midnight, Pac was taken to UMC's trauma center. He had lost 22 ounces of blood on the way to the hospital. As he was being carried to the emergency room, he said that he was dying. Tupac was rushed into surgery. The doctors were desperately trying to stabilize his quickly deteriorating condition. It would be the first of several surgeries Tupac would endure as an ever-expanding team of physicians fought to save his life. According to the Advanced Trauma Life Support Protocol, he was resuscitated hours after the shooting, and a full trauma activation was called. He was placed on a ventilator and respirator. 2 liters of blood, which are around 68 ounces, had hemorrhaged into his chest cavity and had to be removed. His pulse was very thready, and initially he had minimal blood pressure, which rapidly declined. He was taken immediately to the operating room for operative intervention and further resuscitation, undergoing surgery which consisted of ligation of bleeding, and a surgeon removed a bullet from his pelvic area, which was done at midnight and finished at 2:35 a.m. Buntry and Neckbone didn't manage to chase down the Cadillac and didn't want to get interrogated by the police with guns in their vehicles from which they just fired multiple bullets. So they drove directly to the 662 Club to inform Reggie Wright Jr., Mark James and the remaining members of the Death Row entourage who were all waiting at the club. Reggie Wright then drove to the hospital where he met Suge, who told him that Pac is going to be alright even though he was in terrible shape.
I was on one bed, he was on the other, and we was going this way. I was like, "You alright, homie?" He was like, "Alright, homie, I love you." I was like, "Shit, I love you too, fool. You better get better, you know."
What was the last thing that he said to you?
They love me. I like, "Pac, we the last one left. When we talking, this is how we talking." I said, "Homie, I'm straight. I love you, homie. I'm gonna be straight. I love you too." That's what it was.
Keefe D, Terrence Brown, Orlando Anderson and Deandre Smith spent the night at the Carriage House Hotel and had a party together with the remaining Crips that came to Vegas. When the people who were in the van arrived, they didn't know what Keefe D, Orlando and the rest had done. I didn't tell nobody ish. What happened, y'all? C-Ray asked. Man, we don't know nothing. We know you're gonna snitch, Keefe D thought to himself. And he was right. C-Ray did snitch in the end. They popped bottles like it was any other night, smoked weed, and enjoyed themselves like they had planned to do in the first place. Lil Daddy, the guy Keefe D was talking to on the phone, right before they saw Tupac inside the top window of the BMW, later called his friend Slick, who then informed Puffy's ex-bodyguard Gene Deal that they shot Tupac and Suge, and that's how the bad boy camp learned about it. While the Crips were partying, patrol officers at the crime scene began interviewing witnesses, who were told to sit on the curb for more than 2 hours until homicide detectives arrived. The detectives took all the witnesses, including Frank Alexander and the Outlaws, into their car, one at a time, to ask them questions about the shooting. But they felt like the witnesses were incapable of answering the questions, saying that they were either in shock or refusing to cooperate, even though all three, Frank Alexander, Idi Amin and Yaki Gaddafi, had answered all their questions. Frank was interviewed at 2 a.m., Idi Amin at 2:20 and Gaddafi at 2:30, meaning they stayed for over 3 hours at the crime scene. The cops didn't manage to find the white Cadillac even though Frank Alexander had described the vehicle to the police 15 minutes after the shooting. By that time the Cadillac was already parked. Officers at the time of Park's hospitalization reported having no leads. Sergeant Kevin Manning said that the officers did not receive quote-unquote a whole lot of cooperation from Tupac's entourage. Could I identify the killer of my friend Tupac Shakur if the police showed me photos or a lineup of suspects? Possibly so, Frank said. The thing is that the Las Vegas Metro Police never even tried to show me a photo of the shooter, nor did they call me at any time for a lineup or to ask me anything concerning the shooting and death of Tupac. Both Frank and Idi Amin said that they did not try to contact Las Vegas detectives afterwards because they distrusted them, after investigators allegedly harassed them and ignored their initial accounts. The way this whole thing was handled, I have no faith in the Las Vegas PD. I don't trust them, Idi said. All they kept asking me that night was if I saw the face of the shooter when the gun was being fired. And when they asked me that, I told them no, I didn't. I told them I saw 4 faces before the shooting. But they never asked me anything else about that. His mother, Afeni Shakur, received the grim news in the Stone Mountain, Georgia home that her son had purchased for her. She arrived the next morning, accompanied by family members. After spending around 16 hours in his room, Park underwent another operation that started at around 6:25 p.m. that lasted about an hour. It was exploratory surgery, and his punctured right lung was removed to stop internal bleeding. A bullet had passed through his right lung, causing the area to fill with blood. In order to drain it, doctors inserted a tube through skin and muscle, between the ribs and into the chest cavity. The doctors had hoped that the bleeding would stop on its own, and believed that they had him stabilized, but the level of internal bleeding was more significant than they realized. In an attempt to stop the bleeding, doctors decided to take the damaged lung out. They made an incision in Tupac's chest and removed part of his ribcage, so that the surgeons gained access to that area. The lung was collapsed and the blood vessels tied off, so that they can remove it after clamping and cutting it. He was back in his room at 7:45 p.m. After repeatedly trying to get out of bed, he was put into a drug-induced coma, while friends and family gathered for a 24-hour bedside vigil. Gaddafi and a few others were upset that they put Park on the first floor, near the entrance and next to a window, meaning everybody could just walk in. They were getting threats on the phone, and were worried that the Crips would come and finish him off. So they tried to stand guard in and outside the hospital. The doctor made a promising statement that Tupac had passed the critical phase and had a 50% chance of survival. Considering the odds Tupac had faced his entire life and always succeeded, a 50% chance seemed like a certainty. Everybody from both camps knew that Orlando and the Southsiders were behind it. A death row marketing employee had informed Suge that the shooters had called the record label and threatened Park. The Las Vegas police was informed about it, but they said they were understaffed and couldn't bring extra security to the hospital to protect him. Just like after the shooting in New York, everyone around Tupac expected his enemies to come to the hospital and try to finish the job. Last time they had the Nation of Islam there to protect him. But this time he only had his friends, family members and fans. Fortunately, no attackers came to the hospital. After partying through the night, the Crips left Vegas the next morning, meaning on Sunday, September 8th. They rolled by and scooped up the Cadillac from where they ditched it the night before. They had placed the gun on one of the tires of the Cadillac. But when they went back there the next morning, the gun wasn't there anymore. Terrence Brown supposedly went back there in the middle of the night to pick up any stray shell casings and to dispose of the murder weapon. I mean, it was his mother-in-law that rented the car for him. So of course he has to be extra careful. Cause if the cops had found the Cadillac and the gun, they would have easily been able to trace it back to him by just contacting the car rental. But the cops found nothing. The Crips then jumped on the freeway and headed back to Compton. Keefe D rode back with his wife and Orlando in the rented beige 1993 Buick Regal. Terrence Brown drove the Cadillac, and he was following on their tail the whole time. At one point, when they got around the rest area in Barstow, a white San Bernardino sheriff car followed them for about 10 miles before turning off. During the drive home, Keefe D told his nephew, "Don't tell nobody what happened. Not even your mama. Don't say a mother effing thing." Sure enough, when they made it home, the streets were spooked. Inquiring minds wanted to know what happened in Vegas. Nothing was their only reply. Once they got back to Compton, the Cadillac sat for a couple of days. They then took it to the paint shop to be painted and cleaned out before returning it to Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Carson, California. By then, it was too late for any forensics to be accurate and reliable. Although Idi Amin, Frank Alexander and others in Tupac's entourage maintained vigil outside the hospital room where Tupac remained in intensive care for 6 days, investigators did not conduct follow-up interviews or show potential witnesses a photo of possible suspects. Police said during that time they had not obtained photographs of suspects yet. They did, however, check for white Cadillacs that got rented during that week. Compton detectives said that it was the only white Cadillac that was rented in Southern California on the weekend of the murder. The only time we ever saw the police again was when they came by the hospital that weekend and frisked us while they were looking for a gun, Edie said. They threatened to arrest us. At one point they even handcuffed Yafeu. The fact that they didn't ask us to look at suspect photos right there and then is proof to me that they had no intention of catching the killer. Suge Knight also took his turn at the bedside of the comatose Tupac. His wounds had turned out to be superficial, but he had other problems to deal with. As a convicted felon, he had been required to register with the local authorities within 24 hours of his arrival. Even as Tupac was struggling for breath, Suge was being fingerprinted and photographed. His presence in Las Vegas duly noted in Nevada's convicted felon registry. 2 detectives, Brent Becker and Mike Franks, waited outside Suge's hospital room to interview him about what he saw during the shooting. Suge claimed to be too busy with visitors passing through his room to talk to police. He instructed a nurse to ask the detectives to come back later. But at 11 a.m. that Sunday, Suge was released before the detectives returned to the hospital to take a statement. Him and Trayvon Lane had left Vegas to go back to LA. They allegedly wanted to get revenge and start a gang war by holding a meeting with all the Piru members they were associated with, telling them that the Southside Crips were responsible for the shooting. Keefe D said that him and Suge had looked each other in the eyes right before the shooting, so that's how they knew who did it. And of course the whole fight with Orlando at the MGM. The planned gang war in Compton broke out the following day on September 9th. There were mass shootings everywhere. Southside, Neighborhood, Kelly Park and Atlantic Drive Crips against Mob, Luders Park and Elm Lane Pirus. These alliances were a direct result of the Las Vegas shooting of Tupac and Suge. The Bloods wanted revenge for the shooting. In the next 10 days we had 12 shootings between the 2 alliances. And then mass arrests broke out. Almost 40 houses, including Keefe D's and Orlando's, were raided. Entire neighborhoods were getting shut down. the police was pulling guns out of homes and arresting everybody. On September 9th, Darnell Brim, one of the leaders of the Southside Crips, was shot several times in the back in East Orlando. Las Vegas police said that Darnell may have been in the Cadillac that night, but he wasn't. During this drive-by shooting, a 10-year-old bystander was also struck by the gunfire and was in critical condition. The Southsider Lil Spank witnessed the shooting. Following the death of one of the leaders of the Southsiders, Keefe D threw a meeting and told the youngsters to handle the young Piru members from the rival neighborhood. The OG Crips would deal with the big guys. There was no turning back now. It wasn't just Bloods who were trying to get revenge for Pac. The Crips wanted revenge too. Suge's hands weren't clean either. He participated in beating Keefe D's nephew, so they went after Suge as well, who according to Keefe D spared his own life by not staying at his spot in the valet. Once the war broke out, he left and stayed out of town for a while. Keefe D was on his bumper. Suge was unaware that they were staking out his house. The Southsiders had a little hideaway spot out in Studio City, and they were going out there every night looking for them. The same day, Gerard Mack, Eludas Park Piru, and Johnny Burgee were shot in a drive-by shooting in front of 713 North Brantfield. The shooter was a Southside Crip. Reggie Wright Jr.'s father, Reggie Wright Sr., who was the captain of the Compton Police and the second man in charge of the police force, came to Keefe D's block at 4:10 p.m., September 9th, meaning that Monday after the shooting. He ran the stop sign and approached Keefe D in front of his 1996 Chevrolet Z71. Keefe D had put all the guns they had, excluding the one they used to shoot Tupac, in the trunk of that vehicle. Again, the gun used to shoot Tupac was put on one of the tires of the Cadillac, which was parked near Las Vegas Boulevard Street. Terrence Brown got rid of it the following day. And now Reggie Wright Sr. came to Keefe D's block to warn and confront him. He parked his car on the wrong side of the road, jumped out, left the door wide open, and approached Keefe D by yelling at him. "Hey, Keefe D, let me tell you something, mother effer. If you mother effers kill my son, it's gonna be hell to pay. You people kill my son and the gloves are coming off. I'll come to get your mother effing A," Reggie Wright Sr. said. "What the F is you talking about? Homie, please," Keefe D responded. "I'm just telling you, mother effer. I'm going to kill you." Then he jumped back in the police car and sped off. Reggie Wright Sr. was concerned about his son's safety, while Keefe D was surprised and shocked that a police officer would come and threaten his life out of nowhere. That let him know that Reggie Wright Jr., the death row head of security, had told his dad and the police about it. Due to the fact that Reggie was working for Suge, Keefe D thought that Suge was cooperating with the police, but Reggie Wright Sr. denied that he ever spoke to him that day. Said that he was looking for Orlando. Went to Orlando's house and saw 4 Southside Crips outside, but only talked to a woman that opened the door, who was most likely Orlando's mother. And this conversation didn't happen 2 days after the shooting like Keefe D says, but a whole week, when the police suspected Orlando of having something to do with it. He wasn't looking for Keefe D, according to the captain himself. He said that he couldn't have approached him 2 days after the shooting, as the police didn't know about his involvement at that point in time. So according to Reggie Wright Sr., he just spoke to the woman and then left. But according to Keefe D, he was there the whole time. And once Reggie Wright left, Keefe let his homies know, "We might have to crack some police heads. They will kill for that guy Suge." He thought that Reggie Wright, as a representative for the Compton Police, made it clear whose side they were on during the gang war. He also said that about an hour later, Sergeant Reynolds and his crew came and raided the houses of the Southsiders. Keefe D's house got raided by Reggie Wright Sr. that same day. He was informed about it by a friend. Not just his house, the houses of the family members got raided as well, including Orlando's. They all took their guns but couldn't find the one that was used to shoot Tupac. During the 92 riots, there was a Crip set that broke into an Army's surplus store and took all their guns. They sold Keefe D 2 crates of guns for $3,600 per crate. There were 90 guns in each crate. Mags, Glocks, AK-47s. Keefe D's homies used them to shoot and kill people. During the raids, they took a large amount of their guns, attempting to leave them quote-unquote butt naked, according to Keefe D, who then sent word with Zip to tell Puffy to send them some cash so that they can get themselves more guns, cause they were in the middle of a gang war. But that never happened. Luckily, because of Keefe D's Colombian connection, he had a new crate of firearms the next day, which was September 10th. On that day, Lieutenant Wright monitored a radio call of 2 Piru gunshot victims at 713 North Brandfield Street. The car was occupied by 4 Crips. The driver David C. Keith, Willie Sloan, Avery Cody, and Qatar Carroll. That same day, Gary Williams, who was the brother of former Death Row Records security person George Williams, was shot by another Southsider in a drive-by shooting at Pine and Brandfield. Keefe D received a call from Zip requesting to meet up at a restaurant called LA Hot Wings, which was at the corner of Melrose and La Brea before closing down. Von Zip got a call from Puffy and Biggie's wife Faith Evans, asking them if they were the ones who shot Tupac. Keefe D didn't say anything, but Zip told him, yeah. And Puffy was quote-unquote happy as hell. Keefe D then told Zip to get the promised $1 million from Puffy. Zip agreed, and for the next 6 weeks, Keefe would try to call him and arrange a meeting, expecting Zip to come back with the money. Suge Knight returned to Las Vegas on September 11th, and that's when he spoke to the police. For the past 3 days, detectives had tried to arrange a meeting to hear his side of the story. But Suge told his attorneys to tell the detectives that he was still recovering from shrapnel wounds. On September 11th, however, which was 4 days after the shooting, Suge and his attorney finally met with the police at the homicide headquarters. He told the officers that he quote-unquote heard something but saw nothing the night of the shooting. Suge and 3 lawyers spoke with Metro Police for an hour and left them with nothing in the way of leads towards suspects or motives. A spokesman for the officers said that Suge's statement did nothing to help the investigation. He didn't tell them who shot him. The only real evidence the investigators had at this point was quote-unquote the number of bullet holes in the passenger door of the BMW. That same day, Bobby Finch, a Southside Crip who Compton cops said may have also been in the Cadillac, was gunned down on South Mayo at around 9 a.m. Early in the morning, when Keefe D and Orlando went to IHOP for breakfast over on Alameda and Compton Boulevard, they met the mayor of Compton, Omar Bradley, and Councilman Green, who were supposedly mad-dogging them, quote-unquote acting like they were tough. Keefe D said, "Man, you trippin', dude. What the F is wrong with you? You better leave us the F alone." Keefe D thought that they were on Suge's side. Years later, he told a different version of the same story, changing the names of the people he met. But it could also be that both of these stories happened. He was on his block sitting in the car with his homies, when the officer Robert Williams and the future mayor of Compton, Eric J. Paradin, pulled him over. Keefe D had played football with them at Compton High, which is a quote-unquote Crip school. "Man, best thing for y'all to do is to stay the F out of Compton, dude. Cause we ain't with that BS that's going on down there," Keefe D was told. They supposedly kept him and his nephew safe. The two apparently didn't care about the guns Keefe D and his homies had with them. They felt like Keefe D needed them. That same day in Compton, Orlando's cousin Jerry Bonds drove an old white Cadillac to an auto shop on White and Alondra at 3 p.m. A day later, on September 12th, an informant told the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Deputy Paul Fournier that it was Keefe D's nephew who shot Tupac and that the Southsiders were behind it. The informant was with the Piru and the Death Row Records fraction. Tupac's bodyguard Frank Alexander was told by Suge and the people working for Death Row to tell the police that Orlando Anderson had snatched Tupac's chain off his neck the night before the fight, and that Tupac wanted revenge when in fact that wasn't true. So they were trying to put the blame on Pac, and make it seem like the whole incident wasn't gang-related. Pac was supposed to have gone to court that day for sentencing on weapons charges for carrying a concealed gun when he attacked Alan Hughes. That was back in 1993, but he of course couldn't go there because of the shooting. His condition at the hospital got worse day by day. The internal bleeding continued and the doctors couldn't find the source. Suge was not allowed to enter the room during Pac's final moments, as he wasn't a family member. Snoop, on the other hand, got a chance to see him. He whispered into Tupac's ear that he's going to name his second son after him. And a lot of people from death row were upset that he didn't do it in the end. But Suge was devastated when they didn't allow him to see him for one last time. While in the critical care unit on the afternoon of Friday, September 13th, 1996, Tupac died of respiratory failure that led to cardiac arrest, which occurred days after the removal of his right lung. He had also lost his pinky finger, according to Napoleon from the Outlaws. Doctors attempted to revive him, but could not stop the hemorrhaging. His mother, Afeni, made the decision to cease medical treatment. I really felt it was important for Tupac, who fought so hard, to have a free spirit. I felt it was important for a spirit to be allowed to be free. So I rejoiced with him, with the release of his spirit. He was pronounced dead at 4:03 p.m. 10 minutes later, Deputy Medical Examiner Ed Brown arrived at the ICU building. He went straight to Tupac's bedside to examine him. I found no apparent life signs, and trauma was observed to the right hand, right hip, and right chest under the right arm, apparently caused from gunshots, the doctor wrote in his report. He then walked out the room to interview Afeni Shakur for his report. After that, he returned to Tupac's private room to tag his toe. Then, with the help of a nurse, he placed Tupac's nude body in a plastic body bag, which was sealed with the coroner's seal number 855871. Tupac's body wasn't taken through the front entrance of the trauma center, cause there were way too many fans, friends and reporters waiting. Hospital personnel didn't want a mob scene on their hands. Instead, according to a hospital security officer that was on duty that afternoon, Tupac's body, on a gurney and in a body bag, was wheeled to the elevator banks in the trauma unit and taken upstairs to the 3rd floor. Once upstairs, Tupac's body was wheeled down a hallway to a parking lot exit at the back of the hospital. From the back parking lot, an unmarked mortuary van took his body to the medical examiner's office 3 blocks away. Around the same time, bodyguard Frank Alexander was at Suge's house. Suge was just upset and mad, blaming him for not having his gun on him. He was coming towards him in a threatening way when the phone rang. Suge got on the phone and was told that Tupac had died. Then he turned to the bodyguard and said,
"Can nobody can save him now?" And he's in tears, right? And he goes, "He just died." And I just started crying.
At around 5 p.m., Tupac's mother Afeni made a positive identification of her son's body. A mortuary van took his body to the Clark County Coroner's office at 5:10 p.m. They did an autopsy which determined that Tupac didn't have any illegal drugs in his body, but he was heavily sedated. The autopsy report is on file at the office, but is deemed by Nevada state law not to be public. There were ballistics tests, but the results have not been made public either. They took 6 pictures of him which were put on file at the office. 2 general assignment detectives took Polaroid pictures of Tupac at the morgue for a police training book, but later they were removed and destroyed. They sent his blood to Long Beach Genetics, who did the DNA testing to find the probability of Afeni and Billy Garland parentage, which came back as 99.97%. Tupac was then cremated. By his death, he had become a legend, one that grew to take on a life of its own in the years that followed. It was a myth wrapped in mystery, gripping the public imagination by posing more questions than it could ever hope to answer. My personal opinion is that the Las Vegas PD didn't ever really want to solve Tupac's murder, and I don't trust the police enough to just sit around and be conversating with them for nothing, Edie said. If you ask me, I don't think they really care who killed Tupac. Although he was loved and admired by many young people, to them, Tupac was just another black man that had a strong opinion. And now he's out of the way. I do not think justice has been served. Orlando Anderson went into hiding, and the Piru were desperately trying to find him. He wasn't in his hood, and couldn't be found in places where he was expected to hang out. So they took it out on other gang members. I mean, they would have done it regardless because of the ongoing rivalry and the provocations. But if they had caught Orlando, some of these shootings probably wouldn't have happened. Then again, he wasn't the only one who was sitting in the Cadillac back then. Orlando was definitely not the only target, but surely the main one they were looking for. The Piru members knew that Keefe D was in the car too, but he wasn't found either. The same day, two Mob Piru gangsters, Tyrone Lipscomb and David McMullen, were taken out in another drive-by, followed quickly by the shooting of Piru members Marcus Charles and Timothy Flanagan. Less than a week later, the names of two more Crips, Gerard Mack and Johnny Berge, were added to the bloody tally. On the 14th, Afeni spread some of Tupac's ashes on a hill in LA, and also some on her garden. His family held a private funeral for him on a beach in Malibu. They scattered some of his ashes into the ocean. Shock G from Digital Underground was there too. We threw all the gifts in the ocean for him. We threw the chicken wings and the Hennessy and his private pictures. Everybody brought something. Everybody said a little something. We brought drums and bongos. We had fires burning. That was his funeral. On the 15th, he was mourned during a memorial service at the House of the Lord Pentecostal Church in Brooklyn, New York, where he was still listed as a member of the congregation. As the body count mounted, Bloods held a council of war in Luders Park, a well-known gang hangout in Compton. On hand were representatives of a wide swathe of Compton Piru sets, including the Mob, Elm Lane, Fruittown and Cedar Block Piru. It was a rogues gallery of gangsters, with street names like Lil Scar, Tron, Lit Vent Dog, Spook, Teaspoon and OG Chisholm, who attended the conclave in a wheelchair. The message relayed by the Piru shot callers to their troops was clear. Anyone wearing Crips colors was fair game. The Crips called their own War Council, bringing together the Southside and neighborhood Crips, along with Kelly Park, Atlantic Drive and Chester Street. It was on. It would become one of the deadliest conflicts in Los Angeles gang history. Keefe D claims that the Crips won by killing around 9 people, while the Piru quote-unquote only killed 1, saying they were no match for them. He complained about Suge and his people quote-unquote using the police for help, saying that they cooperated with them the first night. He also admitted that the meeting for their neighborhood at a park in Cerritos was a critical mistake, cause all the Southsiders showed up and Keefe D did the talking. The feds knew everything he said to his people because there were informants among them. That's where they got the idea that he had a leadership role within the set, which caused the feds to start following him around everywhere he went. Agent Holiday was the head of the major crime unit for the FBI Central District in LA. Him and his crew came after him from that day on. They raided everything and everybody, Southsiders and Mob Pirus. Within days of the shooting, the police received numerous tips that Orlando Baby Lane Anderson was responsible for the shooting in Las Vegas. And that's according to a September 25th affidavit filed in court by Compton police to justify an October 2nd gang sweep. Through his attorney, Orlando had denied involvement in Tupac's killing. He invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination when asked in court about his gang ties. A few weeks after Tupac's passing, when Keefe D was at Jordan Downs Projects, C. Ray, the guy who was in the van when they were looking for Tupac in Vegas, came over and said, "Keefe D, Suge got a hit out on you, me and Lil Dog." Lil Dog is Keefe D's brother, who was also in the van that night. Keefe could just hear the nervousness in his voice. "Me, you and Lil Dog?" Keefe D asked. "Yeah, for $100,000. C. Ray responded. "Man, how you know that?" "I'm just telling you, dog." Keefe D was pissed off by him with what he said. So he told him, "Wherever you got that ish from, you tell that guy I'll hit Suge for free, mother effer. Wouldn't cost a dime to hit his punk, eh?" Keefe D was wondering where he got his information from. According to him, C. Ray became a confidential informant for the police after his next-door neighbor got killed and after fearing for his life. The FBI came and raided their houses 2 days later and threw everybody in jail. Keefe D missed getting caught as a guy from his neighborhood that collected old cooking grease from restaurants had warned him in time. He happened to be on his way home from work at 3 in the morning and saw the FBI and the police setting up at the Windshield Donuts shop in Keefe D's neighborhood. He came and knocked on Keefe D's door. "Keefe D, I don't know what the F is going on, but there's a whole lot of police, buses and news people at the Windchill's donut shop, the guy yelled. Keefe D ran and jumped in the truck with him, 5 minutes before they raided the house. The man took him to the nearest station where Keefe D caught the metro rail to Watts and disappeared into the projects. About 6 weeks after the shooting in Vegas, Keefe D finally managed to set up a meeting with Zip at the Roxbury, a music business watering hole on Sunset Boulevard. He wanted to ask him about the $1 million. It was there that Zip told him, "Puffy ain't gave it to me yet." Keefe D was soon to hear otherwise, when a rumor reached him from, among others, Puffy's associate Darius Rogers, aka D-Mac, who told him that Puffy might have actually paid Zip for the murder. But by then there was little he could do to collect, cause Zip had been arrested in a federal narcotic sweep. According to the FBI, Zip ended up receiving $1 million from Puffy, which he was supposed to bring back to Keefe D, but ended up keeping and using to buy himself a nightclub. Puffy's ex-bodyguard Gene Deal claims that he saw the check for Zip before it was given to him. The Southsiders never received any money for it, and Keefe D never had a chance to speak to Zip again. I tried to call him several times though. If he would have just given us half the money, I would have stayed strong, implying that it only went downhill for him after the shooting in Vegas. If Zip had given Keefe D the money, it would have been a murder for hire, and Puffy would have been locked up. The FBI always knew about it, but didn't have enough evidence. The bodyguard Frank Alexander would get death threats from Suge and Death Row, saying that he should stick to what he's been told, and that he should not disclose any other information. Suge himself refused to cooperate with the police, and even said in an interview that he wouldn't tell them anything even if he knew who had done it, because it's not his job to solve homicides.
If you knew who killed Tupac, would you tell the police?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because it's not my job. I don't get paid to solve homicides. I don't get paid to tell on people.
Rumors started circulating of Suge having orchestrated the Vegas shooting in order to prevent Tupac from leaving the label before his 3-album contract ran out, so that he can continue to own the rights to the hundreds of unreleased songs recorded after Tupac's release from prison, making it possible for Death Row to release numerous posthumous albums which would sell millions of copies. Suge had a lot of power even in the DA's office. He had dozens of off-duty law enforcement officers working for him to sabotage the investigations and to make it impossible to solve the case. On top of that, people weren't cooperating with the police, so they were never able to prove who was really behind the shooting. Orlando ended up testifying on Suge's behalf during Suge's trial. He perjured himself in order to assist Suge Knight to get out from under his probation violation after kicking him at the MGM. A day before that, Orlando called his uncle Keefe D, telling him to come to the office of the lawyer Edie Fall with 2 guns. "Bring 2 guns?" Keefe D asked. "Yeah, come up here as soon as you can," Orlando said. Keefe D rushed there and saw Suge Knight, Sergeant Frederick Reynolds, and Reggie Wright Sr., the guy who supposedly approached Keefe D in his own hood. But Reggie Wright Sr. denied ever going to that meeting. Reggie Wright Jr., however, claims that he was the one who was present during that meeting, which Keefe D, on the other hand, denied, saying it was indeed Reggie Wright Sr. At the office, Suge gave them $60,000 just for Orlando to say that Suge didn't kick him, even though there's video footage disproving that statement. They met before Suge's probation violation hearing in an attempt to keep Suge from going to jail. Keefe D was upset to see both a captain and a sergeant from the Compton Police Department at the office with Suge. For him, it confirmed that Suge had crooked police officers on his payroll. He thought the Southsiders weren't competing against regular street dudes like them. Suge's hitmen were the police. They carried badges and guns and could pull them over and were licensed to blow our brains out, Keefe D said. From the Compton PD, Suge had Captain Reggie Wright Sr., Reggie Wright Jr., and Sergeant Reynolds. From LAPD's scandalous Rampart Division, he had Rafael Perez and David Mack. both of whom were Suge's homeboys, Bloods. According to Keefe D, almost all of them have been in the newspapers for being rogue cops and connected to Suge, supposedly putting hits down for him. Keefe D said Suge gave them the $60,000 so that they would stop targeting him in the Piru. After paying him that amount of money, the war between the Southsiders and the mob Piru ended. And even though Orlando testified for Suge, he was still found guilty and got sentenced to 9 years in jail, of which he served nearly 5. So Suge ended up losing not only his friends and best artists on the label, but he also had to pay the people who were responsible for it. All for nothing. He paid the guys who killed Tupac, rewarded the people who shot at him. Suge, meeting up with Orlando and Keefe D to pay them $60,000, supported the theories of him having orchestrated the shooting. On October 18th, a warrant for Suge's arrest was issued for failing to submit to periodic drug tests, which was another condition of his probation. Then, on October 22nd, 55 days after the Vegas shooting, Suge surrendered to Las Vegas police for violating probation. He was jailed without bail. In early November, he was in court to answer charges that his involvement in the MGM Grand altercation was also a violation of his probation. He was then sentenced to 9 years in prison on February 28, 1997 for the probation violation, but was granted early release and was let out on August 6, 2001. The godbrother of Tupac, Yaki Gaddafi, who was one of the eyewitnesses who has cooperated with the police, was shot dead on November 10, 1996 in Orange, New Jersey, just 2 months after the Vegas shooting. His body was found in the hallway of a friend's apartment building. He was just 19 years old at the time he passed. Fellow Outlaws rapper Napoleon, whose cousin Rashad Beal, aka Roddy, was responsible for the murder, said that the shooting was accidental and that he turned himself in to the police, ending up serving 7 to 8 years in prison. Keefe D and the Southsiders continued to come to all the shows, parties and events on the West Coast to protect Puffy from death row and the mob Piru. Puffy was seen with Orlando, Keefe D and Deandre Smith in Las Vegas and multiple cities all around the US. According to his ex-bodyguard Gene Deal, the Southsiders and Chaz Slim Williams from Black Hand Entertainment, who later would become Foxy Brown's manager, who at the time was Von Zip's girlfriend, saved members of the Bad Boy label at the House of Blues when LL Cool J was performing. They also helped Mace to get out of the Century Club when he was surrounded by thugs and gang members. Puffy used the Southsiders until the beef with him and Suge Knight cooled down, which was bound to happen as Suge was now in jail. According to BG Knockout and Keefe D, after Tupac's death, Biggie was in the studio together with Orlando Anderson and Bone Thugs and Harmony, back when they recorded Notorious Thugs for the Life After Death album. Bone Thugs was signed to EAZY-E's label Ruthless Records. They all had a problem with Suge, who was still sending people to terrorize Puffy even after Pac's death. Keefe D continued being Puffy's security and claimed to have saved his life as the Bloods were coming after him. He was actually there when Biggie got shot in LA. There are dozens of eyewitnesses who have confirmed that these two have worked together in some shape or form. Even if Puffy denies it, he would let Keefe D and the Crips sit on different tables, giving them champagne bottles and everything they need. After the beef with Suge had cooled down, he actually tried to distance himself from the Crips, as the feds were investigating and following them everywhere they went. "We never used Crips or any other gang faction to do security for us," Puffy asserted to MTV News. Employing Crips like Keefe D and Orlando was another stubborn rumor that Puffy dismissed out of hand. In a subsequent interview, when asked whether he might have been introduced to Keefe D and others without being told they were Crips, Puffy insisted, "Being a young black celebrity, you have thousands of acquaintances. I can't say who I've met. It's not like all gang people wear colored rags on their heads." But a press agent for his record label was more equivocal. When pressed as to whether it was Biggie, who might have, unbeknownst to Puffy, hired Crips as muscle, the publicist responded, "As a family, Bad Boy did not use them," begging the question of who exactly was a member of the family. Keefe D said he regrets ever meeting him, described it as a quote-unquote bad dream from which he's still trying to wake up. His life has gone backward ever since. The FBI shut him down and never left him alone after that incident. Orlando Anderson was never charged but died 20 months later on May 29, 1998 in a drug deal gone bad. His grandmother had died the night before and he had been drinking all night long with his friends Michael Reed Durrow. They went over to a place called Mom's Burgers across the street from a car wash to get something to eat. He then saw Michael Stone and his nephew Jerry Stone, who were from another gang in Compton called Corner Pocket. They owed his uncle Keefe D and his friend Deandre Smith somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000 over some cocaine. Orlando had a gun with him and had been drinking, so he was a little reckless. He wanted to jam them up about the money they owe. Instead of stepping out the car and going there, he actually continued driving and stopped right next to them. When Orlando tried to approach and threaten them, more Corner Pocket gang members showed up to defend them. Orlando then pulled out his gun and shot one of them right away. Another Corner Pocket guy started shooting back at Orlando and managed to hit him in the heart. Orlando didn't live for long after getting hit in the heart. His homie then grabbed the gun and managed to shoot the Corner Pocket guy that shot Orlando. Orlando then tried to use his remaining energy to escape. He drove off, managed to get around the corner, but then crashed into a car. Around the same time the cops came. His friend threw away the gun and ran off, while Orlando was pulled out the car by the police. They then waited for the paramedics to arrive, and one of the officers was trying to speak to Orlando while he was taking his last breaths. He died in the arms of a police officer.
Y'all been shot and murdered. Can't tell you how it happened word for word, but best believe that niggas don't get what they deserve. In the same way.
The two people that got shot at the gas station died too that day. So 3 people dead over $5,000 to $10,000. Orlando's death had nothing to do with Tupac. On November 7th, 2004, Deandre Smith, another person who was in the Cadillac, died from health-related issues. He was overweight for most of his life, but people from his neighborhood are convinced that he was poisoned. They accused his girlfriend of poisoning him on purpose, but there's actually no evidence for that. According to several Southside Crips, Deandre took credit for Tupac's shooting, bragging about it in the hood. Puffy's bodyguard Gene Deal is also convinced that it was him. Zip, the man who supplied the gun, passed away on August 27, 2012 due to complications of cancer. Tupac's bodyguard Frank Alexander, who drove the Lexus right behind the BMW in Las Vegas, was found dead with a gunshot wound to the head on April 28, 2013. Initially, Big Frank blamed Suge for Tupac's death, but he would later back away from those claims. There was a rumor that people from Death Row had something to do with his death, knowing that Frank was hated by Reggie Wright and Suge, and received multiple death threats throughout the years. But the wound looked self-inflicted, so the police came to the conclusion that it was suicide. The driver of the white Cadillac, Terrence Brown, was found dead from multiple gunshot wounds in a medical marijuana shop in Compton on September 23, 2015. That leaves us with only 3 people who are still alive today and have witnessed the shooting. The only people who may be able to help the police to identify the shooter are Keefe D, who was one of the assailants, Idi Amin, who sat in the back of the Lexus right behind the BMW, and Suge Knight, who's currently in prison, serving a 28-year sentence after being charged with murder, attempted murder, and hit and run after fleeing the scene of an altercation in January 2015 outside a Compton burger stand. A fistfight with a consultant of the NWA biopic Straight Outta Compton ended with Suge clipping the man with his pickup truck and running over businessman Terry Carter, who died from his injuries. Keefe D is the only person in that Cadillac that is still alive today, and also the only remaining eyewitness who's publicly telling everybody who pulled the trigger. On July 17, 2023, police confiscated computers, laptops, and articles about Tupac and his death at Keefe D's home in Las Vegas. Las Vegas police executed a search warrant in connection with the still unsolved killing of Tupac. the chances of them finding evidence in Keefe D's home 27 years later are very slim. But they went after cell phones, computers, writings, the gun they never found, and the vehicle, of course. Which they can't find at Keefe D's home, as it was rented 27 years ago and sold for $2 million in Moscow in 2013. But they might have actually found something like car rental information or receipts at home, assuming that it wasn't Terrence Brown's mother-in-law who rented that vehicle. Then again, it wouldn't make sense for him to keep all the evidence for 27 years. Maybe he's keeping it as a trophy. I mean, he was stupid enough to snitch on himself on the internet. It will be very difficult to prosecute, as his words aren't enough to get him locked up. They need some form of evidence to back it up. Cause he can always just say that he was lying and making up stories on the internet for money and fame. You gotta have something more than just his words. They did find .40 caliber bullets at Keefe D's house, but that doesn't prove much as damn near everybody in Vegas has bullets in their house. And .40 caliber is also a pretty common round. They do have the bullets that were found in Tupac's body, so they would have to compare them, and even then it would be very hard to prove that the bullets came from the same exact box from 27 years ago. Even if the bullets are of the same manufacturer and of the same time period, they still can't be 100% sure. But on August 21st, 2023, authorities stated that Keefe D is facing quote-unquote imminent charges after bragging about the shooting. They are looking at first-degree murder potentially for Keefe D. The grand jury hearing will take place in private, with a jury deciding whether or not the evidence found is sound enough to prosecute the man in September.
We are here today to announce the arrest of 60-year-old Dwayne Keith Davis, aka Keefe D, for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
And on Friday, September 29th, Keefe D, the last living suspect of the 1996 drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur, was indicted in Las Vegas on murder charges at the age of 60. They've been trying to get him locked up for the past 27 years, and they finally managed to do so. The reason for that was Keefe D publicly talking about the murder case and basically confessing in his book, Compton Street Legend. Notorious Keefe D's street-level accounts of Tupac and Biggie murders, Death Row Origins, Suge Knight, Puffy Combs, and Crooked Cops. In 2009, he had confessed in the proffer agreement with Detective Greg Kading, after the police had found out about his involvement in a drug trafficking ring, and after threatening him to put him behind bars for the rest of his life. So Detective Greg Kading showed up at his house, and in his garage, Keefe D told him what's happened in Vegas when Tupac got shot. Thanks to the proffer agreements, he was able to confess to get himself out of that situation. I already presented you the statements he made. What he said was recorded and couldn't be used against him unless he spoke about it publicly, and thus violated the agreement, which he eventually did by bragging about the shooting on multiple platforms such as interviews and in his book. They couldn't arrest him based on what he said during the proffer agreement. That's what they promised him. But Keefe D didn't know that the agreement was only for that moment. Anything he said outside the agreement wasn't covered and could be used against him. For the next decade, the police waited for him to fall into their trap. He ran his mouth and publicly told everybody how he and his people killed Tupac, with slight variations in his stories. He violated the agreement and tried to profit off of the highly controversial murder case by using several media outlets to tell his story, trying to get as much money as possible to pay for all the surgeries and for the cancer treatment. Cause just like his mother and one of his brothers, he had colon cancer. The two actually passed away, and in 2014, Keefe D was also diagnosed with it. His partner Zip had passed 2 years prior, also because of cancer, and now it was his turn. He wanted to do everything he could to survive, but he didn't have the money to do so, cause the police confiscated all the money he had from drug trafficking. He's basically broke, tried everything he could to get money, including snitching on himself and begging Puffy to help him out. The statements in the interviews and in his book are now being used to get him convicted. He thought he could never get charged for the crimes he admitted in the agreement, but that's not how proffer agreements work. He was only safe from prosecution during the agreement. There's no statute of limitations for murder. He's just as responsible for the killing as the other three in the Cadillac. and his past has finally caught up with him. He'll spend his remaining life in prison. Now there's only one question. What will happen to Puffy? Will he get convicted, or will he somehow get away with it? Only time will tell. The truth will always come out in the end. The impact of Tupac's death spans from the inner workings of rap to all the people and fans alike who have suffered the loss. It was hard to believe that somebody so fearless, so alive, and who defied all odds could actually be mortal. And it's hard to accept his passing. Indeed, there are many oddities about his death that have caused fans to dissect, probe, and evaluate the information in search for answers. While the lack of closure has made it hard to accept, the theories surrounding his death have only added to his controversial and legendary status.